I'll get them later.
That sounds great.
We're trying to make sure that they got sorted correctly.
Yeah.
Not so awesome. And then the trophy. And the trophy turns into a winning streak.
Back home.
Yes, indeed, they can. Well done, Detroit Ordo. Another reminder of our veterans, axe throwing, and merchandise booth on the top end.
We'll see you in a little bit. this, Jimmy!
Next up, number 1 yellow list. For the joint front contest, the face-off is the Bastion.
We'll get them later.
That sounds great.
We're trying to make sure that they got sorted correctly.
Yeah.
Not so long. After the tournament, turn this into a winning streak.
Back up.
Yes, indeed, they can. Well done. Joint up. Another reminder of our veterans, axe-throwing, and merchandise gear on the top 10.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Jimmy!
That stream will be coming to you on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. The red and blue list will come to you on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. There are links for both in each, as well as on the Palmetto Knights website with the Carolina Carnage link. Also, both streams will be simulcast to the Boohurt International page, so you can watch them both there as well. Good morning, Nate. How are you today?
Great, how are you?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Looking forward to this fight. Right now we have the Rat Pack in the white with the yellow. We have Iron Lions on the yellow side, sporting the black and white as well.
And Nate, I know you closed us out yesterday with a little bit of an explanation about which list is what and what's going on. Can you recap that today for our viewers?
Yeah, so who we have in the purple and yellow list is our Tier 2 fighters. A lot of the newer teams that are up and coming are in that tournament bracket, while the red and blue list is for the Tier 1, and that's our upper tier fighters here in the U.S. The red and blue list is a round robin style tournament, while the purple and yellow are doing your standard bracket here in the finals. So these are the quarterfinals right now. We have Iron Lions versus Rat Pack. Rat Pack doing an outstanding job this fight. This is their first tournament this year.
It looks like we had a trade, one Lion trying to continue running, but a Marshall keeping a good eye on that.
Iron Lions go down, falling over a body on the ground.
Rat Pack have been very impressive throughout the 5 versus 5 tournament yesterday, and opening strong today as well.
Both teams doing very great. Another trade there. I do believe that the Iron Lions can take this round if they rely on their veteran and their experience. The Rat Pack being such a new team.
It looks like they've evened it out 2-2.
Both the Rat Pack and Iron Lions stuck there in the bottom corner. Trying to throw it, but falls over. Now 2-1 advantage to the Iron Lions, and big shots coming into that fighter, tied up in the corner. See how many more shots he can take of that before he tries to break free.
Oh, his arm's pinned behind his head. That's a terrible position. Looks like he's broken free.
Trying to push him over the body. It looks like he might get it. Marshals might call him over. And he is down as well.
It looks like it's both of them.
Iron Lions take the first round, 1-0.
Taking a look at the red and blue list being broadcast on YouTube on the Palmetto Knights page, we have a round-robin style tournament. The Warlords dropped yesterday. If you're following along with the schedule posted on palmettoknights.com/Carolina-Carnage, the Warlords dropped due to injury yesterday. Their remaining fighters, I believe, will be competing in the 12 versus 12. So our first match today will be Northblood versus the Northern Wolves, two of our international teams.
Northblood out of Canada, our Northern Wolves coming out of the UK. Happy to see them both here, making the journey. Pretty awesome to see.
And what is each list fighting for? Do they have their own medaling, or is it going to be separated somehow?
Each list is fighting. They're two separate tournaments completely. Okay. So there will be no crossing between the teams from the Tier 1 or the Tier 2 lists. They're all fighting for their own glory to be had here today.
And it's been a great tournament so far this weekend. Day 1, we had the duels and the Altrance fights. Wonderful competition. We'll give you a wrap-up of the winners a little bit later on. Day 2 was the majority of the 5 versus 5. Obviously, the purple and yellow list is finishing out their tournament today with their quarterfinals this morning. This is a new round for the Tier 1 list because of the round-robin format. Yep. But the women's 5 versus 5 division was seen yesterday, and we'll give you those winners a little bit later on.
All right, Iron Lions moving in. Both their centers staying back, eyeing the field, seeing where they want to get that advantage.
Oh, a hard shot from the pole on.
So I believe Iron Lions have said they could take these if they rely on their experience. We'll see if the Rat Pack has the true grit to pull them down. Iron Lions all
one lion down.
Take down by that Rat Pack. See if they can bring it to the third round. The early advantage. All teams tied up. 5-4 advantage to Rat Pack.
It looks like that the fighter from the Rat Pack that was successful in making that takedown is having trouble freeing his weapon up from the Lion.
Another Lion coming in for
a hard knee.
Kick. Trade there at the top of the list. Still in favor of Rat Pack, 4-3. Here comes a Rat Pack across, engaging that Iron Lion. And in the red and blue list, we have the Wolves versus the Blood.
You got a Marshall about to find himself in the corner, but he's quick and aware.
Both teams. 3-on-1 to the Rat Pack. They'll take that to the third round.
Good comeback for the Rat Pack to force the third round with the Lions.
Still 5-5 for the Bloods and the Wolves. I feel like I'm talking about gangs when I'm announcing them. Both from the north.
It's great to see teams come from across borders to the U.S. And that's a trade.
Almost able to keep it, but not quite.
These two teams crossing borders to come here and compete. I don't know how often they have a chance to compete against one another.
Another Looks like a wolf lost his helmet. I think that's like the second or third time someone from the Northern Wolves have lost helmets.
I wonder if they have the additional straps on the back of their... I see one.
And why there's a 2-on-1 in the far left corner.
A 2-on-2 in the far right.
Meanwhile, Iron Lions and Rat Pack rounding out for their second or their third round. Both tied 1-1. Nice buckler shots coming into that blood over there. Oh, beautiful throw from the Northern Bloods. Now it's 2-on-1 in the top of the list and a 2-on-1 at the bottom.
It's 4-2.
That Iron Blood's got to be careful.
Oh, no!
Brings himself down, trying to get the legs, but the Blood tried to take advantage. Ooh, they might not let him stand up because he didn't have a weapon.
That North Blood fighter does not have a weapon
When he
available.
pushed him over, so they might stand him up.
Okay.
We'll see. The marshals are conferring. Looks like we're about ready to start again for the third round for the Rat Pack versus Iron Lions. Iron Lions trying to put it away. Rat Pack trying to have the upset. Rat Pack is out of Idaho, my home state, so I'm holding a little rooting for them. But also, Iron Lions are kind of like my second team. Kevin, their captain, brought a longsword for me to use yesterday on Friday. So, it's mixed feelings at that match up there right now. So we'll see who's able to take it and move on to the semifinals.
Well, it's always great when you have friends that you can cheer for, and just a dearth of good competition.
Yeah. All right, starting with the Iron Lions versus Rat Pack. Iron Lion moves in quick, trying to capitalize.
One rat in the backfield.
All of them break it down into one-on-one grapples, looks like. Looks like we have a trade in the far right there, still 4-4. No team has the advantage yet. Iron Lion's weapon tied up, trying to free himself.
Hard axe shots coming in, trying to break the grip.
Another shot coming there. Looks like one of the pack rats are almost on the ground.
And I'm seeing again that
Iron Lions take the advantage, 4-3.
That purple and yellow list was provided by Tidewater Dogs of War. Thanks again to that team. But I'm noticing that lower rail is really helping those fighters stay on their feet.
It's a little bit of a. I know the marshals have talked about being a little bit of a safety issue, but it's integrity for the list itself. So I do believe they're going to come back with maybe some other designs in the future.
Well, I definitely think that design is very stable.
Yeah, absolutely. Iron Lions trying to push that Rat Pack onto the ground. Looks like it might be a trade.
We've got initial contact between North Blood and the Northern Wolves.
Northern Wolf. Looks like it's a 3-on-1 still.
North Blood in the black and burgundy. Northern Wolves in burgundy.
Another trade for the Rat Pack and Iron Lions, 2v2. That Northern Wolf trying to get that throw.
North Blood took the first round. Northern Wolves are going to have to force a third by winning this round.
Iron Lions breathing deep, trying to get that some composure. Both of them tied up in tight grapples. Oh, looks like
a hard shot to the hand, dislodging the weapon of that Northern Wolf. Hard shots again coming in. Oh,
big
it looks like he's going to sit down.
Another trade there.
He's up.
He's up.
4-4 in the red and blue list.
Let's see if North Blood is able to capitalize on that. That fighter definitely has to be careful for the back to the list. Iron Lions move on to the semifinals, taking that round 2-1. And that will be the Rat Pack's last fight for the day.
A great showing by the Rat Pack out here.
Yeah, they did absolutely awesome. They should be very proud about their performance this year, being this first tournament. They can only go up from here. So, great job to the Rat Pack. Awesome fight, Iron Lions. We'll look to see you in the semifinals. I think next up for the yellow and purple is going to be Bastion versus the Blood Eagles in the purple and yellow list. Streaming on Facebook.
Bastion is fighting out of South Carolina.
Atkins, South Carolina. Ooh, double 2-for-1 there. Northern Wolf able to stay on his feet.
And
Marshall's putting that fighter down. That looks like having a discussion.
3-2. The Northern Wolves have the advantage.
Shots raining down on those two North Bloods in the corner there. North Blood trying to push out there, trying to get a more advantageous spot on the list. That North Blood doing a great job of keeping that one fighter from getting any shots on him while he tries to grapple the second.
Circling away from the weapon of the free fighter. Oh, and a trade?
And trade.
Whoa.
Trade two.
The Marshal seemed to have made an error.
That fighter's attention.
The Marshal seemed to have made a little bit of an error, stopping the fight a little early. Now we're at 2-1.
Oh, nice push using the bodies there for North Blood. 1v1.
It's down to this. If North Blood, it looks like we may end up with a trade here. We'll see where it goes.
Be careful on that with that weapon around the neck. You can see the Marshals yelling out. So
the debris of fighters making it effect.
Beautiful throw by North Blood takes the round,
and that's the fight.
North Blood winning that fight. Again, thank you for everyone that's tuning in. Go ahead and give us a shout out, where you're from, where you're watching, and who you're rooting for. We'd love to hear from you.
So we have an update as well. We don't have any fight graphics today because of the unexpected or the unpredictable nature of the tournament. But you can follow along on palmettonights.com/Carolina-Carnage and take a look at the Saturday schedule, folks. Take a look at the Saturday schedule for the red and blue list. You'll see links at the bottom to switch between red and blue and purple and yellow. Scroll down on those spreadsheets and you'll see the Sunday fights listed.
That's my apology for the purple and yellow list. We have the Berserkers versus New Order. New Order, I do believe, is from the East Coast teams, fighters from here and there, and Portland Reavers are from Maine.
We have the Executioners.
Or those are Berserkers, sorry, my mistake. Good clarification for you on the yellow and purple list, my apologies.
Berserkers, Australia.
Yeah, sorry, that is the Berserkers versus New Order. Berserkers in the red, New Order in the teal and black.
And on the red and blue list, we have the Executioners in white and black. And
versus the Australian Berserkers in the green and yellow. Both teams trying to make quick moves there in the purple and yellow. New Order doing a nice run, still not able to check that fighter down.
New Order showing some good movement up there.
Looks like everyone's broken into 1v1 grapples to see which team is able to get the advantage. New Order, ripping one Berserker down and taking out another. Advantage to New Order, 5-3. Big shots raining in on that Berserker at the top of the list.
The Aussies trying some kicks, trying to work the Executioner back.
Got to know the two-handers love having that open field. 5-2 in favor of New Order.
A big hit there coming from the Aussies, but the Executioner was able to stay up again.
Oh, beautiful throw from that other Executioner, going in, now moving across the list to help his friend.
It's 4-3 in favor of the Executioners.
Executioners trying to bring the axe down on these Aussies, but they're giving them a fight.
And another Aussie down.
2-4 advantage to Executioners, and it looks like New Order took that round in the top. Big shots raining down onto that Aussies fighter. Gotta be careful.
Oh, right on that arm. While it was braced on the list field, not
a good feeling.
Another two-hander dropping.
It looks like
shots.
we're down. That's 3-1, and the Marshals stop it. Executioners taking the first round.
All right. Meanwhile, Berserkers and New Order lining up for their second round in the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook.
And on YouTube, on the Palmetto Nights channel, we have 50 current viewers, but only 4 likes, folks. I'm going to put a 5th in there myself. Make sure that you like this stream so it can get out to more folks that may be interested in this sport. Can't imagine someone not being interested to see this type of...
Who wouldn't want to see axes flying into people's face? Like, come on.
Absolutely.
Share, like, subscribe. Anything you guys do to help share this out definitely will help grow our sport. One New Order down in the middle of the list. Berserkers taking the advantage. And those marshals are moving quick, trying to avoid these fighters flying at them. Marco, thanks for tuning in from Germany. Like to see you one day again, maybe fighting in the list.
Absolutely. And one New Order down.
Advantage to Berserk. Big running charge. Not very effective, but definitely look cool.
We've got round 2 between the Executioners and the Australian Berserkers.
Big shots from the Berserker coming into that New Order fighter there in the bottom left corner. Definitely not a fun position to be in on the receiving end of that.
Those are some hard poleaxe shots coming into New
And
Order there.
they're able to take them down. 4-1 victory for the Berserkers. They will be going to a third round.
Still 10 men standing in the red and blue list, but not for long. It looks like we have a trade. Is the Marshal going to call that knee down? Apparently not. A push back. It's 5-3.
Executioners being able to force them over as a fallen comrade there. Meanwhile, Executioners receiving a second pole arm, trying to punish that fighter.
And that last comment about the Marshals making the call, they're down there, they understand the updates to the rules. Not criticizing the Marshals, they're down there with a great view of what's going on. Oh, some hard
They definitely
shots.
got the best view in the house, some would say.
They're sitting, well, it looks like
They'll call
they
that
allowed
fight.
him to take a knee.
Executioners taking that match.
And round 2 going to Executioners, so they do not have to fight a third round. That's going to be integral for today's red and blue list. Since it is a round robin, the more matches they can win in 2, the fresher they'll be for the later rounds.
Absolutely. I know both teams have other fights coming up, and I know any other opponents are definitely glad to see those fights go to 3 rounds as well.
Absolutely. And Nicholas, good morning. Thanks for watching from Argentina.
And speaking of third rounds, we're going into our third round from the Berserkers versus New Order in the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook. Both teams slowly moving up, eager to engage.
New Order, not timid.
That runner trying to get the advantage, but slips away from that Berserker. Berserker able to take down one of the New Order fighters, going in for the second.
He's got that poleaxe trap.
They smell blood in the water as Berserkers have the advantage.
Taking the list, on the red side, we have the San Jacinto Knights versus Dominus. San Jacinto in the red and white, Dominus in blue with the black and gold cross.
I see we have 28 viewers on Facebook. If you guys give that like and share, definitely be appreciated. Again, let us know where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. Mary, good morning from Michigan. Appreciate you tuning in.
Diana, thanks for cheering on the Wolves.
Berserkers have the advantage, 4-2 now. Berserker doing, and it's down 3-1 in favor of Berserkers.
So, I was informed by our tech team yesterday that there was a comment on one of the live chats that you look like a time-traveling pirate.
Yeah.
And I was your attorney.
Yeah, attorney or lawyer or such. I wonder.
We don't need any insulting language like that. Everyone's been keeping it fairly polite. So I spoke with the best personal image consultant at the T-Ed Garrison Arena,
Yes.
who advised me to have an interesting accent item, so I switched to an ascot today.
Beautiful.
And I also have some headgear, so I can join in the festivities with you.
That's awesome. I'd like to see it. Where's it at?
Oh, it will be deployed later.
Very well. All right. Next up in the purple and yellow list, we have the Blood Eagles versus Bastion. Both teams fighting wonderfully in their pools. It'll be interesting. I don't think either one has quite the advantage.
First contact by Dominus
Oh, yeah.
in the red and blue list.
Big shot coming in from the Knights.
Oh,
Beautiful
one knight
trip and
down.
throw from the Knight, or from Dominus. Dominus doing what they do best, finding those 2-on-1 engagements, bringing them down as the other ones grapple with their other opponents. Another good throw with Dominus.
A trade and a knight down. That's 4-2.
4-2.
And that's the match.
round. 4-1 in favor of Dominus.
Well, not only was that a spectacular match for Dominus, it wasn't a very long one either.
No.
So they can probably keep their alternates fairly fresh. We've got a question from Liminal Gaming asking about how to be an official in the area. Well, wherever you're at, you need to find your local team, and they can get you in touch with the marshal list and get the training that you need and the experience you need to start doing the job of these wonderful folks in yellow and black.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the best ways to find a local team for yourself is Google Knight Finder, and that'll pull up all the local teams, actually internationally as well. To find a team near you, get in contact with them, go to an event, get certified as a marshal. You can also find there's a Marshal's Facebook group as well that has all the rules and lists, and you can study up to become a marshal.
Looks like we have several fighters down in the purple and yellow.
Beautiful shots coming from Jeff, Ian holding him. 3-1 in favor of Bastion.
Round 2 for Dominus and SJK.
Dominus making a quick work of that knight.
Caught that Dom. Oh, a second down. It's 5-2 very
5-2.
quickly.
See how they handle this big boy here with the knights. Looks like a little bit of friendly fire from Dominus there.
And that's the round. 5-1 to Dominus.
Very nice. Berserkers are going to the semifinals. That is correct.
Alexander, thanks for cheering on locally from Anderson, South Carolina. We should have fighting for several hours today if you can come on out to the arena.
All right, let's see if Bastion can put away this second round, or see if the Blood Eagles can make a recovery, take it to a third.
We've got folks cheering Bastion on from Warrenville, South Carolina.
They are our local team here in South Carolina, and definitely the favorites.
Trudy, thanks for cheering all the way from Sydney, Australia.
Oh, they must be, what time is it there? It must be super late, right?
Oh.
Or super early, I guess, morning-wise. Let us know. Bastion, Blood Eagles, both slow to engage. Bastion shooting the gap there.
Oh, a hard hit.
Able to stay up, colliding with the list there. Shots coming in the middle is, I believe that's Jeff out there.
It looked like there was another hit that came into that down fighter, but
that fighter
a hard
not
hit.
paying attention from the back. They squared up 4-4. Bastion trying to bring that fighter down, but falls on his own.
Looks like,
and another two Bastion fighters down.
And the Marshals ruled that
and
fighter
the
still
Blood
up.
Eagles, oh, maybe.
Oh, no, it's still,
that fighter got that third fighter down just in time. Oh, Bastion fighter bringing it to a 1v1. Let's see if that is Jeff on Bastion. He's a very skilled fighter. Let's see if the Blood Eagles fighter is able to bring him down.
hard fight match.
Trying to do some kicks, pushes. The Bastion fighter trying to rip him down. Oh, and gets thrown on his own.
On the red and blue list.
They take it to a third.
In the red corner, we have the Berserkers from Australia back fairly quickly against Ordo Draconus.
I'm offended.
Well, it's early. The caffeine hasn't fully hit.
As you can see, I'll be rooting for Ordo, Draconus. They're my team out of Southern California.
Richard, thanks for cheering on from Baltimore.
Let's see if they can pull their head out of their ass and get a round win.
It's apparently 2:25 a.m.
Oh,
local Sydney
dang.
time.
Did you stay awake or wake up early?
Oh, good field
Ordo
awareness
trying
there.
to make a play across, getting caught up. Team's breaking. Almost got a good throw there for Ordo Draconus at the top of the list. Still 5v5.
Looks like melee one-on-one fights spread out through the list. We have a
Trade there at the top of the list.
a down weapon, but able to recover.
Ozzy's trying to make some advantage on that. Oh, Ordo getting another takedown at the top of the list. Now it's
And
Ordo at the top there, trying to
Let's
keep
see how
his
he's-
friend up, but take down the other.
see if he can manage to
Ordo
not take down his partner with him.
does have the advantage, 4-2. Both Aussie fighters in a 2v1. Meanwhile, the purple and yellow going to the third round.
Looks like we're about to see some great Falchion shots. Oh!
Big
Right to
shots
the
right
pec.
into the arm.
And to the leg. And the glute. Oh, and that's enough. That's enough.
Blood Eagles trying. Oh, good throw and spin there move from Bastion. They have the advantage, 5-4. I believe that is Greg that had that good takedown.
And
Oh,
Marshall's are
seeing something they
stepping
didn't
in
like.
for something.
Meanwhile, two fighters, 2v2. Another trade there for Bastion and Blood Eagles. 4-3, advantage to Bastion.
And
Another stop fight called. There might be a safety concern over there that they're seeing.
somebody might be hooked together.
Oh, maybe. It looks like maybe the helmet is somehow stuck on the chainmail, it looks like. That is something that can happen.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Ordo and the Berserkers setting up for their second round.
Marshall's checking their helmets.
I see one of my weapons out on the field at the far bottom of the list. That two-handed pole there. It's from Booher Tech, and its name is Lord Bonk. Let's see if he puts it to good use. I believe that's Calvin that has my axe there.
Chad
see if he
a-
can put some work in.
Chad asked, has Northwood fought their first match yet? And they have indeed. They were victorious over the Northern Wolves. They were the first match of the day in the red and blue list.
Ordo moving up. Both hesitant to engage. Eyeing each other out.
Oh, a hard poleaxe shot.
There we
Another.
go. His axe doing what it needs to do. Almost a good rip there.
And a beautiful weapon, might I add.
Oh, looks like they got the helmet off the fighter there. I believe he will be taken out, being obviously loss of equipment there.
Looks like
the.
maybe a laceration.
I do believe I see an axe stuck in that helmet. We'll have to confirm that later today. Meanwhile, it looks like a 4-4.
One Ordo fighter down. I can't tell the other.
Oh, beautiful throw from Ordo there.
And that's
Ordo has the
4-2,
advantage,
Ordo.
4-2.
And that's 4-1.
4-1.
Ordo Draconus taking the match.
Ordo. Beautiful, guys. Looks like they were able to rest, recoup, and having a better day than they did yesterday. Way to go, guys.
The next match in the red and blue list will have Kenyan USA in the red corner versus San Jacinto Knights in blue.
All right, looks like a 3-2 advantage to Bastion. Oh, Blood Eagles able to trip a Bastion fighter over.
But
There's still
a
there's
whirlwind
just
of
a
tripping
whirlwind of
1-1.
1v1 Bastion versus, and they stopped the fight there, breaking up for some reason.
Unaware what that
Getting ready to start again.
looks like. A marshal may have seen something. Called a break.
bringing the fighters to the center.
Bo International, thank you for hosting the dual stream to especially to our international folks. Not only is the stream available to folks in the U.S., but also the international crowd. But there's a great reach that organization has that can get this out further to
Absolutely.
the established Booher community. Thank you for that.
Kenya is supposed to be fighting
They have
SJ Knight, or sorry, yeah.
yep.
Looks like they're saying, oh,
If you're just tuning in, if you received a shared link to this mass of mayhem at Carolina Carnage today and you're not familiar with what's going on, this is world-class combat in the Booher style of fighting. These fighters will kick, punch, knee, elbow, strike, headbutt, everything they can do, including takedowns. Once a fighter makes 3 points of contact to the ground, they are out of the fight.
they're calling another stop fight there.
Looks like they may have re-centered them.
Maybe somebody was seeing something they didn't like on the fighter, warning that fighter.
Here we go. Kenyan USA, their first fight of the day.
This is
The second fight for San Jose.
Bastion takes the win. Not sure why. Maybe they saw something on that fighter, weapon failure or such. We'll get an update on that later.
Hard axe shots.
Oh, sparks flying from that knight. But it looks like that. Oh, almost had a good throw there.
Those
from
axe shots
Kenya's
mostly
fighter.
being blocked by the haft. The challenge with blocking with the haft is if the axe head slides down into the lower or up to the upper hand and catches between the gauntlet.
That Kenya's fighter got to be careful with field awareness, getting in a position where he can see everybody.
And we have our first takedown to trade 4-4.
Big shots coming in. Someone lost a buckler.
Oh.
And there's stop fight there, setting that fighter down. Looks like a 4-2 advantage to Kenya's. More discussion going on there in the purple and yellow lists on what exactly happened there. Both the knights squaring up with each other, trying to get a good advantage. Almost getting a good open field takedown, but
Oh, that's the fight.
that's the fight.
4-1 Kenya's in round 1. Well, Nate,
Yep.
who do we have up next in the purple and yellow list?
Purple and yellow, let me check real quick. I do believe we'll be going into the semifinals here soon. Next up, however, we do have the Company of the Gauntlet of Rose versus Kenya's Fire. It is a bit chilly in here this morning. We're taking every precaution to stay warm as best we can.
Is your left ear cold?
Yeah, I feel it's a little bit red. You know, it could use some warmth there, I do believe.
My friend,
Ooh, let's-
no man left behind.
outstanding. There we go. That is nice and warm. Maybe I should buckle it too.
I'm going to live on the edge and not buckle.
Coward.
Well, chin straps are important.
Especially in this sport here today. Got a little bit of an echo going on.
It seems that we've got the Order of the Pale Horse.
That is interesting. That's not who I have on the schedule, but
Order of the Pale Horse and Kenya's Fire.
indeed.
I wonder if we may have had a withdrawal. Was there?
I do believe that might be the case. We'll have to confirm that later.
Some teams may be choosing, if there's an injury or an armor failure that is going to take a long time to repair, something like a helmet or a gauntlet that's not easily replaced if they don't have spare equipment. They may choose to withdraw from the 5 versus 5 so that they can still compete in the 12s later.
Yeah, that might absolutely be the case. Some of these fighters, like I said, have traveled thousands of miles from the East Coast or West Coast, and want to save as much fighting as they possibly can.
All right, we've got round 2 for Kenya's USA versus the San Jacinto Knights.
San Jose making a quick move at the top there. Kenya's trying to punish them with axe shots. Big fighter across Kenya's ripping that knight down, almost tripping. Oh, and he goes down.
A flourish at the end there, though.
That Kenyan's fighter able to stay on his feet. Good footwork from him. Avoiding the bigger fighter there. Another knight
San
down.
Jacinto down again.
Those
That's
four
4-2.
Kenya's fighters focusing on the one little knight still remaining.
Oh, we have some piece of equipment went flying.
Both those fighters trying to stay mobile,
And
but
that's 4-1.
all right, Kenya's fire in the top of the list going against Pale Horse. Just like one Kenya's fighter is down. Pale Horse come in.
Pale Horse bringing a hard axe shot into the
Another
hip
one.
and into the back on the alternate hip.
Raining down hate and discontent on those fighters.
I saw a shirt yesterday that said, Buhard is love and violence, and that's the violence.
Ooh, Kenya's fire taking down a Pale Horse.
Looked like he shoved him down over, maybe just shoved him down. Looks like
2-on-1 at the top.
5-4.
No, that's 4-3. It's hard to tell from the distance here.
Yep, we've got one Kenya's.
Yeah. No, it is tied 4-4.
Hard low shot coming into the right corner.
The Pale Horse coming out of the northeastern area of the country. Kenya is from Michigan.
And that's a stop fight.
Dropping that fighter for safety concerns. 3-2 in favor of Kenya's fire. About to start back up.
Meanwhile, on the red and blue list, we have the Executioners coming out of the red corner in white, black, and red. Dominus in the blue corner with blue and black and gold.
Fight in the purple and yellow starting back up. Kenya's having the advantage.
And we've got several 5 versus 5 teams.
Oh, trade there. Kenya's fire 2v1 in favor of Kenya's. Executioners moving quick up on Dominus. Both these teams are very technical. Good to see who's able to take the advantage. A little bit of a tug of war going on there with Dominus and Executioners.
And
Dominus able to get around.
a hit from behind.
And another great
a
takedown.
great flying knee.
The Executioner staying on his feet.
Great balance, staying up.
Executioners trying to stay mobile with Dominus, not trying to get caught up in their grapples.
And it looks like
Another Executioner down, tripping over a body.
5-3 Dominus.
Dominus moving up on those two runs where they've been so successful today and throughout the weekend.
That's 5-1 in favor of Dominus for round 1.
And the round goes to Dominus!
This is the last quarterfinals for the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook.
We're up to 70 folks streaming on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel, but only 20 likes. Let's get those thumbs up going. I've got 2 thumbs up, and I can press at least one on the screen. While we have a lull between the fights, hit that like button. Looks like we have 10 fighters on the field in red and blue, ready for round 2. And as I was saying earlier, there were many of the 5 versus 5 teams from the purple and yellow list that didn't make it into the quarterfinals, of course, as it is an elimination tournament. So the number of fighters in the arena right now is notably lower than yesterday. Some of those fighters, I'm sure, electing to come in a little bit later on, closer to their 12s.
Yep.
Some possibly hungover from last night.
I didn't see too much partying going on at the hotel yesterday, but not going to throw any individual team under the bus.
Well, I mean, you can certainly get very tired from, singing choir hymns and drinking water, as I saw plenty of.
Yeah, of course. Quick move from Dominus there across the list. Oh, beautiful throw from Executioner.
Trade. Unconventional trade. 4-4.
4-4. Meanwhile, Pale Horse and Kenya starting their second round at the top there.
It's already uncommon for Dominus to even lose a fighter here in a match.
Dominus doing that divide and conquer, trying to get an advantage on one of the grapples so they can switch to those 2-on-1s that have been so successful for them last weekend.
The shelf on that list. Oh, we have another executioner down.
One fighter down.
The shelf around the list has played such a big role in keeping the combat in the combat and not outside of the list field.
Looks like a 2-2 with the Pale Horse getting Kenya's down.
4-2 Dominus, and that's 4-1 Dominus.
There's a 1 versus 1 there in purple and yellow. Pale Horse versus Kenya's. See if Pale Horse can take that Kenya's fighter down and take it to a 3rd round. Wonderful trip and throw from that Kenya's fighter. Kenya's taking the round 2-0. And they'll move on to the quarterfinals. Or semifinals, excuse me.
Coming up next in the red and blue list, we have the Northern Wolves on the red side, War Pigs on the blue. Thanks for getting those thumbs up going. We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Not just for our edification, but because it works in the algorithm.
Gotta appease the machine spirits and such. Next up, we have the Berserkers versus Iron Lions in the purple and yellow list.
Northern Wolves in the burgundy. War Pigs in black and teal.
Both teams fighting hard at this stage of the tournament. Injuries and fatigue definitely take their course over 2 days of fighting.
We'll take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Alba Booher Company, Booher Tech, Vance Fitness and Innovations, Tennessee Booher, Mad Axe, Get Wrecked Designs, Medieval Extreme, and Age of Craft. In addition to that, we have some of the results from yesterday in the women's 5 versus 5 division. First place went to the Dallas Mythics. The silver medal went to Order of the Pegasus, and third place was the Banshee.
Great fighting by all those women yesterday. I know they're trying to get some mass battle for the women set up maybe today as well.
I believe they were having a little bit of challenge in getting folks registered, but if they can get support going, it'd be great to see some 12 versus 12.
It looks like the War Pigs are down a fighter, and the Northern Wolves in Prosperity has left one of their fighters in the back until
good odds.
One fighter down. Now he's able to engage. 4 versus 4. Oh, trip across the field by one of the War Pigs. That mistake will cost them dearly.
It's like 4-2.
Meanwhile, big shots coming in from the Iron Lions in the purple and yellow list.
It's always hard to fight one fighter down. That's the round.
Oh, one Iron Lion's getting thrown hard to the ground. Meanwhile, that other Iron Lion's getting out of the strike, sneaking through and trying to get a strike from the back, unsuccessful.
Another
now
line down, 5-2, 5-3. No, it's 5-2 now.
Nice punch to the helmet there. Still wrapping up. Looks like the Berserkers have the advantage, 5-2. Not sure whether the marshals are stopping the fight there. Oh, set one down, and then it becomes favor to the Berserkers.
And first round to the Berserkers!
Alrighty. Them setting up. Northern Wolves regathering. Perhaps they'll do the, looks like the War Pigs do now have their 5 fighters. It'll be a 5 versus 5 in the blue and red field. Streaming on Facebook, or YouTube, excuse me.
If they were 4 before and 5 now, I would assume they don't have any alternates. Maybe there was an armor issue, something with that 5th fighter. But if War Pigs don't have any alternates, it's going to be a long day.
Both these teams in both the tiers have been fighting injury over the course of 2-3 days of fighting. So you can imagine their exhaustion, their injury, armor failures. All of those take their toll the more days you fight in tournaments like these. So we'll see. Iron Lions trying to take the second round, bring it to a third. Berserkers trying to put them away and move on to the finals.
Getting the action started in the red and blue list.
As well as the purple and yellow. Iron Lions trading shots there.
Lots of movement by the War Pigs.
Iron Lions moving across the list, not able to make advantage.
North Blood drawing first blood, taking one War Pig down.
Berserkers taking down with the Iron Lions. 4 or 5 advantage to Berserkers. Looks like there's possibly another trade there.
And a cross-field trade. Well, it's down to 2-1.
2-1. That's Andrew Barron out there with the War Pigs. A very fast technical fighter.
Trying to work toward the list for a little stability and possible protection. That War Pig, though, has no down fighters to push folks over. Oh, but under the list! It's 1 versus 1. War Pig's bringing it back to even. See what he can do. He's got to stay off the back of the lip of that helmet.
He's trying hard to get him. Crowd going wild here.
That was, by the way, not a downward stab. That was clearly between the fighter's body and the list field.
He is allowed to grab that fighter's weapon. He's just not allowed to grab the blade. I do believe Berserkers won that second round and will move on to the finals. Iron Lions will move on to fight for third.
An attempted sweep.
He's trying to do that, another throw.
Trying to trade hip tosses, but North Blood.
Oh, looks like they're going to have a discussion about that.
Call it.
Maybe it will be a trade. Marshall's conferring.
Let's see.
It may go to a third round. Next up is Bastion versus Kenya's Fire for the semifinals.
I believe I was calling that round wrong. That's the Northern Wolves, not Northern Blood. My apologies.
Oops, our apologies.
Your next
Both from the north. That works out. And I do believe they gave that round to the Wolves.
And the Wolves take that match. Up next would have, in the red and blue, would have been Warlords and North Blood. But the Warlords withdrew due to injury during the 5 versus 5 yesterday. So, well, next would be the Northern Wolves versus San Jacinto Knights. We'll see if the Marshals choose to give them a rest
Perhaps,
and just let it lay, or if they're going to bring up the next fight.
Yeah, that'll be definitely the Marshals' cause. We can see what they choose to do. Next up, we said we have Bastion and Kenya's Fire for the semifinals. Winner of this one will move on to fight for gold. Both these teams look ready to roll. And Bastion out of South Carolina. Kenya's Fire out of Michigan.
Bastion is a relatively newer team on their own, but several of the fighters are more experienced.
Looks like Kenya's USA in the red and blue list against Dominus. They did skip that fight, giving the Northern Wolves a little bit of a break before going into the next fight.
And if I had to pick what I think would be a likelihood of a gold medal match, I think we could be looking at what would eventually be the gold medal match.
Absolutely. Both teams have been fighting great, getting wins. Again, I think it'll be on Dominus to lock down Kenya's fighters and do what they've been doing, just winning the grapples, getting those 2-on-1s, and just being very effective. Kenya really does need to get an early takedown and press that advantage as soon as possible against Dominus.
Fire and Bastion trading in the upper list.
It's like still 3 versus 3. With,
I think we have 2 down. It looks like
see if that Kenya's fighter is able. Kenya's fighter's
I think that's going to be
like a 2.
It looks like 2-0 right now, unless they're ruling.
They'll call that fighter down.
If they're calling that Bastion fighter down, then it would be the first round to Kenya's fire.
Oh, there they go.
First contact. Kenya's
Kenya's
USA taking the Dominus fighter down.
Doing exactly what I told them they needed to do. Here comes another shot.
Oh!
Big shot into that Dominus fighter. Kenya is still trying to press the advantage, but still being very cautious on these Dominus fighters as they are great grapplers.
And I've seen the x-ray of the injury that kind of shot can cause to the scapula.
Kenya is trying to protect that 2-on-1 advantage they've got. And
Another
another
Dominus fighter
down.
That's 5-3. I believe this may be the only time I've seen Dominus at a disadvantage during the fight.
They're definitely doing
This
the fight
weekend.
on them. Definitely putting the work in them, making them work for it. Dominus still not out of this fight, however.
No.
Another trade there. It's 2-4 in favor of Kenya's.
Oh, and that's 3.
That is
4.
4-1
Wow.
to Kenya's.
Great round for Kenya's.
Dominus dropping their first round of the tournament. Kenya's using that speed and advantage again to make that early takedown and was able to capitalize on the 2-on-1 advantage and slowly whittle down Dominus.
We've got some hard poleaxe shots coming from Bastion into Kenya's fire.
Oh, beautiful takedown by Bastion. Another Bastion fighter down.
4-4.
No team quiet with the advantage there. Bastion fighter trying to move in to help with that 2-on-2, now put him in himself in a compromising position. Beautiful throw from Bastion, but looks like that Kenya's fighter brought him down.
I believe it's 2-2. 1-1.
1-1. Let's see if Bastion can take this win and take it to a third round. Meanwhile, Kenya's versus Dominus setting up for their second round. See how much fury Dominus comes out with this who's dropping that last round. Kenya's being a little bit more cautious, but still trying to utilize their speed to get in the backfield, like seen.
Bastion and Kenya's fire trying to work out this round.
Dominus being well aware of the field.
Bastion holding the headlock.
Bastion looks like he could take it. Still 5 up on. Oh, almost got that Dominus fighter down, but looks like advantage to Dominus, 5 versus 4. Meanwhile, Bastion and Kenya's at the top, battling out 1v1 there in the corner. Oh, beautiful takedown, tying it back up.
It looks 3-3.
3-3.
The action stalled somewhat. Nope.
Kenya.
There's some down fighters that are going to be obstructions. Kenya's fire was able to free his head.
On the Bastion side of the list, the crowd is going wild. Those two fighters just going at it. Kenya's fighter almost losing his footing.
Oh, the marshals not ruling him down.
Neither fighter there. Bastion fighter fighting.
Kenya's fighter is on the ropes.
Looks like Kenya's took that round. It will go to a third round. Kenya's fire taking that victory at the top, and they'll move into the finals for the Tier 2 list in the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook. Anna from Facebook loves the Berserkers. Looks like it'll be a Kenya's fire versus the Berserkers for gold and silver. Meanwhile, Bastion will fight the Iron Lions for third.
That'll be a great 2 matches to wrap up that list.
Absolutely. Next up, again, third round for Kenya's and Dominus. Dominus dropping their first round of the tournament. Again,
All right, round 3 for Kenya's USA and Dominus.
watch the speed of Kenya's.
Hard poleaxe shots coming in from Dominus.
see their teams calling out commands for Dominus, them trying to get that 2-on-1 advantages. Nice axe shots coming to those into the legs there from that Dominus fighter. Ooh, Kenya is losing their weapon.
One Kenya's fighter down.
Punishing them for it.
5-4 Dominus.
Dominus got that leg lock, pushing another
5-3 Dominus.
fighter down. There's now a 3-on-5 in favor of Dominus.
Dominus fighter choosing not to take those axe shots, instead work on a 2-on-1 grapple. And that's 5-2, 5-1. Dominus takes the round over Kenya's USA.
Still taking that one. Beautiful fighting by Kenya has definitely made them work for that win.
That was a great round. That may be the deciding factor for the round robin scoring. Now, up next, I'm expecting we will circle back to Northern Wolves and San Jacinto Knights now that they've had a moment to rest.
Perhaps, or they'll just keep moving on. Who's next in case they don't?
If they don't move on, we'll have the Executioners and Ordo Draconus.
Nice. Alrighty. Looks like they're giving the purple and yellow list a break, as those fighters want to be both rested up and give you guys a good show for that final gold versus silver.
Taking a look at the proposed schedule, we started at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. It's been almost an hour, and we are on a fight scheduled for after 11 o'clock.
All right, so we're moving right along. Looks like we'll have these wrapped up before lunch.
Well, my ears are getting a little warm. I'm gonna take this off.
Outstanding already. Yep, now we have the Northern Wolves coming up against the SJK, San Jose Knights. It's a nice crisp morning we have here, about 50 degrees inside the arena. We'd like to thank everybody for tuning in from YouTube and Facebook. Please give us a like, share, subscribe. Anything you can do to help grow the sport is greatly appreciated. If you're just tuning in for the first time, again, we have the purple and yellow list that is streaming on Facebook, and the blue and red list is streaming on YouTube.
The Northern Wolves are taking the red gate in burgundy, and San Jacinto Knights in red and white.
Let me ask you, Sam, do you have an accent to go with that hat?
Not a well-developed one. Not a well-developed one.
You know, I feel like I'm getting a little warm here too. Is there by chance you have a different kind of headgear for me?
I do. I believe I have. I can always recommend Charlie's Barbecue.
Charlie's Barbecue.
The best barbecue at the intersection of Pendleton and 14.
I feel like a good old trucker in this side here. Some long haul driving I could do.
Do you have a southern accent? You can share with us?
I don't know. Maybe. Let's see if I can try. No, we're all coming out here and having a good old time at Carolina Carnage.
The trick with a southern accent is you don't pronounce T's. That big town south of us that has 3 T's in it, they're all silenced. Atlanta. Atlanta.
Yeah.
Excuse me. All right, back to the action here. We have first contact in the near side list from the Wolves.
The Berserkers will be fighting momentarily. They said they're giving those fighters a rest for the finals and semifinals.
Hard pole axe shots to the right hand of the Wolf.
Oh, Knight losing a weapon.
And those hard pole axe shots made him switch his grip, switch his grapple on his opponent. So effective, even though they did not take him down.
Meanwhile, that Northern Wolf at the top of the list trying to get that throw. Big Knight trying to get back to the end of the list so he can get a weapon.
Oh, one Wolf down.
Now,
and one Knight has lost his weapon. He's going to retrieve.
See this big check from the back, trying to head rip him. There's always a dangerous trying to run back to...
Another Wolf down. It's 5-3 in favor of San Jacinto Knights.
Wolf, meanwhile, getting head ripped there at the top of the list. Able to slide out of it.
Looks like one of the Knights needed to switch out for a mace.
like they're gonna just wrap up that last wolf and try to bring him down. Oh, my apologies. Looks
Still
like
5-3.
yeah, 5-3. I didn't see that last fire in the corner there.
Hard poleaxe shot coming into the. Oh! It looked like it may have hit inside of the leg. Marshall's checking something in that far fight, but letting it go.
Meanwhile, as I said, fighters are resting up for those finals coming up next in the purple and yellow list. But we are streaming on YouTube for the red and blue list. Link is in the comments.
There seems to be a San Jacinto fighter who has his belt around his feet.
Uh-oh. I do see that. That could be a hazard, tripping hazard. Maybe the Marshals don't see it either.
They're up 5-2 right now.
Wolves putting up making them work for that swing.
And that's 4-1. Marshall stopping the fight in favor of San Jacinto.
Excellent fighting done there by the Knights. See if the Wolves can regroup and take this through a third round.
Looks like Marshall's coming in to take a look at one of the downed Knights. And that belt has been recovered from that fighter's ankles, thankfully.
Sport taking care of them.
That San Jacinto Knight that was being spoken with by the Marshals, it looks like he was just having some trouble getting up, not injured. No obvious injuries, at least. Getting ready for round 2.
Sport taking care of that fighter, getting him off the field. Again, we'd like to everyone for tuning in and here at Carolina Carnage 2024, finishing up the round robin for Tier 1 in the red and blue list.
Absolutely.
We have the Northern Wolves versus the SJK.
So if you'd like to follow along with the scoring and the upcoming matches, you can check it out at palmettoknights.com/Carolina-Carnage. Scroll down, look for the Saturday bracket, and when you scroll down the list, you'll see the first one that shows is red and blue. You'll see a Sunday list of fights. We're ahead of schedule, folks. That is being live updated, so you'll need to refresh it to see the scores as they come in. There's also a tab at the bottom of that frame for the purple and yellow list. Marshall's calling a standby.
Going into the second round here. Northern Wolves wanting to take it to a third round, trying to get the W here. It looks like in our purple and yellow list, Bastion is lining up to go in against the Iron Lions for a fight for third.
Let's see the Marshals conferring over something.
They do like to talk and discuss, but we definitely appreciate them being here today.
Absolutely.
Volunteering their time and effort, getting these fighters rolling and keeping it moving. And a good shout out to all of our volunteers here at the arena. Not only the Marshals, but support, here, and all the volunteers.
When we just had a video live stream and audio from the arena rather than live scene commentating, that makes me even more thankful for the Marshals because prior to that time, I was down there marshalling.
Yeah, right.
It was fun, but still stressful.
Right. Taking a quick move on to the Knights there. Breaking down into a bunch of 1v1s there. Iron Lions showing up in the purple and yellow list against Bastion. Both teams are from there. I have friends on both teams there.
Hard knees landing on the Knights. A trade, 4-4.
San Jose Knight running across the list there. Not able to make any. One San Jose Knight. Well, looks like they had an armor failure, so they took a knee. Oh, another helmet off. From the Knights.
Suddenly, I can see everything. I need to leave.
It's always got to be a scary feeling.
And where are we at? It looks like 4-2 in favor of the Wolves.
Looks like Iron Lions Bastion lining up for their first round in the purple and yellow list, streaming on Facebook.
Hard axe shots. And that takes the fighter down. That's the Wolves. That's going to push it to 3. Wait. Well, I thought it was. Yes, that's the round. But not the match. Again, we'd like to welcome you back for day 3 of Carolina Carnage 2024, our 7th year of competition at the T-Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina.
All right. Iron Lions and Bastion in the yellow and purple list.
And I believe this is the first round of the bronze medal match, correct?
Indeed it is.
Big kick coming in from a Lion. Bastion pushing him back.
Both teams being very aggressive, really wanted to stand on that point. Flying kick coming in from the Iron Lions. And a trip for 2 Bastion. Iron Lions up 5-3.
A hard fly knee in the back of Bastion.
Iron Lions trying to make quick work of these Bastion fighters. These Bastion fighters still holding their own. Another trade, and it's 3-on-1 in favor of Iron Lions.
Great round. And I very much appreciate the Lions and the Bastion fighters wrapping that round up in time during the break so that we can catch
the second round of the third. No, second round, right?
Third round.
Third round.
It's gonna be third round.
Bastion making some substitutions. Iron Lions looking to pounce on that third medal.
Taking a look at a wide look at the arena today. Just as a reminder, this is the 8th largest event by competitors ever in our modern sport. The ticket sales are in the hundreds at the T-Ed Garrison Rodeo Arena. We have more vendors than ever, more sponsors than ever.
Over 400 competitors signed up for the tournament this weekend.
There was a full day of fighting for the duels and outrance in 3 lists and 4 for the outrance.
The Lions kicking and pushing deep into the Bastion's lines.
1 San Jacinto down. 5-4 Wolves. A trade. 4-3 Wolves.
Iron Lions, Bastion both trying to be very mobile, be very aggressive. Ooh, Iron Lions in the middle of the list there trying to get a throw, unable to do so.
That's a great battle for bronze going on in purple and yellow.
Looks like Bastion was able to take down Iron Lions. 5-4 advantage of Bastion. Watch out for that fighter behind us, not paying attention behind him.
Another San Jacinto down.
Another trade for Bastion Iron Lions.
It's 4-3 in favor of the Wolves on the near list.
Bastion takes the round. They will be going to a third. Both teams really wanting that third.
Another San Jacinto down. 4-2. The Wolves are up. The Wolves lost 1. Their advantage is down to 3-on-2.
That huge Knight trying to push down on the Wolves there. Using his weight to his advantage.
And it looks like his axe was briefly stuck in the shield of the Wolf.
Oh, dang. Wolf's trying hard to get that fighter down. Sometimes when you're fighting a boy that big, it's just better to push him over.
And he's not down. He's not down. He keeps his balance by use of the rail.
All right, Bastion and the Iron Lions both hyping their team up. Going to the third round, fighting for third place.
San Jacinto trying to stay in it. And that's 3-1 in favor of the Wolves.
Beautiful fighting there done by the Wolves. Bringing that back.
Iron Lions making contact on the near side of purple and yellow.
This is the last fight for both these teams. Third place on the line.
Leave everything on the field.
Iron Lion coming up on that Bastion fight. Another Bastion coming right behind him, gets the takedown.
One lion down, Bastion up. Wait, no, there's a Bastion fighter down. It's 4-4.
4-4. Huge shots coming to the back of that Bastion fighter in the bottom of the list. Massive hits. Iron Line keeping the other Bastion fighters away from that fighter, trying to punish him for that 2-on-1.
They've got nothing left to wait for. This is their opportunity to get on the podium today.
This is their last fight of the day. Both fighters giving it all.
A run from the lion, a knee.
Flying knee, unable to really get a good. Oh,
but he was able to
throw,
reap
though.
him away. It's 4-3 and a trade. Are they gonna? How are they gonna rule that?
They'll rule him down there.
Ruling him down.
Looks like
4-2.
2-3 advantage to
2-3.
Iron Lions.
And that's
Bastion goes down. And the
call that
Iron Lions take third place.
what a great bronze medal match.
Both those teams fighting their heart out. Excellent to get this far, doing great things.
And the crowd cheering him on.
Iron Lions taking third place in the Tier 2 tournament. Beautiful fighting done from, they earned it. Meanwhile, in the red and blue, we're trying to decipher who's going to be fighting up next.
So, red and blue, we should have the Executioners and Ordo Draconus.
Ordo Draconus looks like they're about to enter the field now.
I see some Executioners with their helmets on, others without. They may not be aware that they're up now.
Next up in the purple and yellow list, we have the Berserkers going against Kenya's Fire for the gold.
It's possible that Marshall's maybe taking a little bit of a break intentionally right now because Ordo Draconus just sat back down. Oh, they are taking a break intentionally to let the gold medal match happen for all the focus. Again, if you're following along on YouTube, if you want to see the purple and yellow list, you need to be also watching on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page or at Boo Herd International.
Both teams lining up. Both these teams have been fighting great this all weekend. See if Kenya does what their other team does and uses their mobility to their advantage. Berserkers just been strong all around. I imagine a brutal fight coming up between these two. Both of them been very aggressive, very technical fights.
Well, with the brutality that we're expecting, I think we may need some protection up top in the live stream booth. I'll be right back.
I feel suddenly very inadequate of my protection. I never knew an axe head could fly all the way up here. Meanwhile, Kenya's Fire and Berserkers going at it in their first round. Meeting there in the middle, slow to start. Both teams filling each other out. What are you expecting to happen?
I'm ready for anything, Nate.
Oh, good takedowns there.
Yeah,
Looks like
Marshals have there may be a helmet off.
Kenya's Fighter down. Looks like two Berserkers are still up. Oh, Kenya's Fighter losing his helmet. And having
multiple helmets have come off today alone.
Good thing you have yours, I guess.
Yes.
Both teams, Marshall's making sure the field is clear. Advantage to the Berserkers, 5-4.
Back at it.
5-3.
Hard axe shots coming in on the right side of the field. Kenya's Fire shrugging those off.
Looks like Berserker retrieving a weapon. Looks like he dropped one. Getting a two-handed axe. There at the top of the list, you got a 2-on-1. Oh, big push there from the Kenya's Fighter.
The other fighters that have already finished up their competition are cheering these folks on.
Big shots raining down there from the Berserker Fighter there at the top of the list. 1v1 on the right side.
Taking a run.
And a trade. And looks like the round goes to Berserkers, 3-1.
My goodness.
lot of heat coming from that list. Good thing you had your visor down.
And it looks like we may have a fighter. He's just getting a little assistance up.
Marshall's checking the list. Resetting for the gold round in Tier 2 in the purple and yellow list. Kenya's Fire out of Michigan.
And both of these teams competed all day long. Well, not all day long, half a day yesterday to get them into the finals match today.
Yeah, they're definitely all going to have to dig deep for these last final rounds. Gold is on the line.
And we are well ahead of schedule, it seems. Make sure you share this out. If anybody's waiting to try and join later, they could be missing some great action. Not only what's going on currently, but you snooze, you may lose watching the finals.
However, we do have more Carnage coming up later in the day with the 12 versus 12. And I do hear rumors that there potentially could be mass battles higher than the 12 versus 12. We'll have to wait and see. Depends how many fighters are really willing to step back into the list.
Battle mode on.
Berserkers moving quick up into the middle of the list there. Both teams engaged. Kenya's being very aggressive. All fights breaking up into 1v1 grapples.
A leap and a spin. One Kenya's down.
Early advantage. Taking the best course they can with that.
Another Kenya's down.
Kenya's
and
unaware.
Again, a hard hit.
Ooh, right.
But that's the fight.
Wrist.
That's the round. That's the gold medal.
Berserkers take gold. Kenya's for silver. Beautiful fighting.
What a match. The
Awesome
crowd
fight.
and the rest of the fighters here going wild.
Wonderful fighting. Very decisive. Definitely no doubt that they took both those rounds with ease.
But take nothing away from the silver medalist Kenya's Fire.
Not.
That was a great fight on their side too.
Both teams fought hard to get to where they are today, and we can only imagine they're going to get better from here. And it looks like the Facebook chat is going wild. We're looking for Berserkers as well, so
Outstanding.
glad to be able to bring that.
Make sure to cheer your folks on, and we'll try to give you a shout out. Now, those fighters will get some rest. I'm sure most of them are probably competing in the 12 versus 12 later.
I do believe so as well, yes. Meanwhile, it looks like we may be switching back to our purple and blue for upcoming fight between the Executioners and Ordo Draconus. And that's streaming on YouTube, the blue and red list, coming up with the Ordo Draconus and Executioners. Ordo Draconus out of Southern California, and the Executioners out of New Hampshire in the northeast of the United States.
So it seemed maybe the Executioners were aware that the gold medal match would pause their team facing Ordo Draconus, but they're ready to go now, starting to take the list.
I do have a question for you. You're having a rootin' tootin' time here at Carolina Carnage?
Boy, howdy.
For the time being, for the remainder.
Now, both these teams are very familiar with each other. They fought numerous times throughout the years. Ordo Draconus favoring striking and aggressive maneuvers. And we've been seeing a lot of that actually come from the Executioners as well. A lot of movement in and around the list.
Absolutely.
We'll see who's able to take that early advantage, as I've been speaking about before, and see who wins.
Looks like there's a little bit of a Marshall's discussion going on over there at purple and yellow.
Finalizing the results, perhaps.
Lining up on our red and blue. Ordo Draconus.
Again.
And this is the second to last, or next to last, round robin tier 1 list. After this, we'll have the Australian Berserkers versus Northblood. Warlords and Warpigs would be wrapping it out, but Warlords unfortunately had to withdraw from 5 versus 5 competition due to injury.
I do believe one of their fighters did break an arm. in yesterday's fighting. Big shots from that two-handed falchion going into executioner at the bottom of the list. Ordo trying to make a run across, finding himself in the backfield.
But staying up for now. It's interesting.
Trying to get a quick throw on there, but executioner's not able to do it. Trying to bring him down. One Ordo down. Trade at the bottom of the list.
4-3.
Executioners have the advantage unless that Ordo is able to get that throw on that executioner. Not quite.
4-3 executioners for the moment.
Deadly axe shots coming in. Oh, push
A hard hit
back.
from behind.
He
Ordo
almost
evens it
goes
out.
down.
3-3. Is he being ruled down?
It looks like they're ruling him down. I don't believe his knee actually touched.
Oh no! Could it be because of his knee armor?
Perhaps. Like 2-on-1. One Ordo fighter still in the round. And a trade.
Well,
execution taking 1-0. We have now switched on the Facebook feed as well to the red and blue list. So everyone tuning in now is catching the finals rounds of the all versus all, the 5 versus 5 round robin on tier 1. Looks like Ordo's debating that call that they made, saying that they were down. Not that I am biased, but did not look like his knee actually touched the ground on that throw from behind, or that check from behind.
I'm wondering if that was possibly an armor issue. If the captains disagree, it looks like possibly who may be a captain down there is having a discussion with that fighter.
Yep. They may even go back and review it.
Getting ready for round 2.
Round 2, Executioners versus Ordo Draconus. Doing final armor checks on Ordo versus Executioners there. Thank you again for everyone tuning in to the finals of the round robin, tier 1. Give us a shout out where you're watching from and who you're rooting for. Looks like a little tug of war going on there with Ordo down to the bottom.
The falchion and axe tying up and locking.
Ordo fighter moving in to take a position, but their runner picks him up.
One Ordo fighter about halfway over.
Ordo fighter trying to get a shot in the
some
open
friendly
field.
fire.
Breaking down the grappling there.
One Ordo down.
Executioner.
It looks like another.
He looks like he might have an armor issue.
One executioner down. 4-3 executioners.
Oh, good.
Another executioner
Good
down.
hit.
3. Is that 3-3?
They're calling one of the executioner fighters down for armor issue. Another executioner down to the bottom list, and it's a 3-1 in favor of Ordo.
3-1 Ordo.
This will go to a third round. Great fight. Oh. It's still 3-1. No need to sit that fighter down. Said his shoulder was messed up, and that's why.
What a great round. Now, we talk about fighters tiring out from a long weekend of competition. We talk about fighters dealing with the travel aspects and then combat, many of them competing in the duels, outrance, 2 days of melee so far. But there's also attrition on the armor.
Absolutely.
And it's quite a bit easier to maintain armor in between the tournaments than it is in between the days of the tournament.
All it takes is one good solid shot to a shoulder to bust it wide open, pop a rivet, cut a loose leather strap, and you'll find yourself on the ground being sat by a marshal.
And while it can be broken in just one, the dozens and dozens and dozens that these fighters have experienced this weekend
Absolutely.
will each take their toll. Getting ready for round 3. Marshall's checking that last executioner helmet or shoulder.
Ordo Draconus taking a breath, getting ready. It looks like they have mostly two-hander, couple sword and shield at the top of the list. And Executioner's bringing a mix of both. Looks like mostly sword and shield there. One-handed weapon shield.
Marshall's deemed. The fighters are all ready.
Oh, one
Quick
last-minute
a
switch
quick
out.
substitution.
I don't know if they're going to allow that because they already had the gate closed.
And
The Marshals
they
are
had
discussing.
they already inspected that fighter.
Yep. I think they might drop him.
They're inspecting it. Wonder if there'll be a yellow card here.
That very well could be as well, because each of those fighters are inspected by the Marshals, and to have someone try to jump in at the last second there can be very dangerous.
At literally the last second. The Marshal staff was out, ready to be lifted.
It's like they're keeping the fighters as is.
I haven't seen any penalties yet that resulted in one team fighting down
No.
at any point this weekend.
No, the fighting has been very clean, very, very even all weekend. We definitely appreciate that. Ordo trying to bait one of the Executioners out.
We've got Executioners in the backfield. Quick
And
tie
trying
up.
to do a trade there. Ordo down.
No trade. No trade. Although that knee is loose. Marshals. The knee is loose on that right knee of that Executioner.
I think the Marshals have spotted, and maybe another trade there at the top. 3-2 and 4-3 in favor of Executioners. Ordo so close to getting that throw at the top of the list. Good shot coming in there from the leg of that Executioner there. Those two Executioners trying to force that last Ordo fighter down, him not wanting to yield. Finally able to get it.
The Marshals
Now
need
it's
to
a
sit that
2-on-4.
fighter down. That knee is loose. It is not protecting him.
That is a dangerous situation.
But that's the
And
fight.
1-4 in favor of Executioners.
A great fight by the Executioners, taking that round. Up next, we'll have the Australian Berserkers and Northblood. And for the first time today, I will be tagging out for my co-presenter, Vincent, who will be stepping in here in just a moment. See you soon.
I'm going to switch back to my wonderful pirate hat, as some have dubbed it.
It's a good thing I realized we're doing hats today, because I would have worn mine without even realizing it. It's perfect.
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
I never read emails. Read emails. I mean, I get emails, but reading emails, that's way too difficult.
Yeah, we did send a carrier pigeon as well, so I guess I didn't find you.
Yeah, you should send a cooler fighter to hammer it in. But yeah, I mean, been down there watching the fights from close range, and it has been powerful. It's been exciting. It's been vicious. And this fight earlier today has just been a lot of fun. Very exciting. And I never was, and you can kind of just talking to some of the fighters. There's a few people dropping out left and right. After 2 days of fighting, the injuries are starting to compound, and a body can only take so much wear and tear.
The armor and fighters, attrition is real. The longer you have an event for more than 2-3 days, you really start towards the end there. Who's able to keep fighting? Who has the endurance? Who has the strength?
Absolutely.
And, who has the equipment too?
Yeah, and then then when you get to this amount of teams, you're having to fight more often, and get around everybody. So just the amount of physical toll these fighters have been going through this entire weekend. I imagine the sales of Epsom salts and bathwater is just going to be going up.
Yeah. CVS and Walgreens all out of Epsom salt.
There's not a Tylenol left on the shelf.
Meanwhile, you have the Berserkers from Australia lining up against the Northblood from Canada. Both teams traveling super far to get here, extraordinarily far. I think some of the Northblood drove and I think traveled almost 24 hours to get here.
Goodness gracious, yeah.
Meanwhile,
I can imagine a little bit easier when you're on the East Coast coming down, but you get some of the fighters who are all way on the West Coast up in Canada and having to drive in that's you're gonna take off a week for something like that. And we're off.
Berserkers moving in the middle of the list. Northblood a little slow to engage them. Berserkers showing a lot of aggression there.
Yeah, I wonder if they looked at how Northblood was playing yesterday, a little more cautious and laid back, and I wonder if they're trying to actively bring the fight to them to make sure Northblood has to react.
Absolutely.
And one Berserker is down. Pushed down by Northblood.
Oh,
that center
good.
not looking back to the field. Checked.
Good check from the Berserkers there. Another good throw from Berserkers. Looks like he might have lost a weapon, so they sat him down. Oh, he
Lost a gauntlet. Yeah.
Yep, he's down.
And was sat. Actually, that's a big grace for Northblood having another fighter sit down. So now they're even out in 3v3. So the Northblood fighter looking to the Executioners to see how he can help his teammate.
Absolutely. 2-on-2 at the top of the list, 1-on-1 at the bottom.
Yeah, the bottom Executioner, the bottom Berserker looking to try to take the weapon away from the Northblood.
That Northblood applying a lot of his weight onto there. Looks like a Berserker's coming out to help his buddy. Meanwhile, 2-1's developed in the corner of the list there.
Unable to clear the grips. He's not really doing much. He's trying to get a cross check.
Wasn't able to connect. That's the kind of the.
Oh my God! The Berserker not in a good position.
3-2 in favor of Northblood.
Big is just opening that Berserker up for those shots.
Right in the back. A loud thud coming to the back of that Berserker fighter.
Oh, and taking out. Okay, now we actually have a little bit of the ending here. 2 Northblood, 1 Berserker. Let's see if he's gonna be able to pull this off. And the marshals might be sitting one of them. Trying to see what they're deliberating on. I think something might have fallen off. Resuming fights. And a couple big shots to the thigh. That Berserker's going to have to try to get somebody, get that arm free, and maybe try to get that number 9 down. And he's trying, he's almost able to, but unable to clear grips. And that is going to be the end of the round. Northblood taking it with 1 fighter still standing. And we're going to be moving into round 2. A few substitutions from both teams. Yep.
How was the first round?
A lot more aggressive than we've been seeing from actually both teams. Yesterday we're seeing Northblood kind of play a little bit farther back. Really go into it, try to be a little tactical, be responsive, and it looks like the Berserkers, just brought it to him and forcing the plays and making sure Northblood takes the fight. But Northblood responded pretty well and was able to take the rounds. See both teams talking to each other, developing a game plan.
Be interesting to see what the scoring is from the round robin. See if there will need to be any tiebreakers.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out another fight at the end.
And of course, we'll have the 12 versus 12s coming up after the 5 versus 5 tournament. One of the vendors here does 3D rendering of individuals.
Yes, they do.
And while I was on my brief break there, I saw some of our competitors up there in armor having their image taken on a 3D scale to have those models made of them.
Yeah, and I know some of you can bring them back, pay them and everything. And a lot of the fighters, even though they wear similar tabards, there's accents on the Aventail and even just armor styles underneath that actually help distinguish them from their teammates. And when you have something like that, you get a 3D model made, and you get a little mini me. And we're off on round 2.
Or potentially a voodoo doll of your opponents.
No, there you go. A little psychological warfare going on.
They don't call me witch doctor for nothing.
And Berserker losing an axe right at the start.
A hard
actually
shot coming in between the body armor and the leg armor there.
Good block with that buckler.
That
protecting the teammate.
Oh. I've seen some good 2-on-1 takedowns, but that's the best 2-on-1 defense strategy I've seen so far.
Absolutely. That's a perfect example of the teamwork that you really need. You're not seeing it too much, but that is a 2 playing exactly how it needs to play. Defend that 1, help him move those grips forward. trying to get a kick to the heel. Berserker on the left side of the list.
He was able to turn before getting hit from behind himself. Ooh,
Yeah, if
more
you
axe
don't get that
shots.
heel to toe and straight up and get that way on its butt to fall backwards, it's not going to do too much. And a big shot to the thigh from that Axeman of the Northblood.
That one Berserker's still taking a lot of punishment.
Yeah, the Northblood fighter who got cross-checked from the first round, really making sure he's looking at the center of the field to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Oh, a big flying kick. Getting his opponent off balance, but not taking him down. Still 5-5, 10 men standing.
Executioner at the top of the list Berserker at the top of the list in a bad position. Trying to move his way out.
A trade and a trade.
So that's
It's
his
3 and 3.
Oh,
One
goodness.
Aussie down. It's 3 and 2.
Oh, and the numbers are dwindling.
It looks to me like that Northblood is out of the ring.
We're going to see how they call that.
And, well, no, they're calling that Berserker down. And I could have been wrong about which foot I was seeing from which fighter.
It might have been a good chunk of his caboose was sticking out, but if the feet are still in, he is still in. They saw a little bit of hesitation there from that Northblood fighter. Not sure how to help his teammate out to get the opponent down, and that happens. You kind of get to a spot, and you're having to calculate, oh, where's his hand, where's his leg, where's the weight, and you're having to make split decisions. Sometimes you freeze up a little bit, not sure the best way to take your opponent down, while also not making sure you take your own teammate down.
Right.
We saw that happening a lot yesterday. A lot of simos, simultaneous takedowns, and if you're not able to clear grips, or if your teammate comes in and pushes over without clearing the grips from your teammate, you're essentially, yes, you're taking one-on-one down, but I mean, it's better to take the opponent down without your teammate. It's
Absolutely.
maybe just taking that extra split second to see what's going on with the interaction, and then going from there.
And the scoring going to the marshals to see what we get with the result. I expect we'll probably have a brief award ceremony for the purple and yellow list here shortly. See if I can get a scoring update online. And while we're doing that, we really appreciate you being here, joining us on the live stream, commenting, liking, sharing this out. Y'all make it worth it to put on these fancy hats and come out here and keep talking.
Well, at least one fancy hat.
I have.
Yeah, and right now, for those watching, right now is a great time to maybe refill your cereal bowl, grab some more breakfast, get you some brunch.
Snuggle up and get ready for the 12 versus 12. Although it looks like we're about 40 minutes ahead of schedule. Now, some of that would be due to one of the teams dropping.
Yes, the
That
Dallas
saves
Warlords.
sometimes.
Yeah, they sustained a couple of injuries. They were pretty low on the roster, low stats on the roster coming into this, and then a couple injuries of the last 2 days. And it's a point where we could probably do it with 5 men, but then you go, is that safe, right?
Right.
Should we just? I mean, you can. A lot of fighters can still fight injured or hurt, but at what point you go, well, this one might be a wash. Let's look to the next event. Let's look to next year to see what go from there. Get healthy. There's no sense to put yourself in harm's way more than you need to.
Taking a look at the Palmetto Knights webpage for the live scoring, if this is up to date, we may have 6 wins for Dominus and 6 for Kenyan USA. 5 for Executioners, and a tie with 3 for the War Pigs and 3 for the Australian Berserkers. Now, the number of fighters still standing at the end of each round can break a tie. But rather than me create too much speculation, we're going to see how the marshals and the judges calculate this and set up our next fight.
Yeah, you can see the marshals at the end of each round, at the end of each fight, counting who's left open, making sure they're tallying it correctly, and then you'll see the marshal in the ring say, okay, now everyone can stand up, and so they're not missing numbers. No collusion or cheating going on.
Absolutely.
So, Trudy, thanks for asking. The 12s are scheduled to start in about an hour and 23 minutes at 1300 or 1 p.m. Eastern Time in the U.S., but we don't know yet if that is a hard start or if they're going to start after a shorter break. Of course, they're going to need to give some of the 5-on-5 fighters a chance to recuperate and get ready for those 12s. Currently scheduled for about an hour and 20 minutes, but we'll see if that intermission lasts that long. Diana, thanks for cheering from the UK. And the crowd here at the arena a little smaller than yesterday, but not too different from the same time yesterday.
Yeah. And I wonder if more people are going to show up for the 12s going on and say, well, we saw a lot of the 5s yesterday. What's this 12s all about? It's a bit more interesting to say, like, well, okay, well, I have this much activity and violence going on with 5 people. I mean, multiply it by 2 in a little bit, and you got more fun.
And one thing to consider as far as spectators go in this area, in the upstate of South Carolina, there are a large number of churches and folks attending this morning, it being a Sunday in the United States. So church around here generally lets out at noon, and some of our spectators may be waiting for that to end before they come here for the rest of Carnage.
And we might have a much better dressed crowd than yesterday then.
Well, it's always a mix of dapper and drapery.
And you could say, the as fancy as anyone else's suits coming in, they will not be as expensive as the suits as these fighters are wearing.
That's true.
For sure.
Well-tailored silk, wool, polyester is still generally cheaper than well-tailored steel.
Yes, but the protection, I mean.
Agreed. These marshals all look happy and upbeat, some of them getting a snack. Some of our list crew making sure they're ready to go for the 12 versus 12s later on.
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of the fighters using this time. Refuel for the ones who fought this morning, refuel the ones who weren't able to fight this morning but are looking forward to the 12s. Then, they're getting their armor on, making sure they get game plan together with the other team. Some of the teams that are a little lower in numbers are having to, say, oh, wait, or do you have a team for the 12s yet? Do you have the team for the 12s yet? Did you want to fight for the 12s? We're about, 10 people. We need a few more to people to fight in here because there's a lot of fighters who maybe their 5s are done. Their teams won't be fighting for the 12s, but they still want to fight for the 12s, and want to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to fight as much as they want to and are able to.
Absolutely. And we're going to try to give you a recap of some of the winners for the weekend. The spreadsheet for the Outrance fights is kind of all over the place, but we'll get what we can find for you quickly. At the moment, we have the results from Friday night's Outrance fights for men's heavyweight. First place, gold medal went to Daniel Winter. Second to Raul Felix. Third, David Albert. For the women's division in heavyweight, we had first was Celeste and second was Rachel. Women's light heavy division, first place Sanders, second place Madison. Men's light heavy, first place was Alex Doss, second was Ellis, third was Dylan Clifton. Men's light heavyweight, that may just be that's a scoring category, not a results category. From yesterday's women's 5 versus 5 division, first place was the Dallas Mythics, second place Order of the Pegasus, third went to Banshees. For the men's 5 versus 5 silver tier or tier 2, first place was the Berserkers, second Kenya's Fire, and third the Iron Lions. Taking a look at the winners from the duels, women's buckler first place went to Kaylee Houston, second place Christine Napolitano, and third to Elise Ellington. Men's buckler first place gold medal went to Nicholas Homa again,
Second place to Sean Kennicott. Third to Dakota Miller. Women's Shield, first place Katie Bowman. Second place Kaylee Houston. Third, Gina Rodriguez. Men's Shield, first place was taken by Stephen Galligan. Second place by Nicholas Homa. And third, Andrew Ali. Women's Longsword Division, first place was Celeste. Second, Beth Hammer. Third, Katie Bowman. Men's Longsword, first place went to Daniel Winter. Second place to Andrew Ali. And third to Sam Arai. Men's Polearm was won by the world champion Boemil, fighting out of the UK. Second was to Zaylor. Third went to Ethan. And women's polearm division, first place was Celeste. Second place, Spencer. And I believe I promised folks yesterday to find out if that was Ethan Wood or Ethan Watts. I'm going to do that right now.
There you go. I'm gonna see if I can get a time for when we'll be starting back up, and let everyone know, so you can say, oh, I have 10 minutes to do this, or I have 30 minutes. So I'm gonna see if I can get a time frame for when we will be starting the next round of events and medaling and everything, and we'll be right back with you.
At the moment, it looks like Larry is setting out the prizes for today's action so far. If he's setting out those prizes, we may not need a deciding round for the men's 5 versus 5 Tier 1. We're glad to have you with us. Give us a shout out where you're watching from. All over the world so far today, we've had Argentina, Australia, the UK, and locally here in the upstate of South Carolina. Lots of these fighters anxiously awaiting the 12 versus 12 competition to come. Taking a look at the men's polearms. It looks like that is Ethan Watt. Ethan Watt, that was our third place men's polearm winner. It takes such a big crew to make an event like this happen and run so fluidly. We've got support staff that were here on Thursday building the list fields, prepping the arena. We have support staff, wonderful folks, Amaris and Cubby, helping out with the food, refreshments for the staff and the fighters. We've got the Hammered Boar out back, bringing equipment from the armory to help these fighters repair and keep in the action for the competition and for our viewers. We have volunteers for ticket staff, volunteers for medics, for the marshals, folks getting in there to help out and bring this product to you. We've also got a great tech crew up here. I'd like to again thank Derek, Joel, and Greg for wonderful work up here bringing this live stream to you. Lots of folks down on the list field that I don't even know their names because the event is getting so large. Still like to thank them, even if I can't thank them directly. There was some really great competition on Friday in the men's longsword division. Our earlier commentator, Nate the Moose Lord Maxfield, he competed as well. Unfortunately, Vincent and I were not in the duels competition due to injuries of our own, but we're glad to be here with you in the live stream. And we'll take a look at the YouTube comments, see if we have folks cheering. We're working to find out how long the intermission will be, but I'm expecting that that award ceremony very soon. So Chad's asking if we can explain where to find the standings. And the place where you're going to find that, even though the award ceremonies will be coming up, is go to palmeadowknights.com/Carolina-Carnage. From there, you can scroll down to the schedule. We are actually taking a look at Saturday's schedule. It'll be in the Saturday schedule block because the Sunday schedule was combined there. If you want to look at the standings for the teams, at the bottom of the Saturday schedule frame, click Red-Blue Calculator. The Red-Blue Calculator will show you the men's 5 versus 5 rankings, women's 5 versus 5 rankings as well. And Northblood is listed there with 2 wins in today's round robin. We've had some wonderful international competition here. Last year at Carolina Carnage 2023, White Company joined us from the United Kingdom. This year, the Northern Wolves join us from the United Kingdom, as well as the Berserkers from Australia, Northblood and Wendigos from Canada, Northblood fighting in Tier 1, Wendigos fighting in Tier 2 yesterday. Other competitors from around Mexico and South America. And, of course, our U.S. competitors coming from all over the country, from California, the Northeast, the Midwest, the Southeast, and locally here in South Carolina.
So, talk to Larry. For those who don't know, Larry's the organizer of this great event. He's been doing an incredible job. And for an update, so we're going to be doing the medaling ceremony here any minute. And then after that, we'll take about a 30-minute break, short break, and then we'll be moving into the 12v12s.
Outstanding. We look forward to seeing these results soon. Thanks, Vincent, for being a field reporter and going and getting that information. Not only a technical wizard here in the booth, but also the flower of chivalry.
Well, you know, the flower of chivalry brought to you by Fairy Made Parcels, one of the vendors that we have here this weekend. Yeah. So you can find them, I just talked to the vendor, said you can find them on Instagram and other social medias at Fairy Made Parcels.
Speaking of other folks we have in the vendor area, I would like to remind folks of our announcement at the end of the day yesterday. Boo Hurt Short Film is a concept film that is being worked on. They're raising money to make this. It's being filmed in Georgia, just south of here, and they're looking for contributors to help fund this project. It is the thesis project for one of the students there at UGA. In addition to that, they are looking for competitors to be stunt people, as well as extras to fill the stands in the arena where they'll be filming. It'll be a narrated film. You can contact them directly at boohurtshortfilm@gmail.com, as well as their Instagram page, simply boohurtshortfilm.
And it looks like we have some fighters moving into the purple and yellow list. I believe Larry's talking to the captains of the teams, letting them know the schedule of events, what we're going to be doing. Yeah, the short film's a great idea, right? Because one of the things that I would say one of the struggles that we have in the sport is making sure more people know about the sport, right? And so that's one of the biggest things, and that's why we're asking to tell your friends and family, shout out the link to anyone else you can see, and post on your socials and talk about it and tag us and everything, just because it is it's a wonderful sport. It can fall into the niche category of sports, and not a whole lot of people know about it. Even though it's an international sport, it's all around the world. Countries from every continent represented, and a handful of continents even represented here today. And one of the things that I know every fighter wants is more fights, more friends, more opportunities to be a part of the sport. And there's some fighters I know I've seen online where it's like, hey, I'm in this one region, but I don't have a team. I don't have anyone around me. There's no one else I can really get in touch with. And unfortunately, the closest chapter, the closest team is 4 or 5 hours away. And it kind of stinks they don't get the opportunity to be able to fight and be able to be a part of this organization and part of this sport. And so, eyes on the sport, eyes on the activity, and short films like that, fan-made things. It's really helps the sport to grow and helps to provide more events like this and more teams, and it's wonderful.
I think many of the teams across the United States as well as Canada in the early days of the sport here in North America were started by European fighters that had moved to North America and decided to bring their sport here and introduce it to us. Now, the Palmetto Knights was founded by a group of fighters, many of which competed in the first international tournament that included American competitors. And I remember several stories that I was told from that. I wasn't a competitor at the time, but many of them wore chain hauberks underneath their armor to protect themselves because they saw the sport as very brutal, and it is. But after the first round, they were shaking them off, getting them out of the way so that they can lose that hindrance of the weight to continue on with fighting.
Adds about, what, about 20 to 40 pounds right on them? Yeah, and with a lot of these fighters, you know, you'll see different types of armor, some larger, some smaller, some more protective, some less, and it's that toss-up of going, well, if I have lighter armor, if I maybe even go to titanium or whatever else, or maybe it's a little bit smaller, I have more mobility. I can move better. However, less protection. It does, you know, you're feeling those shots a little bit more than anything else, and so it's, you know, so that's one of those trade-offs that they all made, right? They go, well, maybe a little bit more protection for some of these blunt shots. However, 40 more pounds, maybe where I would be getting hit, I just have the ability to just move out of the way this time, right? And so it's those toss-ups that every fighter kind of has to make for themselves.
At those large international tournaments, one of the great benefits of that is making connections, getting to know fighters and organizers from around the world, not just for the interpersonal benefits of that, but for the organizational benefits of having people know who to get in touch with and where to find them, how to communicate with them to grow events like this, starting with Carnage here several years ago and grown into such a huge event now. Can't wait to see how it grows between now and next year.
Absolutely, yeah. And I do know in all those larger international events, a lot of times fighters will put on a cultural night, and you know, each team will kind of bring something, part of their country, or maybe an alcohol, or maybe some food, or maybe some snacks, or some candy, or something, you know, and you kind of share cultures and, you know, share stories, and you know, it's one of the most important aspects of the sports is the camaraderie, and you used to, like, even if you look out now. And while each team has their own table, you'll see tabards of other teams at different tables. Everyone's all moving around. You know, a lot of these fighters, they train together. They fight against each other so often that they build up a relationship. And they say, like, oh, you're a local chapter. Hey, you're in California. I'm in California. That's great. Well, maybe we can start fighting against each other. You know, and they start to, you know, share skills, and then they meet up more often, and you know, the friendship starts to build.
Well, taking a look at the YouTube chat, we have folks watching from Slovakia. Thank you, Lucas. And the flower hat is very popular. Mel is asking for a closer view.
Sure thing, absolutely. So they're wonderfully well made. Again, this is fairy-made parcels. One of the vendors we have here. I mean, it's on a headband here with these nice little tassels going down, and the different designs, different colors, different flowers, and this one specifically has a butterfly. So there's also some horns, and, you know, I'm sure everyone can find one they like, or maybe I can imagine that they would have some that you can make special just for you.
Outstanding. And I like the crescents found on the ribbons, reminiscent of the crescent on the South Carolina flag and on the Palmetto Knights heraldry. Very stylish.
Hey, wait for the award ceremony, boys. Don't be down for nothing. Wait for the award ceremony.
I'm not sure what Larry just said, but the authority in his voice mildly concerns me.
One of the hardest things about this event is corralling all these fighters together and make sure everyone's on the same page.
Forget herding cats, we're herding armored cats.
Armored cats, equally feral.
Absolutely. A lot of great competitors, seeing a wide variety of opponents here this weekend coming together for their awards ceremony. And I'm sure there's still folks that are very anxiously awaiting the 12 versus 12, and sometimes a person is not able to get a spot on a 5 versus 5 team.
Yeah.
And may not be able to merc or mercenary for another team. And they may be waiting for their first fight of the weekend in the 12 versus 12.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And you know, it could be some of the duelists duelists and outrance fighters who come in themselves, pick up a team, you know, that may need some people. On the 5 and 5s, the roster, you have 5 fighters, and then you have up to 3 substitutes, right? So each team can, for the 5 on 5s, can bring 8 fighters. and a couple support staff. And that number increases as you get to the 10s and the 12s and the higher numbers. We have a larger pool to pull from. And so I believe the 12 is a 16, I believe 16 or 18 fighters, or 15 that you're allowed to have on the team for that fight. And so you never want to go in with just 5. You never want to go in with just 12 because you'll see after each round, you see fighters come in, fighters come out, because some of those fighters who are having to fight every single round of the weekend, it is nigh impossible. Only really high-level fighters and ones who are just hell-bent on conditioning are able to really do something like that. And so, even the toughest fighters, they need a couple of rounds to, get some breath and come back in.
And even with conditioning, there's still just the material nature of the human body being able to supply the energy, the oxygen, the nutrients needed for the body to continue fighting through something like this. And thankfully we have great support staff down here making sure the fighters are well fed and taken care of.
Yeah, and I just saw just a second ago the support staff changing out these coolers they see in the middle of the arena here. That the fighters are free to have Gatorade and water and even some pickle juice for those cramping muscles.
Larry having a word with those team captains over there. And not just from the, that looks like the Tier 1 captains.
Yep. You can see there on the top of the list here, in the red and blue list, medals are set up. And I think the winners also get an axe head. For I see about 6 of them set up right now on the left side. Not sure if those are for the teams or specifically for the winners of yesterday's outrance fights and into those categories, or excuse me, the Friday's outrance fights and those categories.
Well, we still have more fighting to go today after the award ceremony. This is a good break for them. But Vincent, this is your first trip to Carnage, is that correct?
This is my first trip to Carnage. I'm about a year and a half into the sport, and last year I was about 3 months in, and my one of the first events was some international qualifiers, and then the one right after that was South Carolina Carnage, and it was on my team, the Dallas Warlords. There are a lot of veteran fighters, and so there are a lot of stories about Carnage and the level of fights that you have, the level of competition. And so being a new fighter and only been in competitive armor a handful of times, it's like I don't know if this is a great idea for me. So at that time I think it was just one tier, and so it was felt like I wasn't just ready just yet. And so I was really looking forward to this year. Unfortunately, injuries and surgeries. So
the first year that you're involved in the sport, it's very common to spend large amounts of money on weapons and armor to get equipped. But then after that, I think people end up spending more on travel.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
Go to the events.
Yeah, just one of the nice thing about the armor is you have one upfront cost, and I guess make sure you don't get hit to have to buy some new ones, or you go take those dents out. But that's the nice thing. Once you got some armor, you got armor. And I know a lot of these clubs. They're good about providing, here's some loaner gear. We have some old stuff you can wear. I know that's the wonderful thing about the Dallas Warlords. They have a nice grouping of helmets and gauntlets and brigs and everything else. And so I was still able to fight without having to see if I want to spend the money to buy a suit of armor, because it's not the cheapest thing, but it is. There are what we were talking about yesterday is that the nice thing about the sport growing is that you have more armors, you have more availability of armor, and heck, some people come in with talent just being able to make their own armor.
And the soft kit side of the sport for practice, the options there, I remember we used to tape pipe insulation to PVC just to have something not metal to hit each other with. And now there are wonderful commercial made products, wonderful commercial made helmets, and other equipment specifically for this sport, tailored to make sure that you can continue to compete and get the feel of fighting in armor at a much, much lower cost, so that the training can continue to happen. The wear and tear doesn't happen on the metal equipment.
Yeah, when we say soft kit, it's I guess the most equivalent picture would be almost looking like a baseball catcher. You have you have pads, some plastic, some foam, and it helps simulate, armor, and when you practice grappling and striking and things, it's much more different when you have the encumbrance of something on your body, whether that's a weapon, a shield, or a breastplate, a helmet, something, and most importantly, it allows you to get more reps, more repetitions, more training, because if some of these teams that are practicing 2 to 4 times a week, and if you're in armor 2 to 4 times a week, your body just can't sustain it. Like you just can't do it.
Well, we've discussed some of the larger competitions, and this being, very, very much in the top 10.
Yeah.
But not all competitions do you have to fly all over the country or drive dozens of hours to get there. Though we've had incredible effort by lots of the teams here to come to Carolina Carnage, there are local events, most likely just a few hours away or closer in your area. One of the largest tournaments as far as spectators happens not far from here in Atlanta. Palmetto Knights hosts the Dragons Cup. We also have smaller demonstration fights organized where we try to have some regional competition come in. That's a great way to test yourself against some of the folks in the area and wet your feet before having to jump in to a large tournament like the World Championships or like Carolina Carnage or the Dragons Cup even. So there are still local events that happen. There was a time when there was maybe 4 tournaments a year and the rest was practice. And now there's probably 4 tournaments a month, not the large ones, but somewhere in the country, 4 a month going on, even if it's just a regional thing.
Yeah, it almost seems like every weekend there's something going on, and I'll look on Facebook is where a lot of the stuff is organized, and I'll go, okay, well, I want to make this one this month or that one this month, or even though there's like 2 or 3 going on, maybe there's one, there's some chapter matches happening over here that where maybe I can get a few people together and join either get a team from from Texas, go over there, or just joining in and say, hey, do y'all need a fighter? Here I am. Let me join in. Let me just get some repetitions in, and it allows for a little bit lower leveling, not necessarily casual, but just there's not so much on the line, right? And so you're able to get practice in armor and find other people, but you go like, yeah, but I'll do this one this month, that one this month, that one this month, and then also get like good practice. Now I can get ready for the competition. I can see like where I'm at, where my deficiencies are, where I'm good at, where I need to like be practicing on throughout that time. And I know in Texas specifically, we have a few teams represented here. Dallas Warlords, who unfortunately had to bow out from the 5s, but we have San Jacinto Knights down in Houston. I know there's some fighters represented from Corpus Christi. I know a new team is being built up right now in Austin, Texas, and so we have these things called chapter matches, where a lot of times we'll a weekend and we'll say, oh, we'll do a weekend in February, and so all the teams that come in, we'll say, all right, well, we have a whole weekend. We'll have a day of training, and then like on Saturday we'll do some training, and on Sunday, all right, you two are fighting, and we're just going boom, 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 fight after fight after fight after fight. It's going to be tough. It's going to be hard. However, here's what you're going to be seeing at a tournament. Here's what's going to be happening. This is what you should expect. Because as you're saying, for some of the new fighters, you're saying, well, I have 4 events, and a big one's a really important one. You don't really know how to train for it. As some of these things, fighters have been fighting for 3 days straight, and sometimes they don't realize, like, oh, I have to spend 10 hours in armor all day.
And then travel and work when they get back home. And it's great that fighters have so much more choice in the options for the number of events they can go to. But it's also great for the spectators. If you're not interested in being a marshal or support staff or fighting in the sport, and you just want to see the great action, there are so many streaming options as well as live options to view this. If you haven't seen it live, it's completely different than watching it online. Watching it online is great.
Oh yeah.
But a live experience is definitely a visceral experience.
That's the exact word I had in my head was visceral, because you might not be able to pick it up so much on the stream here today, but when you hear those hits, the clanging of metal, and you can hear like the thuds of an axe shot into the brigade, and you hear that you can even hear it's much different. You see the sparks, hear the crowd, hear the fighters yelling, the excitement. It's really, really wonderful. And now some people go like, oh, is this kind of like this is like medieval times? This is what I see at the Renaissance Fair? No, it is. This is real. It's impactful. These fighters are giving it their all. Nothing is staged. Nothing is play. This is as
not
real as it can
choreographed.
get. Yeah.
And the resources of Renaissance Fair and medieval times, like the crowd that's interested in those sorts of things,
Absolutely. Yes.
I was
love
at
'em.
I was at Medieval Times enjoying the tournament. It's a spectator show, and that's great. And very enjoyable.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a completely different beast.
Oh, yeah, this is
Even some of the other medieval weapons fighting organizations that I compete with, this is still its own sport, its own feel, its own level of violence. And there's very few places, I can't say nowhere else, but there are very few times in my martial arts training and experience that I have ever felt the singularity of focus that I have in armor in, say, a pro fight, where there's nothing else going on. I don't hear the crowd. I don't see the lights. I just know my opponent and myself, and the interaction of violence we're having in a safe environment with people around me, making sure that if my armor comes off, they know it before I know it, and will keep me safe. And it's the ability to focus on that singularity of presence that keeps drawing me back into this sport and martial arts in general. And on top of that, I would say that this sport is the most martial of the martial arts that I've ever seen. Martial meaning that it pertains to the acts of war as well as the profession of arms, and trained in Eastern martial arts my entire adult life.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful and incredible. And it has its applications on the battlefield. But this is very much a recreation of the battlefields of medieval Europe, of the training at tournament that the medieval knights and men-at-arms and squires would face. And in fact, going back to the history of things like this, tournaments were nearly required to give the knights, to give these fighters an opportunity to practice, to train, and to get that aggression out of their systems while they were expected to uphold the chivalric code. Without tournaments, there was a time when the church tried to prevent it because people were dying in the tournaments. And that didn't work because that type of prohibition was just not going to be successful for the types of fighters that wanted to do this.
And luckily, none of that is happening here. you
Yes,
know?
and that carries on through the centuries here. We still have folks that want that feeling, that need that feeling, and that want to express it through this martial art as well.
Yeah, and it's there's that the Venn diagram of it's like, well, you just want to get out your aggression, you want to get your anger, and some people sure, but talking to a lot of these fighters, there's the nicest of men and women, like there's the nicest of people, and so a lot of it's just like, I like the competition, I like to fight, I like the thing, I like to just hit. It's great. There's no anger, but I like the aggression. I like the martial. I like the physicality, and it's just. The word I keep telling people is it's intoxicating. You get into it once you're in it, once you're there, it's just, it feels prime. It feels like kind of what you're supposed to be doing, and it is like you've said before. It's nothing like it. And when I think about it, it's almost like that scene of fighters where, in a movie where it's just it's a light, sound, action, and then it cuts to just helmet and just breathing, just that. And there's nothing else. There's only here, and there's right there, and there's your breath, and there's flow, there's zone, there's zen, there's only here and now, and everything else just washes away.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And it's interesting too, the martial arts that each of these competitors bring in. Some come from a long martial arts background. Some have competed in other sword fighting organizations.
Yeah.
Some, I know one of the Palmetto Knights fighters has an extensive history in Kung Fu. So Eastern martial arts represented in the training here. Many of the hip tosses and leg sweeps coming from that, from Sambo, from obviously other wrestling techniques. Out there, other weapons fighting systems out there.
We use a lot of judo in ours. Yep.
And some that just come from the physical background of sports that resemble martial activity. Folks that come in from football and go, I can hit them with this. I've been waiting to do this.
Yeah.
And the physicality that comes in and the athleticism from those other sports really aids them out here on the battlefield.
I overheard one of the fighters on the purple and yellow list. I was watching a match, and there's a guy just bouncing back and forth, just cross-check someone right into the rail. He would just turn around, try to cross-check somebody else, turn around, cross-check somebody else, and I hear someone behind me goes, oh, that guy must have been a linebacker back in high school, and it's like, yeah, I mean, probably. Like, you know, it just, hey, here's what I know, here's what I can bring to the sport, here's what I can bring to my fighting, and you go at it. And, you know, there's for other teams that I've trained with and fought against and with, and sharing their knowledge and stuff, and you go, well, yeah, well, we do kind of this style. This is how we incorporate this into, you know, into Taboo Herd, into this. This armored combat, armored fighting. It's like, oh, we do a lot more striking things. We do a little more judo. We do a little bit more of this, and we do a little more of that. We go like, oh, that's a great move. We want to incorporate that as well. How do you do that? Like, show me how that works. Show me how you do that hip toss. Or is that like, that's, well, yeah, we have a big wrestling background. This is how we do our hip toss, and we found that this shoulder drag is really helping us. And we found like this Osoto, this other thing, this down rail. You know, we kind of, you know, with our academy, we take a lot of these moves, and then we go, well, how can we incorporate this? And maybe we change it up a little bit. And how do we prime it for this sport, and this event, and this activity, and then we, you know, there's lots of times where, you know, we go like, hey, we saw this fighter over in France do this thing, and we go like, hey, that was great. How was he doing? Let's watch some video. Let's watch some film. And that was cool. Looks like he puts his hand here, drags it down this way. Let's practice it. Let's incorporate it. How do we use this? Can we? And even within that, some of the fighters go, you know, that move doesn't really work for me. I don't really know if I can fit that in my repertoire. Maybe we go use this, but like maybe I incorporate it this way because I like getting that under hook, or I like getting on that shoulder. Now I can do it. That's a great move. I'm gonna start practicing it. You know.
Well, the other thing that we discuss is the different in choice of weapons. So different in choice of maybe the base martial art that you bring in or the experience you have. We talked about the different weapons between a two-handed falchion or a longer axe or a shorter axe, and the size of axe heads, the shape of the sword, the shape and size and weight of the shield. But I've noticed some changes over the years. There was a period of time where the Eastern armors were really kind of all the rage. And now I'm seeing more of the general 14th century European armors being much more common. And I don't think that's so much fashion as it is functionality. And while armor has been both over the years, it's great to see it out here on the field happening right in front of you, the evolution of arms and armor back and forth within our sport.
Yeah, and you see a lot of, you know, you will see a lot of commonality between armors, and there are some that kind of fit a little bit better than others, specifically for this sport. And you go like, maybe this one works a little bit better, or you know, this, because there's a range of what we can use and a time frame of what we can use. And it's like, well, actually, I think this 14th century, you know, there's soldiers in this. This works a little bit better. I like the protectiveness of this. Well, maybe in the 16th century, well, it makes it a little bit more protective, and I like this one. And this one, actually, with this style and from this country, I like the way that one looks. I want to incorporate that. A little bit more mobility. There's the three separate floating pieces versus an articulated, you know, arm, set of arms. And so you really find out what you like. But what I do really enjoy the most is, while there's a lot of commonality and saying, oh, this helmet's the best, or this helmet's the best, well, maybe, but I like seeing the variety. And that it is not just distinctively, this is the helmet everyone wears. These are the arms that everyone wears. These are the shoulders, right? There is a distinction, and I know a lot of fighters where they go, I mean, myself included, where they go, I didn't know which one I was watching. I didn't know which one you were. And so I think some of the fighters take that and go like, oh, maybe I can make my avatar. I'm the one in this specific kit. Like, well, here's what I like.
The history of heraldry was that specific purpose.
Oh yeah.
To know who your teammates were, to know who individuals were, and the ransom on the medieval battlefield was very important. You wanted to know who was rich so you could ransom him rather than kill him. That's less of a reason here. Ransom typically frowned upon in the judicial system in the United States.
Yeah, we do not condone ransoming people. No good. At least not in this stream, we don't.
Well, looking around the ring, I see folks getting geared up for the 12-on-12. Some folks that haven't fought today that had wrapped up their competition yesterday. I see the Wendigos in gear, getting ready for their competition.
And actually, you can see right behind the Wendigos, you see more of an Eastern style kit, just like we were talking about.
Once all the rage, now just a little less popular than I've seen it in the past.
And I do know there are some armorers who specify, and they do just Eastern kits, and they do just this style, and you know, there are some even vendors here, like Alba Buhert, who just use, well, we do like the Linux style. We'll do the Gamsons and the under, the Quises and the, you know, like here's our army build, here's this, here's the patches, here are some extra types of heraldry you can put on, you know, on your gear to make you more distinct.
And the organizers are calling the fighters to the field for the 5 versus 5 award ceremony. I'm certain that very briefly after that we'll be starting up with the 12 versus 12.
You know, going back to the importance of you know, heraldry and distinction on the battlefield, we've even seen this tournament where a fighter will turn around, maybe hit somebody, grab somebody, and then realize like, oh, that's my teammate. I didn't realize that was you. But it's like clearly, like, oh, I'm in your color. Like we're the same colors, man. It happens all the time. You know, in the confusion of combat, sometimes you just don't even realize. And we've seen a handful of these teams, even wearing similar colors, and when stuff's flashing and happening all the time, and sometimes you can't really make the distinction immediately. And so, you know, it's important, and more important then, and just as important now.
Well, as we're getting ready for this this award ceremony, my head's getting a little warm. I think I'm going to set this hat aside, and I'll be right back.
All righty. Yeah, there's even a difference of fighters here who are geared up, who will be fighting in the 12s, and other fighters who just put their tabards back on and say, you know, I might be done for the weekend, but I fought bravely yesterday and today to be in this award ceremony. Oh, the Iron Lions really pumping up the heraldry with an entire banner. Yeah, that's right, Mel. How can a fighter stand out? Flower crown. But important to note, even though we like distinction and we like you know, the tabards and everything, it still has to be in the confines of historical accuracy. And you can't just you know, paint whatever you want. And, you know, have like, I'll have my armor in big bright pink or anything like that. It has to be really distinctive. Oh, actually, there's the Eastern kit I know that someone has worn for it, and that one's still okay, but not so much works for more like an Italian European style. That one you can't really do it for that. So it still has to have historical accuracy with heraldry and with distinction and with your tabards and with the color of your armor and all of that. So it's not really anything goes, but it has to still be either having actual historical accuracy or within historical context. When all the fighters get in the ring, it really shows how many fighters we've actually had here this weekend.
Well, this is going to show you about what it's going to be like later today.
Oh yeah, that's
after
exactly,
the 12s.
Yeah. And the fun thing about fighting the 12s, and even sometimes they even go up to, you know, 30v30. There's even been some events 100 versus 100, 150 versus 150, and that is the closest thing that anyone in the last, you know, 500, 600, 700 years were actually in a European armored battle war. It is the closest thing to it that any of us will ever get. You know?
Without the tetanus, typhoid, and gangrene.
What?
Maybe still some of the syphilis.
What's an event without a little plague? You know? I mean, come on. But I don't know. Some of these fighters are a bit dirty. You know, you never know what they're carrying. So it looks like everyone's set up for a big picture. I believe these might be the finalists.
This looks like Tier 1. Well,
There's Wendigo. There's the Sentinels,
Bastion's here.
Excuse me, Bastion, Iron Lions, the Berserkers, the other Berserkers. Excuse me, the Barbarians, the Berserkers. All weekend I've been doing Barbarian and Berserkers. I probably will still.
I believe there are 2 Berserker teams, and the Cincinnati Berserkers and Cincinnati Barbarians are dressed similarly as well.
I'm not sure if you can really hear Larry, but if you want to look at the standings and see the results of all of this, you can go to PalmettoKnights.com. Or is it Palmetto Knight or Knights?
PalmettoKnights.com.
Knights.com. And go to Carolina Carnage, and you will see a live update of where the standings are and who they're announcing right now if they're going to go from here.
Third place. The Iron Lions.
Glad to have them back at Carolina Carnage for a second year. For another year, it may be a third year for them.
Hey, we fight, we don't read good.
No one accused you of being literate.
Yeah, we here, we bunk. You know, we bunk, we whack.
The more bonk, the harder the literacy.
Okay, so that's where one of the sponsors here, the Boomer Tech, they are getting an axe head from Boomer Tech.
I'm somewhat concerned. I can't see Larry's right hand. It looks hidden. I wonder what he had. I wonder if he has a shiv.
One of the other sponsors, Taylor Vance, Taylor Jones, one of the fighters out of San Jacinto Knights.
Second place in men's tier 2 was Kenya's Fire.
Kenya is bringing 2 teams to this event. And it's going to be nice seeing them in the 12s and everyone distinctively looking the same.
Kenya has one of the best franchised teams, I guess you'd call it that, throughout the world.
Oh yeah. And they've made a name for themselves. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
It's backed up by, I mean, the performance you've seen here this weekend, if nothing else, but backed up by, you know, they've got the receipts.
I remember meeting the Kenya's Ukrainian team at the International Tournament of Chivalry in Springfield. Great guys. I still wear the anatomical greaves I purchased from Ilias.
There you go.
And tier 1 gold medal goes to the Berserkers.
And the gold medal winners are the Berserkers.
The Cincinnati Berserkers. Not the Australian.
Not the Australian. Yes, excuse me. Yes, not the. I was like the other one. Yeah, not the Australian one. This is Cincinnati, and the ones from tier 2. And they also were able to pick up a fighter or 2 there from Tulsa to help them out this weekend. Good friend of the Warlords, Mr. Zach Golden, right there.
Each fighter receiving their medal.
Well deserved.
Great fighting all around. Even the teams that weren't on the podium were very well represented in the combat.
Absolutely.
Throughout the weekend. And don't forget, we've got more coming to you. The 12 versus 12s after this. And that Berserker fighter showed a thumbs up. That reminds me, if you haven't given a thumbs up to our video, or to our live stream on Facebook or YouTube, please take a moment to do that now as we get ready to announce the Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, like, subscribe, Palmetto Knights.
And
Shout us out, share the link.
I believe we had some folks cycling in and out of the viewership yesterday. Over 100 at any given time, but I think we had over 2,000 individual views.
Oh, yeah.
Was that the MVP?
I believe that was one of the Ashes fighters for yesterday.
Tier 1, third place, bronze medal going to the Executioners.
Each of these medals accenting the wonderful beards we've seen this weekend. Someone is wondering if that is a functional visor. Case in point.
Silver medal, Kenyan USA.
Silver medal for Tier 2, or excuse me, Tier 1, Kenya's USA.
Fully functional.
Fully beautiful.
For the Star Trek fans out there.
For the Star Wars fans, fully operational. I guess it'd be more fully operational.
That's no moon, that's a sun on the Kenya's tabards.
There, that's no moon, that's just a giant man.
I've been trying to listen to how they pronounce it, if it's Kenyaz or Kenyaz, and I still can't tell.
Yeah, I was reading some of the comments yesterday, and I think not everyone was super happy with the pronunciation, but it sounded like Kenyaz. And for gold medal, Dominus.
Well fought. There was only one point that I recall in the entire tournament where they were down fighters against their opponents.
And that was to Kenyaz, I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Wonderful competition here. Here's Bohumil fighting with Dominus.
So Daniel Winters coming in as well from England, from White Company.
All right.
And one of the Algins fighters yesterday, Johnny Porter, along with him.
That is certainly a stacked team of great competitors.
Absolutely.
And we see the Dominus cloak being worn by one of the...
Yeah, that was one of the nice things.
Wait. We have a Tier 1 inspirational fighter. Is it Bowen, Rowan? One of the Australian fighters. One inspirational fighter.
Yeah, each of the one of the things provided for each of the tables to distinguish which table was yours was, what everyone thought at first was just a little flag. It turns out it was a cloak of their team symbol. As our Marshall MVP as well.
I didn't hear that Marshal's name. If you recognize that Marshal, please let us know in the chat.
And a wonderful shout out to the marshals of this event, helping everything run smoothly, adjudicating arguments, decisions.
I can't tell. Is that a...
It's a hand. Yeah, it looks like a spear point
hand?
by the top. It's a hand.
Most improved Marshall.
Yeah, many of these marshals are volunteers, giving up time, giving up their weekend, traveling in to help out to these events. And you, watching, if you like, you can become a marshal.
Best seat in the house.
Absolutely.
I believe he said that the 12 versus 12s were getting ready to begin.
Yeah, looks like they're going to do the final preparations, making sure everyone's geared up, armored up. And we'll have about a 30-minute break. I think they're going to be showing some videos here. And we'll be back with you for the 12v12s.
Join us again soon.
Hey there, cats and kids. Captain Zorik here, and I'm live at the T-It. Hey there, cats and kids. Captain Zorik here, and I'm live at the T-It. Well, tell me your name, where you're from, and what you're doing here.
David Albert from South Florida, well, Orlando now.
And what are you doing here?
I got a heavyweight pro fight. It's actually my debut pro fight.
Oh, really? What's your weight class? What is heavyweight?
Heavyweight is, well, I weigh 225, 227-ish. I think heavyweight tops off at 231. And I'm not exactly sure where it starts, but 95 kilos to 105 kilos, whatever that is. Yeah.
And about how many pro fights have you done so far?
This will be my first official pro fight. And it's against Daniel Winter, a very good fighter if you don't know, from England.
And what's gonna be your key to success here?
Just pace, breathe, and just do the best I can. I'm coming for gold. You know, there's no other way. I got enough experience here to apply here, so I expect to bring a good fight. And
what do you think is your biggest? What do you think is your biggest weakness that your opponent might be able to take advantage of?
I have a habit of keeping my head down, and I had the pleasure of training with Dominus down in Florida this past weekend before this. You know, and I actually got some pointers from them. Basically, you know, what to do with my head. I get my head ripped down a lot. So if I have a weakness, it's that.
Okay, so we'll watch for that. And why pro fights? Why do you want to do pro fights?
I fucking love pro fights, man. I get to use every dynamic and everything that I've done in the past. I've trained a lot. I've done a lot of martial arts. I've really taken it seriously the past year.
What kind of martial arts?
Man, I've done everything. I started with MMA in 2008. From there, I branched off to hand-to-hand combat, a lot of Kali Eskrima. I even went the HEMA route for a few years, traveled and done that. And then from that, Kung Fu Sansu, up until recently, boxing. I did boxing for a couple years, and then COVID hit. I was supposed to have some amateur fights, and now it's just kickboxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and all that stuff. So, and then obviously the blue belt related.
And if there was one of those that you think best applies to what you're going to do here, what will it be? Just one.
Kickboxing.
All right then. Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so why don't you tell me your name, where you're from, and what you're doing here?
I'm Mark. I fight out of Las Vegas. Currently here attending the event fighting with the Order of the Gauntlet and the Rose. Mainly in melees. I'll be at 5v5s and 12v12s tomorrow and Sunday. Right now I'm here watching the pro fights going on. One of my guys he has just had a round, or his match, and he'll have a second one coming up.
Okay, which guy is that?
Dylan Clifton is one of my guys.
He's that guy in green and black right there. Okay. And how did he do in his match?
Well, he lost it, but the biggest weakness was his ability to get back up after he was knocked down. But during the stand-up game, he was doing great.
And what about you? What are you doing here?
I am with him, but I'm team support, so I do a lot of helping kid up, help break down, help build, everything.
What makes you want to do this?
It's a cool sport. It's his hobby. We're dating, and so I take part in his hobbies.
Would you Would you?
Get my own set of armor? Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
It's on the list of things to get.
And would you still love them if this weren't his hobby?
I don't know. The whole knight in shining armor is
Long
like.
pause there.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right.
So let's start with, what is your name, where are you from, and what you doing here?
My name is Raul Felix. I'm fighting out of Bath, Maine with the Portland Reavers, and I'm here doing the pro fights in the heavyweight class, and I'm also the field captain of my team for the melees and silver bracket.
Excellent. So have you fought yet?
I just fought right now.
How'd you do?
I did all right because I fought like a top tier guy from England. You know, still only a couple years in the sport. I lost, but I held my own. I didn't get taken to the ground. I struck him a few times, you know, made him feel it. He locked me up a bit though. He used his experience against me pretty good, but I feel I did pretty well. I'm exhausted now though.
Okay, what's your sports or martial arts background?
My background, I don't really have that much background in martial arts. I mean, I did football in high school, was in the Army, and I've always kind of been in like physical shape. So I don't really have a real big MMA background or anything like that.
Well, why did you want to do armored combat, and why did you want to do pro fights in armored combat?
So I wanted to do armored combat. I just found it on YouTube one day, looking up some medieval documentaries, and I saw it, and I'm like, man, this is something I want to get into. And I just went down the rabbit hole, found a team, and did it. And I did pro fights because, you know, I think that's where I kind of shine and show my individual talent out and show my individual aggression out. So yeah, I like it a lot.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Oh, stupid question now. If you weren't doing this as a hobby, what would you be doing?
Oh man, probably riding more motorcycles or something like that. Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. So let's start with who are you and where are you from and what are you doing here?
Hi, my name is Amanda Hatt. I'm from Nashville. I'm here to do some duels and pro fights. Pretty excited. Today is my first pro fight tournament, so I'm trying to hopefully, you know, keep going. So sorry, I'm really nervous.
That's okay. Why do you want to do pro fights?
Pro fights, I think I want to. It's mainly because of the endurance. I mean, like, if you're doing 2-minute rounds compared to 1-minute rounds in duels.
there was a question in the YouTube live stream chat asking about results from today. So the results from actually yesterday's wrap-up of the women's division, 5 versus 5. First place was the Dallas Mythics. Silver medal went to Order of the Pegasus, and third to the Banshees. Men's 5 versus 5, Tier 2. First place went to the Berserkers, I believe out of Cincinnati, not the Australian Berserkers, but the US Berserkers. Second place went to Kenya's Fire, and third to the Iron Lions. Great competition throughout Tier 2. The Rat Pack represented themselves very well, along with Order of the Gauntlet and Rose, Bastion, the Awesome Possums, Vanguard, and the rest of the wonderful teams fighting over there in the purple and yellow list earlier today and yesterday. In Tier 1, men's 5 versus 5, Dominus took the gold medal. Silver went to Kenya's USA, and third to the Executioners. But the medalists can't represent anything but the points at the end because the competition was wonderful throughout. We had additional awards for Inspirational Fighter in Tier 2 and Tier 1, the MVP Marshal and the Most Improved Marshal as well. We haven't gotten the names on those. We're going to see if we can get those before the end of the broadcast today. And I'd like to welcome back my broadcast partner, Vincent.
Hello, hello, hello. Nice little break. Got a sandwich, got 2 sandwiches, got a little coffee, and I am ready for these 12v12s. I'm excited.
Glad to have you back. And our other partner commentator, Nate, the Moose Lord Maxfield, he's wrapped up his commentating duties for the day. We want to thank him very much for participating with us again this year. We look forward to seeing him next year, hopefully even sooner at more events.
And he was able to do some of the dueling yesterday as well, I believe.
That's right. He fought in longsword. It looks like we've got a combination of international teams taking the field here at the Blue Gate. And an update for you that you may have missed during the break. All of the combat will be happening on the red and blue list. All of the fights for 12 versus 12 will be over here. And it seems that the schedule may have changed somewhat. My first fight on the schedule was Twin City Wyverns versus the Florida Possum Empire.
Well, for the right place, because this is where the real chaos ensues. Think what you've been watching with more than double the amount of fighters on the field at one time.
We'll see if we can get an updated schedule here for you. We don't have graphics for today's 12 teams because things seem to mix up a fair bit.
But we can see it looks like the Aussie Executioners and the Northern Wolves from England, and then the Awesome Possums. Is that right?
Yes, we've got the Possums and I think some of their alternates. I thought we were going to have the Florida men with the Possums to create the Florida Possum Empire. But I'm not seeing the Florida men near the list or in armor yet.
You know, what they might have done is just switch tab and use a different tavern possibly.
That's possible as well.
Just for, distinction and clarity. But that's right there in the one of the Awesome Possums in the top. That's a helmet you don't see too often. It's one of those kettle helms.
That's right. And it looks like the Possums fielding 8 fighters versus 12 from the international team. But we'll see if they decide to leave a few back to even out the numbers for the tournament purposes. After this, on my schedule, I have Ordo, Draconus, and Kenyas versus War Pigs. We'll see if that is still the case. And it looks like Bastion is moving toward the field. I don't know if they'll be taking the list with the Possums. 2 South Carolina teams.
Now, when you watch this event, the 12-on-12s, you will see a very clear distinction of how these are fought versus how what we were watching with the 5v5s. And after once the numbers start dwindling, then it will kind of devolve back into what you may recognize. But what I have seen with lots of 12-on-12s is there will be a little bit of a standoff at first, and maybe even some just inaction, just for a little bit, because it's one of those things like if you give up one person, then you give up way too much, right? So it's going to be a matter of like field position is very important, because then you actually have more swarming in, and then it's a little bit easier with the 5v5 to give up a little field position because you have space to move around. You can quickly transition, maybe take a backfield that they have. You can trade centers, things like that. But when you lose field advantage with this amount of numbers, yes, all the metal just starts clumping together, and it makes it a lot harder to move.
It looks like the Possum Empire has recruited some Vanguard fighters and one of the Company of the Pale Horse, or Order of the Pale Horse. And I'm wondering if the Australian and UK team, if maybe they decided kind of last minute to put a crew together without having expected enough to compete in the 12s beforehand. But either way, this is going to be a great round.
Yeah, earlier we were thinking that might happen. Some of the fighters who may have gotten injured or maybe just too tired, then they're regrouping and reorganizing of some of the teams, and that's okay.
Both teams with 12 now. Marshall's making the final checks, specifically for helmets, to make sure those are attached correctly. Very easy to get blasted from beside or behind in the 12s. You want your helmet to stay on for all the chaos that's about to ensue.
Absolutely. And the Marshals, we've had a few helmets come off this weekend, but the Marshals have been very good about quickly stopping the match, getting that fighter into a safe position outside of the list, and then resuming. There's been no accidents on that front, which has been wonderful.
And we've heard of one possibly broken arm. I don't know how broken, if it was a complete fracture hairline or just an avulsion.
Yeah, we're still getting the rest of the information on that and everything. So.
And one of the fighters I was concerned about yesterday that I saw him walking around. He had a knee issue. That looks like it's not as serious, thankfully, as it could have been.
I can imagine a lot of fighters were icing different parts, last night and getting themselves ready for today. And so, it happens. Some injuries that may seem a little daunting at first, you kind of walk around a little bit and it eases up throughout the day and evening. And we're going to get started with the first match of the 12v12s.
First contact on the near side of the list. Big polearm shots coming in.
Northern Wolves trying to push them back to wrap around, to get them into a corner. And you'll see a lot of isolations of one fighter. You'll see a lot more grouping with fighters here in the 12v12, trying to pick one out. And you have a Berserker right to the back line, trying to get a free easy check, and is able to get one.
So one of the Possum team down. 12-11.
Another couple checks.
Down. Another Possum down. That's going to be 12-9, 12-8. 12-7.
Another Berserker possibly down.
Trying to give you the best count we've got. The Marshals trying to stay up on the action.
It looks like the Northern Wolves have really pushed through that side.
There's a flag.
And a flag into play.
And a flag comes in, stopping the action, a yield from the Possum Empire.
Typically on the 5v5s, if we have an outrageous mismatch of numbers, 4-on-1, 3-on-1, they will stop the match. But with numbers like this, it's much more difficult to see, how many fighters are left. So it's a good use of the support staff for the team throwing in that flag, because even if there's 3 fighters left, 3 fighters versus 10, it's not pleasant.
And I think the risk of injury grows. We got a couple of Possums, one Possum stepping out. I don't know if they have any replacements. Taking a look at his hand. Hopefully just pain and no damage.
So we actually have on the blue side of the list a few Twin City Wyverns coming in.
Okay, so this may be the Twin City Wyvern.
Wyverns. We talked about it yesterday. Wyverns. Wyverns. As soon as I said it, I was like, that didn't sound right. I know the Wyverns typically have a larger team, and so the numbers might have been dwindled from this morning and yesterday, and why they grouped up with the other two teams. It is always kind of fun if we've seen it less in these, but I've seen it before in other 10v10s and 12v12s, where the front line just has a bunch of axes and hopefully trying to snag somebody and yank them back in, and then you just have a swarm like piranhas, and they kind of fall and they fall down. And just have nom 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 nom. Marshall's checking the new fighters that are coming in.
Interesting fact about piranhas. From what I understand, piranhas don't become particularly vicious until the flooded waters drain back and they end up in pools without a lot to prey on as far as their normal diet, and so they end up being very vicious within their small pools because they're hungry. Now, if these fighters are still hungry after the buffet of violence we've had for them, more power to them. Bring them into the ring.
Yeah. I might disagree with you because all the movies I've seen, that is incredibly wrong. From my understanding of piranhas, I will never set foot in the Amazon. Yeah, piranhas just have misconceptions. You know, piranhas are like fish.
Just my understanding, very limited understanding.
Yeah. Hollywood would say differently.
Of physiology. We've got 90 folks viewing currently on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. We've got viewers over on Palmetto Knights Facebook as well as Booherd International. And we're getting ready for round 2.
Let's see if the Northern Wolves push through that line again, but the Austin Boston's not allowing them to do it. And we have more of just to devolve into a chaos. We saw a lot of fighters trying to pick off 2-1 with cross checks.
Big axe shots, body check.
Down.
One of the Vanguards taking down 2, maybe 3 fighters by himself. A hard shot there from Vanguard. But a takedown and a trade.
Oh, big punch in the back corner. That fighter from Pale Horse might be in a little bit of a trouble having to fight off 2 fighters, one from the Northern Wolves and one from the Wyverns.
And it's got to be a challenge for the Marshals trying to tell which team is which with all the different tabards being represented out there. That Pale Horse isn't giving up. This is a much closer battle in the first round, but I think that looks like it's going to be it. Down to just one fighter.
And was actually able to stand up the entire rest of that round.
Great win for the combination of the Twin City Wyverns, the Australian Berserkers, and is that the Northern
Wolves?
Northern Wolves. A valiant effort. Always willing to bring the fight are the Palmetto Knights, Awesome Possums, with the help of Vanguard and Pale Horse. Up next is scheduled for Ordo, Draconus, and Kenyan versus the War Pigs and Friends, it seems. Wait.
The Friend Pigs?
I think possibly the Wyverns team is exiting the far side of the list to make room for, who is that in black and purple? Normally I would think Vanguard, but I don't recall seeing that with the Golden Lions. I don't remember seeing their tabards.
Let's see.
They're standing
near Ordo, but Ordo doesn't have their helmets on right now. I do see the Playgrats. The Playgrats are geared up. We have Pale Horse and Vanguard taking the field. I wonder if maybe Pale Horse and Vanguard sent a few of their alternates in to help out the Possums.
Possibly so.
Possibly so.
Possibly so.
Well,
I was there, right over home plate.
Well played. So, and we also have the Blood Eagles joining them. And
as we get the rest of the fighters here on the list, I know we've been trading hats back and forth and everything, and I want to make sure we shout out some of the vendors who was graciously allowed to help out with this little tiara. This little head ring actually has lights on it. So what we saw earlier from Fairy Made Parcels, this one actually has lights and a little battery pack on the end, and you can flip it on and off. And so, excellent little design. And they were gracious enough to let us use it today.
it looked like it was sparkling there for a moment.
For just a second. Goes with the gleam in your eye when you wear it.
Well, if you're viewing along with us and you recognize the purple and black quarter team with the Gold Lions, please give us a shout out to know which team that is. But it looks like they're teamed up with the Playgrats and possibly...
Tidewater?
Is that Tidewater?
It might be Tidewater.
That's right.
I think it is Tidewater Dogs of War, yeah.
Tidewater fought yesterday morning, and I've seen so many tabards since then.
Yeah.
Thank you for...
And then, later in the afternoon yesterday, I know there's a handful of teams that came in for the afternoon
That's right.
fights.
We've got viewership up to 100 on YouTube. Keep sharing that link out for the 12 versus 12, continuing this tournament today.
You know what we were talking about earlier, this fight might be a tough one for the fighters specifically, because we have purple and black, we have red and black. Now, from our perspective, and from outside viewer, you can see the distinctions. But when there's axes flying, falchion striking, it's a lot harder to tell who is who in our team. And a lot of fighters might just go, hey, are you a Playgrat? Hey, are you part of Tidewater?
I see one fighter, looks like might be a Blood Eagle. The back of his tabard is solid red, and that matches his opponent's.
Yeah.
Somewhat. So we'll see if there's any confusion.
You know, a lot of times fighting with your teammates, you end up starting to recognize their armor. Even though they might be the same armor somebody else in a different team or even on your own team, you really start to recognize them. But this one might be tough. But actually, there is for both of these sides, there is a large difference in all of these helmets.
It looks like one of the marshals is quickly trying to wrap helmets in black tape.
Ah, there we go. That's a good distinction. Let them know who is who. Because that you'll clearly be able to see, from the field of view for all these fighters, the helmet is where you see the most.
With a little more preparation, they could have had flower crowns.
Could have flower crowns. Again, shout out to Fairy Made Parcels. You can find on social medias.
Eagle Eye Comedy agreed. What a time to be alive. It looks like each of those fighters have their coronet of darkness. And now I've got to check to see if there's a black mantle on any of the. No.
And some of the darkened armor here on the blue side of the list might blend in.
Well, let's see how long that tape actually lasts. I wonder if that's electrical tape or co-band. Not real sure, but it's an attempt.
Yeah, the gleam makes it look like electrical tape on some of them. But this is. I love seeing this because almost every single helmet and fighter is fairly, aside from the tabard, but fairly distinctive of every other one. I mean, from this grouping right here, you have about a showing of every single helmet you can have in this sport.
Just about.
I think the that possum fighter was the only kettle helm I recall for the weekend.
We got our boots, some northern ones, some Viking ones, some Easterns, Salets. Love it. And already making contact on the top side of the list. Axes are flying, and we've evolved a lot more to the middle. Oh, nice takedown on the Eastern in the middle of the list there.
No lines for attrition. They're just battling it out. Looks like we have a rat down, a Bastion down.
And it's a lot more important to understand what's been happening in the field because
a hard hit
you
from
never
that
know where
Blood
they're
Eagle.
coming from, just like that. Oh, and Strike's taking down 2 of their own teammates.
Oh no.
Tidewater and Pale of Horse striking each other, and they're both going down.
And
A few fighters left. Oh, a nice kick to the shin. Knocking his feet out, right out from under him.
I'm seeing taped all. Oh, what a hit from behind. I'm seeing the tape already off. Oh, that's your buddy. That's your buddy.
There's a stop fight.
Let's hold to see, make sure the team doesn't finish fighting themselves.
Do you know who your buddy is? Do you know who your enemy is? Do you know who you are?
And the flag is in. Flag is in. 24 men enter, 1 man leave. And I think a good decision.
Sometimes you got to know when to just walk away. Just walk away.
These two teams, at first, this was the first round for, well, we had listed Ordo, Draconus, and Kenyas and the War Pigs. That's clearly not the case.
Yeah, these are a lot of the Tier 2 fighters that we've had the last couple of days. I know on the red side of the list, we have Bastion, some, Order of the Pale Horse, looks like Blood Eagle as well. And on the blue side of the list, Plague Rats, Tidewater Dogs of War. I think a few fighters also represented from a few other teams.
And this could have been a conglomeration teams that were put together last night or this morning to jump into the 12s.
It looks like a few Reavers coming in for the red side as well.
Okay. Good heraldic either. A reapplication of the black tape. Oh yeah, I'm looking at that. That's definitely co-banned.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Well, some of it is definitely co-banned. And if you've ever tried to get co-banned to stick to metal, that's unlikely. But you do the best we can.
You notice we're like that. We're like this. You know, this co-ban everywhere. I mean, everyone's gonna be using it.
New, maybe next year, flower crowns or fancy hats.
I love it. Yes, you do see on some Eastern kits the loop around. I can never remember what those the names are for
Torse and mantle.
Torse and mantle.
So I have seen teams in the past in other versions of medieval fighting use a temporary mantle, basically made really large, a big donut-style oval to throw over the helmet and mantle, just to indicate at the upper body whose team they're on, especially if they're not fighting in matching heraldry. And this is such a, if we can get a view, maybe the camera can pan to the right behind the blue list, we just have a line, a queue of destruction right over there. That's the War Pigs. That's Gauntlet of, or the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose getting ready for their match. Here we go, round 2.
Oh, sparks started flying as they hit that buckler.
Hard axe shots in the center, a good push. Still standing.
a few fighters even stopping the swinging in front of the people right in front of them just to check around the field to make sure they're not in a dangerous position.
One Tidewater down, one Rat down.
And then check with looked like a Rondell fell right off that the fighter who fell down in the middle.
Looks like another Rat or two maybe down. Hard pole shots coming in, and a flying leap.
Can he finish it?
And he can.
Oh, perfect. Let's see if those other fighters are able to utilize the best terrain and push him over.
That Blood Eagle earning his wings.
And we have a stop fight. Looks like the Tape Heads have won.
Team Tape.
Team Tape.
I think that's 2 rounds for Team Tape.
I believe so. Yeah, counting. Yeah, I see 1, 2, possibly 3 fighters without the distinctive tape around their heads still standing. So they are calling it.
What a round. We'll see who we have up next. It looks like I'm seeing some of the Warlords, some of San Jacinto Knights, some Dominus standing together. Might be forming an interesting alliance.
For sure, that's us Texans like to stick together. I mean, remember the Alamo, right?
Of course. And not just the car rental location. So this has been a great day 3 at Carolina Carnage 2024. Again, a record-setting event in our hemisphere. A record-setting event among record-setting events.
Absolutely.
The number of participants is sky high. The spectator numbers are higher than ever. The competition quality is top-notch. The number of fights we've had, I believe yesterday we had over 100 or 150 fights overall.
And within those fights, bonk after hit. Love to see it. There's never enough. I mean, some of these fighters, if they could, they'd go tomorrow, they'd go the next day, and they'd fight as much as they could.
Absolutely.
That's right, M. Jones. Texas forever. Texas then, Texas now, Texas till the day we die. I thought it appropriate with Texas coming in and being from the Warlords myself. Cowboy hat. And
it looks like possibly the Rat Pack fighters out of Idaho may be joining them as well. So this, my suggestion for this Texas alliance here would be the Tar Nation.
What? Intarnation?
Yes, Tar Nation. Intarnation.
Yeah. We'll say just another one of our vendors who was gracious enough to let us promote his wares, J. Mike's Flavor Station. This hat is brought to you by J. Mike's Flavor Station.
Oh, yes.
One of our vendors here this weekend. Be sure to check them out. It's J-Mike's Flavor Station.
And it looks like taking the red gate side, we have a combination of Ordo, Draconus, and Kenya's. And I would expect that's Kenya's USA and Kenya's Fire, most likely.
Well, it looks like the grouping that we had on the blue side might be switched out for...
Here the War Pigs come.
War Pigs.
What in tarnation?
What in tarnation?
And I even switched my hat for that Texas fight.
Oh, we're just getting ready.
We'll get there.
I see one tabard there for the Knights of Wakanda. And on the few more fighters coming in, it's like a couple from the Order of the Gauntlet of Rose, as well as...
I see the New Order.
New Order, that's the one. The black and purple diamonds with green in the back.
one. Oh, it seems that, no. I thought we were going to get team tape going again.
These might be distinctive enough where they won't need it.
Yes, that is, it does look like a fairly even grouping on one side. And as long as you can recognize one side, the second is the default.
Maybe some confusion with the War Pigs and the Ordo Draconus, but hopefully not.
If they're confused out there, certainly the enemy of their enemy would be their friend.
And at the end of this, everyone is a friend. For Boohurt is love.
And it looks like the marshals have gotten their count in, so the teams are going to square up with the ones they're used to normally fighting with.
I wonder if there's going to be a little friendly race to see who can get through their line first. Kenya sporting that large axe, hopefully whacking their way through.
That would be a painful competition, regardless. So having only one list going right now, it kind of shows the benefit of having both lists going as we have all weekend, because when you have to reset in between rounds, there's a lot of downtime when fights can't happen. So another huge thanks to Tidewater Dogs of War and their supporters for making sure that that extra list field gets down here to make this tournament happen at such a high level.
And we are off. Just by the two groupings on the rest of the list, the blue side is starting to group up themselves, possibly giving them an opening in the middle if they want to rush through, but this is what you typically see. Unlike the last match, this is more common for the 12v12. Stand off until there's some ground given, and then they execute on it. Oh, and that War Pig just getting walloped by 3, 4, 5 different axe fighters. And we might have, and he's pulled back with his axe being caught.
We have
into
one.
The corner.
We were discussing ransom earlier, and that may be our first kidnapping from the line.
And Dominus hips out, he's lost balance, and a War Pig down. Another trying to get into the backfield.
There was a trade
from Ordo, getting checked into the list. Oh, a large hit!
Massive shot to that helmet. And that fighter...
And we're going to the backfield.
I thought he was going to be off balance, but it looks like he's just being tugged by his shield.
The Kenya's fighter trying to see an opening where he can go into.
And a hit coming from behind, but he's still up.
The fast fighter right there. That speed is incredibly beneficial.
On the left side of your screen, a War Pig was taking some serious shoulder shots before being taken down from behind. It looks like the War Pigs are struggling here.
Kenya is trying to light up the Knight of Wakanda. Big hit.
Lots of down bodies on the near side.
2 is 2 and a sword.
That's the fight. That's the fight.
Now see, that's interesting.
What a great round.
The thing you see right there, and that last little interaction on the top side of the list, you saw the Kenya's fighter actually reach up and grab that Knight's, since he has a longer handle on his two-handed weapon, his two-handed fashion there, that he's able to grab the bottom of his weapon and actually drag him forward. But that is legal. You cannot grab a blade, not your own blade, nor the blade of your enemy, or the blade of your friend, or your blade of your frenemy, but you are able to grab the handles of all of them.
Vincent, I believe you have an admirer from the crowd in front of you. Young lady with the flower crown, I think, has seen your crown before and is maybe wondering where it is now.
Well, I was able to trade the crown I had earlier for the light-up design that I was using from Fairy Made Parcels, but I will say she sports it much better than I do. I yearn to look so cute.
All right, a continuation. Apparently that fight was... Oh.
But no flag went in, so they were still fighting.
I had a little bit of confusion there between the new Order fighter and Ordo Draconus.
The fighters tripping over themselves.
Kenya's fighter down.
They are still in this match here. 3 War Pigs. 3 and 4. This is a close match. 3 on 3.
Oh!
He lost his weapon, and the Kenya's fighter not allowing him to get back to the list and grab a new one.
3 on 2. And if they can take this fighter down, and
Able to
no,
break
no,
free,
no!
grab a weapon, will he be able to do it?
Continue fighting, continue fighting.
On a 1 on 2. And they're still in this fight. The crowd getting pumped up. You can hear the energy. And he does his anime stance.
Is that Cyrus?
I believe that was one of the fighter from the War Pigs, who also fights with for Knights of Wakanda.
Oh, and he strips.
Oh, unfortunately not able to finish.
What a great fight.
What a wonderful effort.
First round going to the combination of Ordo Draconus and Kenya's. Wow. You can't ignore the ferocity of the 12s.
What is that from one of the comments? What is that tabard team, the black and gold with stripes? If you're talking about the marshals, they are the referees. Or if you're talking about the fighter you saw there in the middle who is standing, that is a tabard from a kind of grouping that fights every so often from the Knights of Wakanda.
There has been a request to combine the flower crown and the hat.
Flower crown and cowboy crown. Let's see. Might be able to fit. And I think we have liftoff.
And the blue sparkles highlight the blue stars, the blue and stars on the top.
For the stars and stripes.
Forever.
And coming from Texas, stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
And let's see. I thought I heard a large piece of tape being ripped open, but maybe that was just anticipation for the next round. Because like you said, these tabards are distinctive enough.
But there's no mistaking the Kenya's tabards. They are distinct.
After 3 days of fighting, very distinct.
I mean, you look at one of those shoulders, you go, what in Star Nation? Jones, not the marshal. There is the, if you might be talking about the blue and gold, is the only other gold one I think I see, and that's the Bastion, I believe, coming out of New York City. Going to the next round.
Round 2. Action getting started off by one of our senior marshals. That dangerous donut there in the center of the field. Oh, a hard axe shot.
Now you can just hear these clangs of axes hitting.
One Ordo fighter in the backfield. Not able to capitalize yet, but has disrupted the line. One War Pig going back for another weapon.
And of course an axe. The War Pig's known for their axes. Oh, and a swing so hard he knocks himself over.
Looks like a couple of Gauntlet and Rose fighters down. One Ordo down. Another.
Oh, big check!
Huge hit from behind.
From that fast fighter. I believe that is Andrew McCabe fighting for Kenya's.
Oh!
Not sure if that hit the list or that was just meat in the arm.
And you can see that War Pig fighter in the Sugarloaf. He was throwing his body on top of his partner to try and protect the kidney there.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like we still have a good fight going on down here in the left corner, and that's the round.
And
Ordo,
taking it in two.
Ordo, Draconus, and Kenyan. Up next on my schedule is the Twin City Wyverns and Dominus Warlords, but clearly Dominus and Warlords have brought on some of the San Jacinto Knights as well, I believe.
Yeah, with all the fighters standing on the outside of both lists, it's hard to tell who's going to be coming in or not. So it looks like on the red side, possibly Plague Rats.
Looks like a broken weapon. Some pieces may have been left on the field.
Is that the 10th axe? Unless there were some this morning that I didn't see. That might be the 10th or 11th axe that has been broken this tournament.
That would have to be almost a dozen.
Absolutely. And we have resuming. Looks like Adam Harrington there with 2 axes in his hands, dual wielding. Typically, you have to take a perk to be able to dual wield, or possibly move some talents into that field. But looks like you have the conjoining of the Dallas Warlords, the San Jacinto Knights, and Dominus.
Yes.
Looks like from Dominus that might be you can see Johnny Porter, Joseph Brandt.
And we have a combination of, apparently they're switching sides. We've got Berserkers.
The Northern Wolves and the Twin City Wyverns. Well, you know, puns are a way of life.
Oh, the one above it.
And with puns, you never want to be late. You want to make sure you're very punctual.
This morning before the broadcast, I was trying to create some joviality, some laughter up here in the booth, and I was telling Vincent pun after pun after pun, trying to make him laugh, but after almost a dozen, no pun intended.
And any silence you may hear in this broadcast is both of us thinking of more puns to do.
Well,
whistling your way. I was thinking like, where can I go with the next one?
And there's often some confusion between dad jokes and puns. Puns have their own category.
Yeah.
But do you know when a regular joke becomes a dad joke?
I know it's in there. I know it's in there. But where?
Once it's apparent.
Once it is apparent. Now, when you look onto the list, you will see physical damage after physical damage after physical damage, and we provide not only commentary, but psychological damage as well.
Emotional damage.
And we are starting off on the red list.
Let's
San
get back
Jacinto
to
Dominus
the
and
real hits out
Dallas
here.
Warlords.
San Jacinto taking the center of the field, followed by Dominus.
And they're just pushing the Wyverns, the Executioners, and the Northern Wolves into the corner, and one thrown down.
One Aussie being shocked. Oh, and he's down.
One execution in the backfield, separating a couple of the fighters.
Oh, a hard hit.
Cross checks, some of them not capitalized.
And most of the action happened in the lower right corner of the field. Oh, a hard hit on a Warlord, but he stays standing. Oh, a trip.
Charlie Brumfo on the Dallas Warlords with the longest axe in the Sugarloaf that he's ever had in his life.
Always a frustration when you trip over the sand or your own feet out there. Not a way you want to end the fight.
Sure isn't.
Oh, we have a flag. There is a flag in. A flag in from the Wyvern side.
I mean, with how much work this ground is doing, especially in this match in particular, the Wyverns Executioners and Northern Wolves won't be sure if that's the sand taking them down or the sand is just into Knights.
Very good. My only concern for safety really at this point is I would hate to see one hard rush at another team. 24 fighters bashing into that gate side rail.
Oh yeah,
that would spill it out into the arena.
Now yeah, the rail has been taking a lot of damage this tournament, and I was remarking this morning on the web here that it's been impressive because other tournaments, other events, you'll see just constant work on the list. You'll see people with drills, even just putting on new pieces of plywood, new 2x4s for breaking, snapping off, and everything. But this list has been standing and been doing really well. I think I've only seen some maintenance just only a couple of times.
I think some of that might have been just driving the rebar in a little further.
Yeah. Probably the weakest point, which is the gate there. I know they're having to fix a panel on it, but I mean, other than that, aside from a few axe shots, it's chipping chunks out everywhere.
And this list was engineered and built by Trey on the Palmetto Knights. Also stored and transported here, thank goodness. One of our organizers here doing an incredible job.
It was very très bien. Oh, a shout out from Team Centinelas, Tandil City, Argentina. Love to have you. Thanks for joining us. I believe you were here yesterday. Or that Sudan team was represented yesterday, so welcome back.
And it looks like you're calling an appearance at 2026 Carolina Carnage. Registration hasn't quite opened yet, but
it's good to see some teams actually looking forward to being here in the future.
Absolutely.
Now, this is a team up that you don't always want to see. Florida and Texas. Now, that's a force to be reckoned with. And we're off. And the biggest boy in the world, Mr. Zach Golden, strong as an ox, rushing forward.
Taking the first fighter down. That fighter smartly stepping out, or rolling out of the list field.
A few fighters in the center trying to figure out where they can be most effective. And a big cross check.
Hard hit from the side.
There's Johnny Porter unable to finish it off. And so much running back and forth. One fighter sat by the marshal. Another hard trip. Head straight into the ground.
Huge axe shots coming from San Jacinto in the lower left.
And two of the Warlords taking the Northern Wolf down.
That looks like it's going to be.
And left and right by Adam Harrington. Chop, 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 chop.
And a kick. And he, a late shot, but clearly not intentional.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts when you're trying to stop the fight, is if you're mid-swing, you don't hear it. It's sometimes very difficult to know where the fight is stopped or not. And you can't just stop, when you're not sure if it is or not. You got to keep going because you got to protect yourself as well. And so some of the shots where it may seem like it was after the fact and maybe even a little bit, no fault to the fighters, is just they just weren't aware just yet. But luckily we haven't seen anything, any post-stoppage striking, any malicious.
Right. And
is Cameron Savell, have the Colorado Wardens fought yet? That's my home team, and I wish I was there. Well, we wish you were here as well, and we're glad that you're joining us from afar. But unfortunately, the Colorado Wardens didn't field a team this year.
Some of the Wardens, I believe, were fighting with Bastion.
Yes, absolutely. Some of the Wardens were with some other teams this year. So the great state of Colorado was represented here today in the speakers.
And it looks like the earlier grouping of Tidewater Dogs of War and the Plague Rats, and that's not the Blood Eagles.
Might be the Reavers, I believe.
The Reavers, okay.
And one of those Reavers getting a little sassy with showing all that shoulder, pulling the tabard down just a little bit over the shoulder, maybe a little bit distracting to the opposite team. And up into the list, we have a grouping of the Executioners and Canada with the Northblood and the Wendigos. Northblood and Wendigos coming out of Canada.
Always glad to see our international teams here. The list, pardon the pun, this one is unintentional. The list is growing.
I always love having the Canadian teams come down. And pun intended, absolutely. I suppose it's more of a play on words than anything else.
Have you ever cooked Canadian bacon?
I'm from Texas. Our bacon and meat. I will never touch Canadian bacon. But no, I haven't. But actually, I do love Canadian bacon.
So
in Canada.
you're familiar with Canadian bacon.
Absolutely.
Of course, there are several different types. But do you know how you keep Canadian bacon from curling in the pan? You take away their little brooms.
I love it. I hate it. As far as I'm concerned, the only difference between bacon and Canadian bacon is country lines. Some of the Portland Reavers getting amped up, getting psyched up.
I see more shields coming from the blue side.
I know for a lot of these fighters, for the 12 on 12s, they're here. They're just wanting to have fun. They just want to get in these mass battles and just have a good time.
And it's interesting, the Rats, Reavers, and Vanguard have put the poleaxes on the second line.
And both lines immediately dissolving into a couple of groupings. Some open field fightings and immediate dropping of a weapon. Was able to grab a sidearm.
Oh, some hard shots there.
Oh,
it looks
big
like
shot to the back of the shoulder.
It looks like we have one of the Reavers maybe trying to that may have exited under the list.
Yeah, I was just wondering. That fighter went down. That was a hard hit to the back and to the shoulder. And I hope he's doing okay. They're stopping the fight.
And I see a loose plate on the ground. Apparently a flag was thrown in. I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I saw that fighter in purple there from the Tidewater hit the big hit and kind of roll off the list there, and so making sure there wasn't anything like that. Like he's getting checked on, he's doing okay. And some trades. Looks like we've got the next round of Executioners, Wendigos, and still one more Northblood and Executioner that was in there the last round.
While we have just a moment before the next round starts as the marshals get their count, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, please make sure to hit that thumbs up button and get those numbers up so we can get it streamed out to more people, suggest it out to more folks. Send it to your friends. And here's a little idea for you. You can even send it to your friends that may be fighting. The fact that you share it with them, from what I understand, is helpful. If they click it, it's even better. But the fact that you share it is good. If you have two phones, make sure the right hand knows what the left one's doing, if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And if nothing else, when they're done fighting, they can look at their phone and say, so-and-so was watching me. That's what that spirit felt like. That was the rally I had.
Absolutely. we are for round 2. It looks like Canada against mostly East Coast, U.S.
See on the near side of the list, Canada trying to push forward and able to really, really move the line back. But a good effort, nonetheless. Canadian fighter into very distinctively green. Uh-oh, trying to grab one, actually able to do so, but able to get another one.
And
Going down.
A swing and a miss, but he's still in the backfield.
Oh, great. Tidewater Dog of War trying to stand back up, then got tripped over. Oh, great effort.
White flag.
White flag. Oh, sometimes it's stressful. Like, you can see up here that the fight just stopped, and you still see a few people still hitting because they couldn't hear yet. Oh, it's stressful.
What a great round. I'm not even sure which team to call that. Maybe just Canada. Well, I'm just going to set my score sheet aside and focus on the action here.
Maybe like Canadian executions.
Buttress? I'm sure they didn't say buttress.
Buttress. Well, there was some buttressing going on this weekend.
No, fair. So, we had some really cool sponsors here. Well, we have great sponsors. In fact, let me take a moment to thank them.
Absolutely.
What I was trying to say was that we had some really great vendors here. A combination of folks selling leather goods, decorative stuff, those 3D printed models, swords and other weapons, foam weapons. There was even a small foam fighting area roped off for folks that wanted to try out some stuff. But a big thank you again to all our sponsors. Alba, Booherd Company, Booherd Tech, Vance Fitness and Innovations, who, as part of the prizes, I believe, was giving away a bunch of workout equipment.
It was, and Taylor Vance from the company was fighting this weekend for San Jacinto.
Wonderful. Also, Tennessee Booherd, Mad Axe, Get Wrecked Designs, Medieval Extreme, and Age of Craft. I wore my Get Wrecked Designs Carnage 2024 T-shirt to the little shindig last night at the conference center, and I noticed when I took it off, not at the conference center, later.
Well, who knows? Who knows what happens at the conference center stays at the conference center?
Booherd is love.
Booherd is love.
That the design is just, it's layered within itself. It's beautiful. If you haven't gotten a shirt yet, you might have to steal one because I think they're sold out. But it is just such a great
problem to
design.
have.
And the shirt, and I'm not just saying this to schmooze the sponsors. I genuinely mean everything I'm saying right now. That shirt was comfortable. It had a high neck, but not too high. The seams were down. The printing looks great. It looks like really good quality.
Get Wrecked Design. Check them out.
It looks like we have the Florida Possum Empire with some Florida men this time, taking the red gate against the War Pigs, who are accompanied by San Jacinto, one of the Knights of Wakanda, and Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. So a few years ago, war was the theme of the names: War Pigs, Warlords, Warlocks.
But when I hear that, I go, war. What is it good for? Was that what you were going for? Did I steal from? I really hope I didn't steal from you. If that's what you were going for.
If a worthy theft, if it was, but no.
But continue.
I was thinking that this year's theme is the orders. Orders have been
yes,
represented.
so many orders.
Now, a hard shot to the back. Thankfully, it didn't strike the back of the neck.
Yeah, hopefully not an illegal strike. And an interesting tactic there. A forward strike, and then see the
a hit
fighter
from behind on the Florida man. It looks like the War Pigs. It's everybody against one. Still standing.
He can do it. If I believe in anybody, I believe in you, Mr. Possum. So a couple years ago, the theme was war.
And then this year, it seems we have plenty of Order themed teams, but there were also 2 Berserkers and Barbarians. Now, for the Barbarians, there were the men's Barbarian teams and the women's division teams. So that is certainly not too much crossover, but the Bs were alliterative together. I wonder what the theme will be next year.
Take a guess in the comments. What do you think the theme will be next year? What do you want the theme to be next year? Yeah, I mean, from the teams this year, we've got, Order Draconus, Order of the Gauntlets and Rose,
Order Rebellious. Order, you already said Order Draconus. The New Order.
The New Order. Actually, yes, M. Jones, I can drop the link if you want for the shop. Yes, please, drop a link. And, going back to the sponsors, this whole event wouldn't happen without them. And if you like to get involved, or if you have a company as well that would like to sponsor, please reach out to Palmetto Knights.
The fastest way for that would probably be the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. Planning for Carnage 2025, theoretical planning has already begun, I'm sure. An after-action report and meeting will follow, and we'll need to get sponsors on the list early. Great contact here in the near side of the red and blue list. A hard push in the center, both fighters still standing. Oh, hard back shots to the Possum, and he goes down.
That poor Possum.
Oh, a massive 3 down. It looked like the Florida Possum Empire took the worst of that.
Good communication with some of these teams, showing where the teammates work, people are running through, calling out checks and crosses. Look at the War Pigs. Using their snouts to hunt down more fighters. And we have some fight. Oh!
And it looks like that same Possum fighter in the white and black mantle. I wonder if that's typically a Possum fighter or just wearing a Possum tabard, maybe joining the team for the day. Okay. They're ruling him up. I still think that they're calling it on numbers.
Doing a quick count. Yeah, it looks like they're... It's hard to tell from this angle who is, with all the black tabards, who is who.
Fighters up.
Or whom is a who. And they're sending the fighters up. Looks like War Pigs with the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose, and a fighter from San Jacinto will take the win.
We've had a request for the winners of the 5 versus 5. We're going to give you a recap for the 5 versus 5 winners right now. Yesterday's 5 versus 5 women's division tournament, the gold medal winners were the Dallas Mythics. Second place with silver was the Order of the Pegasus. Third was the Banshees. The men's fighting was divided into 2 tiers of teams, with fighting yesterday and then again today. The tier 2 teams, first place was the Berserkers from the United States. Second place was Kenya's Fire. Third was the Iron Lions. In tier 1, 5 versus 5, first place went to Dominus, a well-earned victory.
Absolutely.
Kenya's USA took silver, also well-earned, and the Executioners were bronze.
Now this is going to be a very good fight. We have, on the right side of the list, Dominus, San Jacinto, a fighter from Florida Man, along with the Dallas Warlords, my home team. Along the other side, the blue side of the list, we have Kenya's USA and Order Draconus.
And we have members from the top 2 men's 5 versus 5 teams opposite side of the field right now. Looks like the Florida men may have separated into a few different teams, dispersed. And as I said yesterday, just like every town has an Elm Street, every state has a Florida man.
Whether that be good or bad, no judgment to it. Brandy Johnson, I want a Florida Possum Empire shirt. Now I want a Florida Possum Empire shirt.
Who wouldn't?
That's right, M. Jones. Find a local team and check them out. As we said throughout the weekend, there's an excellent resource you can find online called Night Finder. It's obviously K-N-I-G-H-T, a Night Finder. And it shows all across the U.S. and even across the world, internationally, where you can find a local chapter and how to get in contact with those organizations. So if you like what you see, you want to grab an axe and smash somebody with it, check them out. Join us. We like more people to fight with, and we're starting off with round one. Top side of the list, rushing in, hopefully to gain some ground, grab a fighter, pulling him back, and grabbing his arm, unable to defend himself. The Kenyan fighter taking a couple of shots. We have some Dominus fighters pushing through on the near list side of the list, trying to open him up. One fighter losing an axe. They're replacing it with a pole arm.
A poleaxe fighter looking to swing. Almost had a face mask there.
Oh, one Ordo fighter taking a big shot to the top of his back and having to take a knee.
Oh.
An axe string by a Kenyan fighter, losing it as soon as he strikes, having to pull a sidearm.
Oh!
Oh, and two fighters trying to come and help their teammate out, unfortunately knocking them both down.
That polearm fighter was winding up, but taken down by a check from the side.
The top corner, Ordo fighter, hoping to catch a Dominus fighter out of vision, grabbing the back of his head, but excellent teamwork by Dominus, getting his teammate's head free, and then finish off with a Soto.
Now, will they? It looks like
another Dominus fighter being tripped up.
The numbers are still matched evenly enough.
Oh, and out of nowhere, check to be responded by another check.
And that's maybe
check.
It's hard to tell. Maybe 4-on-2, possibly. I'm not sure.
It looks like 4-on-2.
I believe, yeah, San Jacinto is fighting with the Warlords and Dominus. 4-on-3.
Top rail. Look like a good setup there. Pushing him in. Oh, 4-on-3, absolutely, yes.
And they're pushing him back over that down fighter, over that down Dominus fighter. We'll see if that's...
The roller fighter in a big scuffle.
3 big shots to the hip.
Oh, and Charlie Brumfield with the big sugarloaf. Not see the backfield. Excellent teamwork. Saving his teammate. Good job, BJ. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
That's 3-1, the lowest number I think we've seen. What a great round. What a incredible battle.
That's what you want to see from high-level teams like this.
So if you're looking for Night Finder, you're going to find it at armoredcombatsports.com/night-finder. I'm going to see if I can get someone to drop a link in the chat for us.
Masuda Siren, if I wanted to learn more about the sport and attend local events, how will I even begin? I'd like to learn how to fight without hurting myself. And that's the nice thing about this. So we understand you look at this and it might be daunting for the violence, right? And so Night Finder, as we've been talking about at armoredsports.com, it's a great way to find local chapters and come in. Not every practice, not everything you do in this sport is going to be geared up like this in full armor and full contact.
Absolutely.
We have what we call soft kit during practices, which is it's a simulation. It's kind of akin to looking like a baseball catcher, and you fight with that. So you're able to get the repetitions of in simulation of a armored fight, and within that you kind of get a good test. And many teams, I know for a fact, are happy to put fighters in new fighters in armor, have them check it out, and really ease them into anything like this. What you're seeing here, especially this fight right now, is very high level. It's some of the best teams in the U.S. together. This is very high level. This is not indicative of everything you will be doing in the sport. Now, it does happen, but yeah, so there's a good ease into the sport and being able to find your local chapter and reaching out to them.
Well said. Looks like they're making sure a shield is attached for one of the fighters.
Kimberly Harkness, where is this taking place? We are in Pendleton, South Carolina.
It is in the upstate of South Carolina, near Clemson University, in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Mini fighters from all around the U.S. and around the world coming in today.
We're about 45 minutes from Possum Kingdom, South Carolina. In case you know that landmark, both of you.
And we're starting off for round 2.
First contact by Kenya's on the near list.
I see that Florida man give him a little shake and bake. Gonna pop, 1, 2.
Warlords in the backfield. Ordo in the backfield.
Not a place where you want either of those teams.
Correction, that is Ordo's backfield. Rat Pack fighters have swapped in for this as well.
A hard check through beneath the list. A Florida man having to go back and retrieve a falchion. This fight much more cautious than the last one. Oh, Brennan's taking a big shot to the shoulder, then to the leg. Someone's got to look at it to help his teammate out.
And it looks like they cut his
They
tabard.
cut his tabard. I believe that was a new tabard. Not going to be happy about that. Kenya's and Ordo being really good, zoning the rest of the teams out. And Dominus fighter Johnny Porter trying to help Brennan out.
Dominus jumping up top, followed by Kenya's right on his back.
And that confusion allowing the rest of it to go through, that zone being broken.
And
an excellent head drip by the Ordo Draconus and the near side list.
And a Rat Pack fighter facing Kenya's. Those two fighters have not seen each other this weekend because Rat Pack was in Tier 2 and Kenya's was Tier 1. Well, Kenya's USA was Tier 1. Oh, a hard yank on the helmet, but it stays on. Little friendly fire between Dominus and Rat Pack. Oh, another friendly fire. He's having to...
He puts his elbow in and puts his buckler right over his shoulder to stop that from happening again. Hopefully that fighter's okay. He just went down. The Kenya's fighter I know took a couple big shots.
And then a kick to the head.
Hopefully he's doing all right.
And he may just be trying to push himself up. There's a lot in the way. He's getting his helmet off. That's okay. It looks like he's doing it under his own power. You got a medic there attending to him.
A lot of times when you get beat like that and you get hit, it's a matter of I just need to get some stuff off, get the helmet off.
Yeah.
It's a hard place to be inside that helmet. So you're able to get off, kind of recollect yourself, assess your body. Am I hurt? Is this just a flesh wound, or is this something worse? You kind of, see what's going on with yourself, take inventory, get the helmet off, recollect, and usually, hopefully, what happens with this fighter, you end up being okay. Just kind of, am I hurt? I'm not sure. Did that hit actually do something bad? I'm not sure. Let's figure it out. And getting checked on by the medics there.
Well, we've got a reset between matches, not just rounds here. So that'll get them some time as the new teams start to make their way in.
What is the closest international airport to the place? I think international might be Atlanta.
International would be Atlanta.
Yeah. It's about a 2-hour drive.
The nearest airport that would connect to Atlanta would be Greenville-Spartanburg. That is still about 45 minutes away. So coming up from Atlanta would probably be the quickest bet.
Yeah, that's actually what I did. Coming in from Dallas on Friday, on Thursday, flew into Atlanta, then made that drive up, and then after the end of today, be flying out of GSP.
And we were discussing the pronunciation of various team names and dialects and accents. We have learned the wyverns rather than the wyverns. That was a personal journey of knowledge for myself. We've discussed the silent T's in the native pronunciation of Atlanta. And the nearby town of Clemson, South Carolina, with an invisible P.
Clemson.
You can tell if you're listening to Sportcasters, if they say Clemson, there is no Z in Clemson. There is, however, an invisible P.
We have the big distinctive one that we have in Texas anyone else from Texas may know this as well. We have a chain. We might have some up here. It's called. If you look at the actual word, it says "What a Burger." It is not pronounced "What a Burger." It's pronounced "Waterburger."
Waterburger.
Waterburger. And if you're in the state and you pronounce it Waterburger, you will be thrown right out.
Well, it looks like over here at the Red Gate, we have a combination of the Executioners, and is that Northblood?
That is Northblood. Coming in from Canada.
And it's always a little bit of a challenge to learn the heraldry with the fast-paced movement here, but I think finally this is looking a little bit like splotched blood ordered on their tabards. Maybe if they come back with the same design next year, hopefully we'll be up to date on it. You need a College of Heralds to maintain the consistency here.
I will say, because the tabard I've seen since being in the sport, one of my favorites is that Canadian one. It used to be the Canadian National Tabard, and I see a few of the Wendigo fighters sporting it this weekend. But it has been one of my favorites. I love the design. It's perfect. It is a perfect matching of the flag onto the tabard. I mean, actually, the Dallas one I love the best. Also, it's an easy Texas flag, but I mean that I really enjoy that Canadian tabard.
And it looks like we have a return of Team Tape.
Team Tape.
Almost. There are a couple of fighters. Looks like 3 fighters down there without tape. We'll
so
see
they
how
might
this
have gotten
goes.
together for this fight versus the ones that we had earlier. And a sauntering by
We got Blood Eagles.
number 62.
We have Blood Eagles with Pale Horse coming out.
Ooh, and just a little taparoo, saying, "Hi there, hi Ringo. Here's an axe. How's it going?"
You keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
Was it once you axe strike, you just can't stop? Or is it break me off a piece of that two-handed axe? Something like that.
Good hand shots from the mace.
Oh, and the Canadian fighter from Northblood trying to use his axe to grip on the bell of the gauntlet and drag him in, unable to do so, and trying it again.
That last mace shot to the helmet just slipped off, and a grazing mace, how sweet that sounds.
That was good. That was good. That was really good. I love it. That was great.
Oh, a hard shot!
Way to go, Ringo. Good check.
A hard shot, but he knocked an opponent down regardless of being hit from behind. And now the action is picking up. A hard check in the center.
Oh, and a Pale Horse trying to come through. Oh, and it's almost got tripped up but getting in.
Pale Horse hitting from behind. Executioner still standing.
And a teammate there. Oh, one Executioner being sat. Not sure for why. And a Pale Horse running through, trying to get an Canadian fighter, and a cross check in the back. It is so important to have field vision with this.
Oh! Two-handed axe shots coming into the Blood Eagles. Again and again, that fighter's down. Hopefully
Excellent
not
step
injured.
through by the Executioner, finishing it off.
Wow! That's a Star Trek moment up here.
A slow beginning with a violent end.
Well, they're counting. It may not be the end of the fight.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 Executioners, 2 Northbloods, 5 Executioners, 2 Northbloods, 1 Wendigo. So that's about math on that team. And then, yeah, that's about 2 on the blue side of the list. So they're going to go ahead and call it. 1 Pale Horse fighter, slow to get up. One of the medics checking on him, walking off by himself, which is great to see.
And it's nice to have the consistency of the list, know which fight is next. It's nice to have that organization here. But we've had that organization all weekend, and it's been incredible. It's been wonderful. But also, this is just a great moment where we can be in the fight, not in our paperwork, and really just dig into the carnage of Carolina Carnage.
Bada bing, bada boom. And Sim and I are both fighters, and so it's sometimes fun with this. We can just kind of watch it. You know, we're not having to do the logistics as much, and we're also just being able to enjoy the fighting that's going on.
Now, personally, I fight in duels and some pro fights occasionally. I'm not a melee fighter, and I appreciate melee fighting. I love to comment on melee fighting and discuss it. And I hope my team train whenever possible. I do have very much a soft spot for the one-on-one side of our competition, but this is the side that brings the pain, the volume, the spectacle, the fans, the sponsors into it.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of fighters, a little bit myself included, where this is what I didn't really realize was happening. A lot of fighters going like, "Oh, being a night, it's awesome. Let's do some one-on-one battles, right? Like sword fighting and axe fighting and things like that. That type of martial combat like we were talking about earlier. It's a lot of fun. And then you kind of get segued into this. And you're like, oh, this is girthy. This is a lot. I love this. And so yeah, myself like trying to start into duels and doing them still, but then moving into the melees, and it's a whole different feeling. But still doing duels because I just love it. It's a lot of fun. Maybe one day we'll see each other in the duels.
I look forward to that.
I don't. You'll probably win.
We'll probably be hitting each other and joking the entire time.
This vicious mockery. Yeah. Riposte pun. Riposte pun.
Switching hats between rounds. Great shots coming in all along that center line. No man's land there in the center. A couple fighters down on the far side of the field. Bastion dropping a weapon, but returning to pick one up.
Yeah, I think this is the longest fight they've been
getting
able to
hit from
maintain
behind,
that
and he's down. That check was right to the side of the
backfield.
head. Right to the side of the head. One of the hardest checks I've seen all day.
Yeah, excellent play by the executioner. And
taking
with that play, disrupting that line that was just hard to pass through. And you see that, I believe that is a bloody goal. Oh!
I wonder if there was a flag.
Is there a flag on the play?
Well, I'm not seeing one, but they are significantly outnumbered at this point.
15 yards and a first down. I'll have to check the rules. I need to make sure.
I'm seeing 4 fighters with tape on their helms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah,
8.
but this side wasn't all taped up, so it might be.
That's true. That's true.
Might be different. Melanie Corrigan, come on, Ubi, woo, green guy. So I guess green guy is Ubi.
Go.
Way to go, green guy.
I believe, and that was one of the fighters from the Wendigo that we were a little confused at first, especially when he was fighting one of the other teams of green.
Yeah, he's kind of made into a sash as he sachets out of here.
All right, folks, this 12-on-12 tournament is continuing. We've got some great competition still to come at Carolina Carnage 2024. We are up to 78 likes with 110 viewers. During this break, folks, do your part. Give us that thumbs up. Share it out to somebody.
And with all these likes, we love them, we like them, we want more. We're greedy for the likes. Give us some more. And as we said this entire weekend, and we'll keep saying to the end, the biggest thing for this sport is eyes and ears.
Absolutely.
It is, though it is international, and though there's passion permeating throughout this entire sport and every single fighter here, every single volunteer, staff member, production crew, vendor, sponsor, there's passion and a love for this sport. And what we all want and what we all, more importantly, need is more eyes, more ears.
Absolutely.
A spread of the love and of the Boohurt to all corners of the earth.
And it's interesting how anything can spread, viral videos, marketing plans, sport interest, and where those different things are effective. Of course, marketing plans are different in different parts of the country and in different countries in the world, but in Europe, they have castles, they have armories, they have history and lineage. We mentioned one of the Japanese teams wearing authentic samurai armor passed down in his family
Yeah.
on the battlefield.
I literally have chills. I can't show you, I have sleeves, but I have chills. It's so cool. It's so cool.
But America's history is further removed from those castles and armories.
Yeah.
You can go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City and see the beautiful armors they have there. I have, and it's wonderful.
Hell, we had a whole war to get out of out of that region, you know.
And there are some castles in the United States that were fashioned, but they are not medieval. They do not have their literal lineage, timeline, heritage to that. So in the United States, our sport spreads a bit differently.
Yeah.
A lot of us are nerds and dorks and found this through
included.
sci-fi conventions or Renaissance fairs or video game interests. So spread this to other people.
Yes, please, please, please.
Oh, hard shots from that two-handed falchion.
Through our top.
And another to the side of the head.
Oh, that's a kind of fighter.
Despite those great
forcing
falchion
him down.
shots, that Aussie is not going down from those shots. It's going to take more work.
Oh, and
Hard hit, still up.
Check.
A very mobile Aussie trying to stay away from that great falchion, trying to stay away, and a grapple takes him down.
And it's hard to do, being this mobile, it's hard to do, and it's what the big check. Oh, and it, You know,
solid axe shots there in the lower right.
With a check like that, you got to commit. You got to commit.
One of the
missed
Gauntlet Rose
opportunity.
fighters stripped a weapon.
Excellent aside by that War Pig. Perfect for an axeman. Oh! And is
Good
able to
teamwork.
shut me up and immediately return the favor and do it correctly that time. Way to go, Executioner. Or Berserker. Ah, did it again. Way to go, Berserker.
Trying to find a count. I see the marshals have
look in the back
sat somebody
corner.
down.
Yeah, I think good on that. Good on that Northern Wolf, checking in on that fighter, making sure he's okay.
Hard shots coming down
But
on
not
the new order
caring
fighter.
about that new order fighter.
You okay? Whack. You okay? Whack.
I love you, boom. I love you, boom. Oh, but Northern Wolf on the top side of the list, and Order of the Gauntlet and Rose
looks
falling over
like-
each other. And that's a great view of sportsmanship that a lot of fighters will do. Now you know this is based on violence. A lot of the fighters know each other, but we've said before the nuance between hurt and injury. We want to hurt each other, but we absolutely do not want to injure each other. And what it looked like from this perspective, and I believe it to be true, is that Northern Wolf fighter, instead of just walloping on the person who may be in an entirely defenseless position and trying to go down, checking in on them, seeing, you know, okay, are you up? Because I'll hit you. If you're not, go down, right? Like, this is gonna hurt. Give you a second, and you know that happens a lot in fights, especially with people you know. Is like, hey, here's a warning. Boom. Okay, you're not going down. Great. I give you one option. Next one's really gonna hurt. And a lot of times you'll take a knee and say, okay, great. I don't want to take the damage. It's not worth it. Thank you. You know, and there's no sense for just unnecessary violence.
They want to end the fight, but not the competition.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. And they definitely don't want to end the friendship. And you see that fighter number 13 moving through, having what looks like a little life preserver there around his neck, keeping his head above water.
A fallen torse, I believe.
And not drowning in the confusion that's happening here.
Well, Daniel, thanks for the pronunciation help. We're doing what we can up here. Let's see. Green guy is Ubi, but the U is more of an up. Ubby.
Oh, Ubby. Gotcha.
Like hubby.
It's a short U. A short U. A short U. Short U. Ubby. Which is hard after I used to teach phonics back in my previous life. Ubby. I guess if there's an umlaut, you say ubi. Ubi.
Oh, both teams moving to take the center. Tall axes.
Absolutely, very tall axes. Now, this is a perfect example of use of tall axes. Those are a lot harder to do in a 5-on-5, but the reach in the 12v12s is sometimes needed. But with those long axes, you can get so much torque on those strikes. if you're able to use it well. The caveat being if you're able to use it well. But over the shoulder of his teammate, the Wyvern fighter.
And it almost looks they're using them like a hoe to jab in and try to pull back.
Absolutely, yeah. You've seen that a few times. I know the Northblood was really trying it to get that hook in, pull him in, and having a couple fighters, because I know once one of the fighters gets in the backfield unintentionally, the team are going to want to save him.
We've got one Order of the Gauntlet and Rose down. And the line's breaking apart now. Smaller group fights, a hit from behind. Warpig stays on his feet.
Good job staying on your feet. That is hard to do. Another check, unable to maintain, but lost a weapon in the meanwhile, having to go back, grab a new one. Trying to go back to his own side.
A Warpig on the ground in the bottom left. Warpig retrieves an axe.
In the blue side of the list, you see a Northern Wolf trying to save his Wyvern teammates from the Sentinel Knights. Able to do so. Oh, good use of that. Switching up to a guillotine. Now he's got to maintain pressure to get it down. That was a very good technique. Switching from that head control down to the guillotine, pushing him under. Excellent job by that Northern Wolf.
War Pillow, thank you for appreciating the stream. We've got to thank our incredible team up here. Joel as our producer, along with Derek and Greg. And Greg is a competitor as well. He was hoping to compete here, and that's always one of the challenges. We like to contribute in whatever way we can to the event, but we also want to fight. Dominus has competed. They are fighting alongside the Warlords and San Jacinto Knights, I believe, and possibly also the Rat Pack. But they have more fights to come. I can see they're still in armor. Dominus, of course, taking gold in men's Tier 1, 5 versus 5. And I think the tiered system for this tournament is one of my favorite additions.
Yeah.
To make sure that the competition is on a field that makes for not only very spectacular fights, but also engaging for the combatants, so that they're kind of in the same weight class, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a perfect analogy. Because what you don't want to see is 5-0 sweep, 5-0 sweep, 5-0 sweep, 5-0 sweep. It's not good for either team. It's not good for the better team. It's not good for the worst team. It helps nobody to have that type of fight. And so it allows, and what we've seen and why all these fights have come down to the wire, come down to more one-on-ones in this tournament than I've seen in any other event. Some even going down to the time limit, right? You see more one fighter with two up top, or maybe 2 and 1 to the very last time, and then 2 fighters go down, leaving one man standing, right? It creates a more evenness of competition, and it allows new fighters to come in and really try to hone their craft, but also being inspired by high-level competition. And it allows the high-level competitors and some of these international fighters to come in and actually get good competition and, and hone their own skills.
Absolutely. Taking the field now at the red gate, we have the Florida Possum Empire, comprised of the Florida men and the Awesome Possums from Palmetto Knights. At the blue gate, we're going to have the San Jacinto Knights, Dominus, and Warlords, along with Rat Pack, making their list. Their side of the list, I should say.
I believe there's the Florida man.
Well, I think Florida man is over here. Well, we were discussing the live stream. with the cowboy hat. Well, no, actually.
This is the perfect time to keep it.
Well, my team is the Palmetto Knights. They're over here. I'm going to have to swap out headgear.
You should. And I'll wear my cowboy hats for support for my team, Dallas Warlords. Wishing I can be there with them today, down there in the list, but able to show them off here, commentating for you now. Love you guys. Shout out Dallas Warlords.
Let's go Possums.
Marshall's doing the final checks. Doing more head tape. Make a distinction. Probably felt it was the Austin Possums, the blue and the Austin Possum and the blue and the Dominus might be a little bit too close. I feel like the Austin Possum is a good dark blue, while the Dominus is more like a royal blue, I think.
Well, the blue of the blue and white for the Palmetto Knights Awesome Possums is definitely more of a bluish color. A little bit of fact for you for South Carolina.
Please.
The blue from the South Carolina flag is actually an indigo.
Okay.
Indigo being one of the cash crops grown by South Carolina since it was a colony.
And for the Texas flag, for a little bit of Texas trivia, the blue in the Texas flag stands for loyalty. As these fighters are loyal to each other, a close-knit group.
And
immediately starting off into just a group in it. Almost a stomp to try to push him down.
With some righteous hesitation there.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's still legal. Maybe not condoned, but probably still legal. But a good stopping and kind of realizing what's going on by Joseph Brandt. Great guy, nicest of dudes. Oh, and imagine we're trying to get a good check in and a good strike, finishing off that throw. Oh, hopefully not a late strike.
He was on the ground. He was on his way down when he got hit. It looks like he stopped to check on him. I believe we might.
Excellent sportsmanship.
We might.
Sometimes you don't realize a fighter's going down, middle of the swing, going through. Excellent sportsmanship there by Charles Harris, checking on the fighter. Might be sat, but that excellent sportsmanship. I believe when he hit, he realized it might have been a doozy, and immediately stopped, sat himself to check on the fighter. That's what you want to see. That's exactly what you want to see. Good job, Charles.
And Marshall's giving the okay. He's going to get a little bit of rest there on the ground. That's a down fighter. He was already down before that strike, I believe. As a reminder, the two teams here are the Florida Possum Empire and what we have dubbed the Tarnation.
I think that would be more of a, wouldn't that be like North Carolina? Tar Heels, Tarnation? Something like that? There's the difference.
Well, for the Lone Star State, maybe the Star Nation, but you may...
Star Nation, there you go, yeah. We are the Lone Star, and if they will stop the fight, reset, go into round two.
Well, I wasn't ready for that. I thought they had just restarted the fight.
Yeah, I actually in that top corner, it looks like that's what they thought as well. And to clarifying, I think at that stoppage, they probably were counting the fighters left and seeing if they should or shouldn't resume.
Thank you so much. We're up to 86 likes. That's about 80%, a little over 80% of the viewers we currently have. Thank you so much for that.
A few substitutions from both sides of the list. A few new SJK San Jacinto fighters coming in. Another Dominus fighter. joining as well. On the red side, 2 Florida men coming in.
And this is such a great way to wrap out the event. I think the pressure of the fives is palpable.
Yeah.
And the violence of the 12 is palpable, but here where there's no one team fielding 12.
Yes.
And it isn't as much for team bragging rights as it is for more fighting at the event. This is such a good way. It's like stretching after a workout.
It's
stretching with an axe coming to your head after a workout.
It's stress-free violence. You know, you have like a little more stressful violence because there's something on the line, right? As you said, there's meddling, there's other stuff. Like we've been talking about this whole weekend, these fighters, they want to fight. They've come a long way. They want to get their fights in. They want to make sure they leave fulfilled. And these 12s and these larger mass battles allow them to do that.
Well, we've got folks that have come from across the country, across the continent, crossing time zones, crossing oceans, crossing the international date line, I would guess. Coming from Australia would come eastward from Australia, across the Pacific.
And even though after today they'll all fly back, leave to their respective homes, they will stay forever in our hearts. Until next year, we come back and see each other in the list and say, oh, hello. And for us Texas folk, oh, howdy.
Oi.
Oh, yeah. For the Aussies, g'day.
Looks like the Marshals are getting their final count. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10, I believe. 10 fighters at the Florida Possum Empire.
And it matched on the blue side of the list as well with 10.
And there's, I think, 11.
Yeah, one of them stepping out. Okay, there you go, yeah. So making sure the numbers are even.
And in a situation like,
They might volunteer just to fight it, just to have a fighter down. Where can I find a list of teams and where they are from? Well, Glenn, you can find at PalmettoNights.com. Carolina Carnage, you will see a list of teams and fighters who are represented here this weekend. SJK's from Houston, Dominus from Dallas. Dominus is kind of a grouping of different fighters from different places, but the Dallas Warlords are here from Dallas, and a big check from the Dominus fighter.
Followed by hard axe swings from that same fighter.
But leaving his back exposed. See Austin Boston coming in, trying to take control of him.
One San Jacinto down.
And Dallas fighter coming in with a flying leg kick.
One Warlord down. Looks like 3 Possums down. One Florida man down.
Doing a count. I know there might be a little confusion with the 2 Florida men there from different teams.
Good eye there. Reminds me of the old Abbott and Costello, who's on first.
But what is on second? I don't know. Oh, he's on third. He's on third.
And they reset. this has just been the weather has worked out for travel. Travel is, oddly enough, as dangerous as a sport with axes, swords, maces, and violence can be. Travel is often one of the more dangerous things we do in the sport because we travel so far. But the weather has been cooperative so far for that. Hope it continues that way for every fighter making their way home. A short or a very long trip for some of these fighters.
And on that note of travel, it's kind of fun. I've had the personal experience of sometimes after a weekend like this, you weigh your stuff coming in. And you say, oh, the baggage limits, the weight limits, I got it just down perfectly, great. And then after a weekend like this, well, everything weighs more because everything's sweaty and everything's gross, and your gambeson and all your underpadding and everything, it's gross now, so it adds a few more poundage. And so there's been times where I've had to either take the sabbatons or a gauntlet or whatever else and put it in my carry-on, and I've had a few interactions with TSA agents, and they go, they'll kind of pull it off and just, what are these? I start to sweat. I'm going oh, it's not. Look, it's not. I'm not. It's basically a shoe. It's just a metal shoe. I swear, it's nothing crazy.
It's an armored gravy boat. and I've heard stories from some of our Palmetto Knights competitors that fought in Spain, and they flew some of them through France, and having some interesting interactions with the airport security. But then, as they were flying back, the security team members in Spain, who initially checked them in, had been watching the tournament, and so they're like, "Oh my goodness, we just saw you." Wanting to try on the armor.
That is hilarious. Yeah, when they ask, oh, do you do recreations of it? And I just go, yes. It's gonna take me too long to explain it. I'll say, yes. It's like a reenactment, sure.
What's going on here? Just call it time travel. That's easier to explain at the security booth.
Yeah, but my thing is why did you come to this country? Sports competition. I'll make it easy for everybody. Sports competition. It's entirely true, and let's be through.
All right, here we go with the Aussies and Brits teaming up once again against Ordo Draconus and Kenyan USA. It looks like Kenya's Fire may be represented here as well. All one big violent family.
Inside the list being pushed through, hoping to open up that middle and really separate the two teams on both sides of the list. Northern Wolves standing strong together.
That Marshall trying to make her way out.
Making sure no one gets into that backfield. Great, but unable to do so in Order Draconus. All but taking one, trying to get a double kill.
Oh, Aussie maintaining his feet.
See a couple Berserkers, a couple Ordos checking the field, seeing where they can be most helpful.
One Wyvern down and another.
Oh, a trade, and Ordo taking down his own teammate along with the check. Pushing a Northern Wolf into a Kenya's fighter.
Bowling for helmets.
Oh! Yeah, there you go. He said, yeah, come at me. I'll take you right back right to the list. Return to the favor. Returning the flavor, giving him the business back. Number 8 from Ordo, pushing him in, trying to drag him down.
I think the fight's going to continue here.
A mountain of a man. He said, no, sir. No, sir. Now just sitting there crossing his legs. I'd love to see it.
Now, it looks like 8 against 2. Yeah, 8 against 2. That's not a wonderful ratio. Chad, thank you so much. We're up to 90 likes with just over 100 viewers. If you would, take a moment as the fighters are resetting. Give us a shout out on the YouTube comments. I'm following the YouTube comments. I don't have Facebook in front of me. So tell us what's been your favorite part of the event so far. Have you been with us all weekend watching the duels and the outrants and just loved the men's light heavyweight division? Did you did you join in for the 5 versus 5 yesterday? And was there a particular match or tier that stood out to you, or team? Was it something from today, the 12s, the championship matches from tier 2, the round robin from tier 5? What was your favorite part?
Substitutions made by both teams. Hopefully bringing in some fresh new fighters.
Mel suggests her favorites are the hats, the women's 5 versus 5, and Order of Pegasus.
Ordo of Pegasus having a great showing this weekend.
The hats seem to be popular. Like I mentioned, in wanting to not resemble an attorney, I had to speak with my advisor.
Yes, yes, more. I really have to tip my hat to that.
I have a suggestion from Joel I'll have to use momentarily.
Okay. Oh, trying to get a few cross checks in to disrupt him so a few fighters can get through. A trade on both backfields. And Aussie trying to make some movement and trying to catch a couple fighters unaware and able to throw one down and getting tripped in the process. Both great heads-up plays, making heads down.
I've got a gold ascot, but his ascot knocked down.
Oh, bada bing, bada boom.
Oh, good two-handed Bastion shots and another.
Oh! Pushing right back to the list, right into his teammate to grab onto.
Oh! I think he just got hit by his teammate's own pommel. Ouch. Fast movement by the Aussie. Can he keep his feet and escape?
A lot of fighters trying to get cross checks in, catch him unawares, trying to be sneaky.
He's in a grapple with Kenyas. Tough
Oh,
place to be,
oh,
and a
taking them both
trade.
down. Good use of taking control of that buckler.
What? A Kenyas fighter knocked down by UK?
Northern Wolves trying to help out his own teammate on the red side of the list, right in front of the gate. Oh, that Kenyas fighter needs to see what's around him in case he doesn't get head ripped. Northern fighter, oh, see what's happening right to your left. Missed opportunity.
Oh.
Taking him down, hopefully not hitting the down fighter.
Oh,
looking for a sidearm. Ordo pulling out a small hand axe.
It's hard to tell. Looks like it's 4-2. They're going to let him keep fighting. Well. Uh-oh, Kenyas and Ordo were fighting each other.
I mean, we're all here just looking for someone to fight. Sometimes you're going to have to.
Some of the downed fighters were able to bring them to their senses.
Looks like we are on a 4-on-2. Two Northern Wolves trying to keep it going.
Hard axe shots to the shoulder blade.
One both in bad positions.
A trade.
And we have...
that's 2-0. 2-0.
One Kenyas and one Ordo.
What a great round.
Staying alive.
And a big thank you. I mean, I know most of the folks here in the arena aren't streaming along with us, but in case you are, or in case you're watching later and you're watching a rebroadcast of this, please just thank you for coming out and supporting this sport in person, live out here, cheering them on, because I enjoy this sport for what it is. I enjoy this sport for the camaraderie, for the combat, for the feeling that I get in armor. Oh, they're still fighting.
They've stood the Northern Wolf back up and keeping it a 2-on-1. One Kenyas, one Ordo versus the Northern Wolf, the Lone Wolf.
They're working sweet. Can he counter? He's got his back to the list, not a bad. Oh, and it's a trade.
Yeah, and Ordo's going, Kenyas finish this? And he's able to.
As I was saying, in armor is a wonderful feeling. The combat, the camaraderie, the community But in addition to that, fighting in front of a crowd that is into the sport, that is cheering you on, is just an even more incredible feeling. At the Dragons Cup, a tournament hosted by Palmetto Knights at DragonCon in Atlanta, Labor Day weekend, we've had thousands and thousands of people through that room all day throughout the tournament. And one of the wonderful things about it is air conditioned and indoors.
Yeah.
And the feeling of fighting in front of more than 1,000 people that are into it, that are cheering indoors, and not a very large area, it's thunderous and wonderful to hear. So a live crowd to fight in front of adds to it for the competitors.
Yeah. Glory and gore. I'm going to break off momentarily and be right back with us.
Jimmy James, his favorite is the 12s. Eric, thanks for cheering on from Salem, Oregon. Our Verney Legion, shout out from them, thank you. Silver Otter seems happy to finally see Noah fighting with the Rat Pack and the Carnage of the 12s, absolutely. It's hard to pick a favorite, but you can just name out some of the best parts. The growth of the event is just so incredible. I love the interaction of the live stream as well. I've discussed some of the old man stuff, interacting with the sport and with this event in the 7 years we've been hosting it. In that early on there may have been a live stream the first year, then it was kind of just a camera running and some GoPros doing their thing. And then we got a live stream with microphones and we started commenting on it. And we started interacting with the fans online. And watching some of the major sports out there, I think there's definitely a barrier because of the size of the sport and the size of the number of spectators. There's a distance that's created there, but so many of the folks commenting on the live stream, they are competitors. They are, who couldn't be here, they are supporters of their teams. They are supporters of their friends. They are family members that we just heard cheering their folks on. A very grassroots experience for all of this. So my favorite part may well be the interactions with you folks on the live streams. Here we have War Pigs on the left with one of the Knights of Wakanda and the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. They are facing off against the Warlords, the San Jacinto Knights, and I believe there's a Florida man in there with them. Some sweeps coming in Order of the Gauntlet fighter down. San Jacinto in the background, taking a couple of axe shots in to knock that War Pig down. A flying kick in the corner, another flying kick, another flying knee, a trip of a War Pig. Dominus out there as well, along with the Warlords. Another War Pig.
Might possibly have an injury.
I see a War Pig missing a gauntlet.
Yeah, they're calling in a medic. Marsh is checking on him. And I do see a thumbs up from the fighter on the ground. Giving just a quick thumbs up.
Well,
I think just confirming nothing is too serious.
I'm not sure which fighter they're calling for. There's a marshal kneeling over one and two marshals standing near another who lost his gauntlet. Marshals seem to be just checking everyone to see where the medic was called for. There's our head medic right there on the side of the field, taking care of our fighters each and every year. Thank you so much, Glenn. I mentioned that this is very much a grassroots sport with friends and family getting involved. Whole families of volunteers here this weekend. Great people doing their part to make this an incredible event for all of you. Some solid axe shots coming in on the red side of the list. All of the action there on the left side of the screen. Hard pole axe shots.
Yeah, it's a tough fighter. Rondell has fallen on the ground.
And they're not holding.
It's the first thing you've seen this entire weekend is all the fighters all on one side of the list, everyone together. And you saw just a second ago with a fighter there with a longer axe and the Warlords. He kind of like give a little threatening motion, and that's one of the things you have to respect about the two-handed axe, that it can be so damaging. But as a fighter, you go like, and hopefully get a flinch. And really, the only thing you can do with a two-handed axe, aside from a falchion.
Jimmy James would like to give a shout out to your stash.
Hey, thank you very much. Now, unfortunately, this is the only one. I don't have a stash with them at home, but really only need one.
This is a good reset, a good time to take a look at the different and disparate teams coming together. It looks like the vast majority of the blue list is going to be Texas or Texas-related fighters.
Bobby Ribb, what? This is a thing? Yes, absolutely, Bobby. This is a thing. This is the thing we love showing to everybody. And
this has been a thing for quite a while in the United States. And whoever shared this with you, make sure that you return the favor and share it with somebody else, but also thank them for it. And encourage them to keep sharing it around.
And really, this has been a thing for hundreds of years, really, you know.
True. But the modern incarnation of it is what about
a little dancing. This is the modern incarnation of this sport. All in good faith.
This seems like a meme-related dance that I'm not familiar with.
It might just be going, hey, this is fun. We're having a good fun dance. But I think possibly as well.
And here we go.
Sides, a little faster and possibly a flying V formation. Hopefully V for me.
Hard axe shots on the far side. Looking to pull a fighter back with him. One
Too
more
much
pig.
happening yet, but possibly a fighter on the War Pig going down the Dominus fighter. A little bit of friendly fire.
Oh, those silent axe shots are so tough because you know they missed the armor. A hard hit from behind. Dominus knocking down Order of Gauntlet and Rose, and then I can't tell, but did he just knock down his partner?
I believe that was the SJK fighter who is currently fighting with the War Pigs.
Oh.
Oh, and a good check coming out of nowhere. Big axe shots being blocked by the Order of the Gauntlet and Rose. And we have a stop fight. Dominus fighter checking in with the War Pig, making sure he's okay. That's what you love seeing, two fighters taking each other down, getting back up and hugging each other.
Absolutely.
The mutual respect, because the only people who know what these fighters are going through are the other fighters on the other side of the list. How difficult it is to do this right this second, the difficult road they've taken to get here. The blood, sweat, tears, money is taken to get to the spot where they are, and the only people who know about what is happening are each other. That's why there's a lot of love for each other and a lot of mutual respect.
And it looks like we have The Florida Possum Empire taking the field on the red list, and Kenya's with Ordo Draconus coming in on the blue side. Such a great day of fighting here so far. Day 3, the final day, unfortunately, of Carolina Carnage 2024. If you're just now tuning in, I believe just a moment ago someone asked, so this is a thing? Yes. And the way this is working, the elevator speech is, what we have right now is a bunch of friends hitting each other with metal weapons. They cannot stab, and they're not out of the fight until they hit the ground. If they hit the ground because they're knocked out, they're on the ground. If they trip on their own, they're on the ground. If they're knocked down, then they're out. And the fight continues until all of the opposing team is on the ground, or they're significantly outnumbered and it's stopped for safety concerns. Or if a towel is thrown in. You'll see on the field there are several people not wearing armor. They are not completely insane. They are marshals. They're out there for safety and to make sure the rules are being followed.
For those who are a little bit unaware of the sport, the marshals would be more like what you may know as a referee.
So Jesse asked, is the award ceremony going to be streamed? The award ceremonies for each of the individual tournaments, the duels, the various duels tournaments and outrance tournaments, the award ceremonies happened immediately following the tournament. In case there was a fighter that was only there for duels, I would assume that would allow them to just go ahead and begin their travel to their destinations, or if someone was tuning in specifically for that. But we'll give you a recap of the weekend's winners after the 12s.
Which you can find on Palmetto Knights YouTube and also Boohurt International YouTube as well.
One Florida man down.
Fights.
A trade in the left corner.
More cross-checking going down.
Another trade, lower left. Another Florida man down on the blue side.
A couple of Kenya's fighters looking around, seeing where they can be most effective, hunting someone down, and a fighter going through and coming in with a running punch, helping his teammate finish the takedown.
That was that last shot. It looked as though you could clearly see that fighter's knee was down. But sometimes mistakes can happen after a day of fatigue.
And we have Kenya's and Ordo Draconus taking the round.
We expect the 12 versus 12 award ceremony to be streamed following the tabulation from the tournament. And I honestly don't know how many more fights we have left because the schedule changed with all the additional fighters in the 12 set. But I don't know if that will be immediately following or if they will try for an all versus all.
And typically at the end of these tournaments, they try to corral all the fighters who are left and still want one more round and hit them all against each other.
During this bit of a break, Vincent, I'm going to see if I can try to coalesce the winners from the outrance fights into a little bit of a cohesive list so that we can announce a little bit later on.
Absolutely. Enjoy this time. Seeing these fighters get set up, ready for round 2. And what you'll see is the marshals making sure that all the fighters going in, or for lack of a better word, they're kosher coming in. They have the required protection, straps, gear. Because every fighter who enters the list must be checked, must be okayed again at the end of at the beginning of each day, at the beginning of the tournament. All weapons, gear, armor has been checked, okayed by the marshal staff, and then make sure that's upheld throughout the weekend as they come into the list. The marshals will make sure the appropriate straps are set, the appropriate protection is there, and weapons are legal before the fight begins. And we have a start fight. Kenyan and Ordo Draconus on the blue side of the list. Awesome Possum, Florida Man on the left. And Kenyan is trying to shoot through, but being grabbed on his way in. Unfortunately, two other Kenyan fighters going down. And another Kenyan fighter seeing his teammate being hunted, taking action and knocking him down. Two other trips. You see a Simo takedown. And we have a stop fight. I think probably the quickest round of the 12v12s. Marshall's doing a final count. Fighters are up as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fighters from Kenyan and Ordo Draconus, and one very large Florida man with a barboot walking off the field. And waiting to see what fights are next. Now there's an updated schedule and post online at palmettoKnights.com. If you go to the Carnage part of that page, you can find the updated schedule. But what we've seen so far in the 5v5s and even in the 12v12s, you know, as the weekend progresses and even as the day goes on and fight by fight, some fighters get hurt, some fighters get just tired at the end of a weekend of fighting. Some drop out. Schedule gets changed. So waiting to see if we have any more fights here for you. And a big shout out, which we've done a few times before this weekend. Very large shout out, very large thank you, very large bit of love to Larry. Organizes this event every year. And we'll have a quick 5-minute break as the person I'm actually talking about right now grabs the microphone. And after the 5-minute break, there's going to be Executioners versus Ordo Draconus. And we have that man with the microphone right now. That is Larry. He puts on this event every year. He's the main organizer, sole organizer of this event. And even being fairly new to the sport as I am, one of the things that I knew at the beginning coming into this was that Carnage every year is one of the most well-run and most well-oiled machines every single year, and that is all thanks to Larry. Man goes above and beyond being part of the community, putting on this event. Big hugs and a lot of applause to that man.
And also big shout out to Trey, being the co-organizer out there, doing a lot of the local work, getting the list filled on maintenance, getting the armors and other folks out here. Just incredible work by those two and the rest of the team to make all of that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Without them, this event would not be happening.
Absolutely.
And you wouldn't be here with us right now. And that's what we love the most.
And I'm having a little bit of a challenge here with some of the men's stuff as they were.
And I think they might be doing what we just talked about.
This is Larry's least favorite part of this. And this is no joke. He absolutely hates this. He absolutely hates any recognition for the hard work he puts into this. Because he does this for love, not for...
For putting on such a fantastic event for all of us and all these fighters. Let's have a round of applause for
Palmetto Knights Aventail.
Ah, that's the mantle type.
Yeah.
Distinguish. Well, I'm going to surmise here that Alba
Buhart
gifted Larry with a beautiful helmet mantle in the colors of the Palmetto Knights. All right, so I don't have last names for everybody right now. For the men's side, I'm going to see if I can pull those up real quick. Okay, from what I've got on my list, in the women's lightweight division, first place went to Jen. Let's see if we can find Jen Druin from Skullgrims. Second place, Elise Ellington from the Mythics. And third place, Lisa Hoy from the Order of the Pegasus. Women's medium weight, first place was Rochelle Hams. Second, Lisa Gifford, or that could be Liza Gifford. And third, Amanda Haight. In the women's light heavyweight division, first place went to Sanner. And second place to Madison. I don't have last names on those right now. I do apologize. In the women's heavyweight division, first place was Celeste and second place was Rachel. Men's lightweight, we'll get you in just a moment. Men's medium weight, first place was Johnny Ringo. Second place was Andrew McCabe. And third was Evan. Wait, did I say Johnny Ringo?
You did say Johnny. It took
Johnny
me a second.
Porter.
Johnny Porter, yeah. It is Johnny Porter and Evan Ringo.
So Johnny Porter, second place Andrew McCabe, and third Evan Ringo. Men's light heavyweight, first place was Alex Doss. Second place was Ellis. Let's see if Ellis from Kenyan USA, and third place was Dylan Clifton. In men's heavyweight, first place was Daniel Winter, second place was Raul Felix, and I know I saw a third place winner there. Super heavyweight, men's super heavyweight, first place was Bohumil, second was Krug, and third was BJ.
See a lot of these fighters using this time right now. Sit down, taking a rest. Some of them eating little power snacks, little power drinks, getting refuel for the last handful of fights.
Third place men's heavyweight outrance fights was David Albert. David Albert for bronze.
Looking out at some of these fighters' element just seems like the calm before the storm. Calm, cool, and collected, zoning in, visualizing.
I believe that our first place
men's lightweight entrance was Boris Tuman. Second place, Connor Miller, and third place, Nicholas Homa. We'll see if I can verify that. That's not showing up on the main entrance sheet at the moment, not that I'm seeing, but let's see, light men's entrance. Maybe first place is Connor Miller, second place Nicholas Homa, third place Danny Muniz.
There is a Charles Bevis here. Charles Bevis, I'm pronouncing that poorly. We have your wallets.
Someone lost their wallet.
We're looking for you.
Announcer, if you don't find the wallet, get it to me. If you don't find the wallet, I may be able to look up who it is. Oh, there we go.
And we have a winner of Lost Wallet.
I don't know if they checked the ID to see if it matched. Oh! We have so many volunteers that we've thanked so many times, but it's still not enough.
Oh yeah.
The food volunteers, some of my favorite.
Absolutely, yeah. What they've done for the fighters and staff here at the event. There's actually a back room there with with sandwich meats and snacks and fruits and vegetables and everything. Keep these fighters refueled and giving them the best opportunity to provide the highest level of fighting that they can, get them refueled and everything. And so yeah, another testament to how well this is run, right? Just like, hey, we know you're going to be exhausted all day. Here's water. Here's food. Don't worry about it. Fight.
Here's some electrolytes, some coffee, keeping us running. And a few years ago, there was even some struggle getting them to agree to open the concession stand for spectators.
Yeah.
But that may have had some concerns that were around that time, maybe a little bit more pressing. But the food over there and the service has been great as well. So great staff here at the T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena. Oh, and here we are. We have surpassed. We are over 100% on likes compared to current viewers. We have 95 likes. We have 93 current viewers. Ben says Larry's new favorite. Well, Ben, thank you so much. We are doing our best. We're trying to get better every year. After each event is over, we always try to analyze what we did, what was successful, and what we can improve on. So we're looking forward to that again and bringing you a great event next year. But it's not over yet. Bandai, thanks for cheering on Ordo Draconus. Ordo, one of the older teams in the country. I've heard their name and seen them in competition for years.
Oh yeah.
And the Plague Rats have been coming, I think, since the very beginning. I don't know if they've ever missed a year.
I mean, that's just like a plague. Just keep coming back and coming back and coming back, right?
my favorite plague, as a matter of fact. It looks like the marshals are having a little chat, maybe to prepare for any alls and alls later if they occur.
Well, with all these fighters still geared up, I think it might be happening. That's usually the question at the end of these events is always a preparation for the LVLs. Sometimes with time constraints, doesn't always happen, so they might be making sure that it actually does this year at this event.
And we are coming into that time frame of the wrap-up time for the venue. 3 full days of fighting, more fighting than we've ever had, more fighters than we've ever had, more list fields running at the same time, more marshals than we've ever had, more volunteers.
Oh, yeah.
Just such a great experience.
That's what we love, for it to grow and grow and grow every year, bigger and better than the last.
So we were talking earlier a little bit about how the sport has roots in Europe, and part of that is due to the castles, the museums, and the heritage there. In the United States, a lot of times the draw is from more pop culture sources. I discovered sword fighting in general from a sci-fi horror convention when I was a young man, and then my first fight for Palmetto Nights was at DragonCon, another gigantic sci-fi fantasy convention. That came about by accident.
By accident?
Larry and Trey had started fighting with the United States national team. They'd gone to Poland, I believe, that first year. I'd seen some of the videos, and I was like, that looks a little crazy. I was fighting with them with a different organization, doing different style of combat. And great friends, had a great time. And they showed this to me, and I was like, well, that doesn't look maybe really like my style. I like the one-on-ones. And so Larry got a group of folks together, and they fought overseas, and then they came to DragonCon, and I watched that, and it was neat. But then the next year, he asked if I'd be willing to help. And I said, well, what do you have in mind? He's like, well, we're doing some one-on-one tournament stuff. We'd really love to have you there to help. And I said, yeah, sure. Yeah, will my armor work? And he paused. And Larry doesn't pause often. He paused, he said, yeah, that'll be fine. What he was asking me for is if I would come marshal. But the moment he mentioned that there was one-on-one fighting of this style, I was in the game.
Head first, yeah.
The only trepidation I had was the melee side of it, and because I find favor in the one-on-one. And as soon as I was asked, inadvertently asked, I complied and jumped right in.
That's awesome, and here we are.
And that first year at DragonCon, we had literally a yellow marine rope barrier, very, very akin to what is supposed to keep fighters from walking through the center. And that was our list field. I had 3 fights, and it was just incredible.
And so back then, did you ever think it would get to this size of a sport, the size of an event?
We had hopes. The hope was to get it, kind of up to the level where we could get enough competition to get people on a world stage to compete with Europe. I never expected this kind of growth this quickly year after year.
Yeah.
And now, granted, it has been right around a decade now, but this is just exponential each year, getting better and better. And I know the World Championships, they've had their ebbs and flows over time, but once we get to send American teams again, I think we're going to see explosive improvement from them.
Welcome to our Fall Final.
And setting up into the list. And for those of us who we keep using a lot of terminology that is kind of specific to this sport, but just in case you're just tuning in now, when we say list, This wooden square you see, all these fighters inside, that's what we call the list. On the red side, we have Kenyan USA and Ordo Draconus.
Oh.
Taking an immediate knee to the blue side of the list of the Executioners and the North Blood.
What just happened?
Seems like some of the Executioners caught unawares as they seem sort of surprised at this turn of events.
I wonder if they will each take a turn taking a knee
And they do like one final match.
possibly, but the Executioners didn't seem all that aware of it.
Yeah.
Now, Marshall is talking to Larry right now. What is going on? Maybe they know that they are up in points. This could be something strategically above my head.
Maybe. And going back to the live chat here on YouTube at the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Looks like Woo War Pigs, Woo Boo Hurt, absolutely. Looks like we also have a shout out from Korea. Excellent, another country represented here in the chat. That's wonderful. I think we've had I know Argentina's shouted a couple times. Cambodia. I know we've had Mexico. I mean, even the countries represented here, Canada, Great Britain, all across the U.S., Australia, New Zealand. I saw yesterday as well.
Absolutely.
Atlanta, lots of cities around the U.S.
And the crossover between the DragonCon and again.
And there's another full kneel by Kenya's and Ordo Draconus. They maybe, the team on the right side of the list, maybe felt the fight unnecessary in preparing them possibly for a fight later on.
Well, maybe we'll get an update later on and what brings them to that choice. But as Mel points out in the chat, the reason we have two of our great tech folks here and three in the past was because of our association with DragonCon. And that is, of course, through Larry as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think that Carnage is a success, even initially was a success because of somewhat of the press, some of the organization, and the cohesion of the people that came to DragonCon to show off, to exhibit the sport, and to see if there was a seed of interest, and there was. Close enough to start bringing Carnage along.
Yeah. And I know since then, since Carnage has been a thing, it speaks for itself year after year after year, right? And I know it being one of the larger and more important events of the year.
And it looks like the Blood Eagles and Pale Horse are making their way to the list. And the Warlords with San Jacinto Knights and Dominus making their way on. Vincent, I'm going to leave you the stream for just a moment.
Please
and I will
do.
Be right back.
This is my forte. Got a Dallas team, got a Texas team, and Dominus coming in. Those are my teams, those are my buddies. It's on the right side of the list, on the red side. As Sam was saying, we have the Dallas Warlords in the red, white, and blue Texas flag tabards. We have San Jacinto Knights in their classic Templar red with a white white cross tabard. And then you have Dominus with the blue and the yellow and black accented across throughout the chest. And on the blue side of the list, looks like we have the Reavers, the Blood Eagles, and a couple of fighters from Pale Horse, and I believe one Vanguard fighter as well. And mean, this entire weekend, me personally, feeling the FOMO, feeling the being left out, not being able to fight alongside my Warlord brothers due to an injury. But that's okay. Next year. It's going to be great. Going to be fun. Hopefully you won't see me up here and listen to my stupid voice, but be able to see me down there. It's going to be great. I'm excited for this fight. Marshall's checking the blue side of the list. Marshall's checking the red side of the list. Both fighters agreeing to start. And it looks like from the last fight as well, we have a submission by the blue side to the Warlords SJK and grouping of other members. The Warlord fighter making good use, going over there, getting the bonking when he can. Good spirit between the two fighters. The fighter having to go back to the side because the fight is not over just yet. And so going into round 2, which I expect the same thing to happen. And a few Dominus fighters might down to themselves first off, and can they get to him before they actually down? And
What is happening here?
Another submission by the blue side of the list, allowing the red to advance. They might be speeding the fights along to one final fight and one final bout between a handful of teams. So we saw, as you were gone, we saw the blue side of the list made up of the Reavers, the Blood Eagles, and a spattering of other teams submit in 2 rounds to Dominus, Warlords, SJK, and friends.
Interesting.
Yeah, so my guess,
Curiouser
yeah,
and curiouser
curiouser.
still.
So my guess, they're setting up for 2 groups to have one final fight.
But I would expect that would have been Kenya's and Ordo Draconus versus Dominus and friends.
Maybe with their rankings as they are, they have to submit here. That would put them there, and like it maybe allowing the executioners possibly to take third, which then to fight for first and second. That's my quick guess is probably how it's going to work out. Brackets are tricky, sometimes icky.
Larry speaking his mind as always.
Yeah. Suddenly having a little choice of words there. So this will be fighting for 3rd place. And this might be what it was kind of set up to be. Was a fight for 3rd and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, to then set up for a fight for 1st and 2nd. And I believe that's what that allowed this to do, is have Kenya's and Ordo Draconus on the blue side of the list, having the team we just saw made up of the Reavers, Blood Eagles, a couple of Pale Horse, fight for 3rd place.
So, I wonder. I wonder if that's clearly. I wonder if Dominus and friends has. Maybe they clearly had
an advantage,
but these 2 teams would be tied if they both won or both lost.
That's what I believe is happening. Is that it basically allows to where if they take a kneel by brackets, it allows this team to continue to fight, right? Because if they were to submit to the team that they would have just fought, which would have been a very tough fight, it allows them to fight for third and fourth. That's what I'm surmising.
Who did Kenya's kneel to previously?
Kenya's kneeled to Northblood and Executioners.
I see. They kneeled so they'd face them in the.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I believe is happening. So then it allows for one more fight, and then a fight for gold and silver. And the line being maintained as neither side fully able to get advantage, but one Ordo Draconus fighter almost loses an axe. Oh, a shot in the middle, not being taken well.
A Blood Eagle trying to work his way into the backfield, not quite. Deciding that discretion was a
as that fighter got checked into the list, a big hit in his head. A trip not successful, but not looking behind him, a Draconus fighter being checked in the back. Andrew McCabe from Kenya's. Oh, another fighter checked in the back.
A flying head grab, a flying knee.
Head rib unsuccessful. And not looking, and a
Ooh,
big
hard hit
jab
from
to the
behind.
back of the head. Woo! And you can see him, two hands on other side of that small axe, just ready to be just to check left, check right, check in the back, and he's catching people unawares. You have to keep your head on a swivel and have field vision in a just congested fight like this. One of the marshals talking about an armor, possibly on Ordo. And yes, you can see one of the Van Brace going off. It is sat. They're not stopping the fight for it. They just setting the fighter down. A trip on the Pale Horse. Reaver being shoved to the ground. Oh, a Kenya's fighter is completely tripping just by himself. Tripping over a fighter. Holding positions, doing a final count. And we have a victory for round one for Kenya's and Ordo Draconus. As they stand the rest of the fighters up, going into round two.
And I suppose that taking the knee, by taking the knee, both teams are more fresh for this fight.
Yeah. But one thing you hate seeing is armor failures. You don't want to. It's one of the worst ways to go down. Something seemingly out of your control mid-fight. I mean, things happen mid-fight, right? You take a hit to a buckle, to a rivet.
Thankfully, our marshals with eagle eyes out there, making sure that safety situation was caught before an injury occurred.
And especially when they're watching this team here on the right, they have blood eagle eyes.
So, Dr. Zombie Larry, a few moments ago, was saying that it would be nice if you actually fought this time, referencing the earlier kneeling tactic.
I know there was over this weekend, I think there was a couple, not sure if you call it showboating or maybe making light of some of these fights, and I'm not sure if he was maybe super happy about it, but we're having right now a pretty good fight, so can't be anything but happy about this. Just right away, shield punch right to the face.
Boot.
And a pretty, I really like that shit. A little small heater shield with the sun on it. I like that.
I think that that axe with a hammerhead on the back is my favorite weapon I see at the moment.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a miss, allowing an opponent to step in, taking a little friendly fire, but he maintains his feet.
But those
He
Reavers
lost
taking
that
a big
beautiful
hit.
axe.
And with that cleaver, two Order fighters being taken down by checks.
That's
one losing the weapon.
Well, that was interesting. He had his hand on the weapon that was in his belt.
That's all you need. You do not have to have full control over it, but you need to have a hand on the weapon.
He had a hand on the weapon when he made that body check, let go of the weapon, and then went to retrieve a two-handed axe. Very interesting.
Reavers and the Pale Horse grouping together, making sure none of us caught unawares.
Pale Horse down, a
almost
good trip.
Trying to get a trip.
Pale Horse stays up.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kenya's fighters.
Oh, one Ordo down. A hard check.
Oh, another Pale Horse fighter down.
2 on 2.
Reaver trying to push him over the down fighter.
2 on 2 on the near side.
They might have a stop.
That makes it 4
no,
on 2.
they don't just yet.
And that's it. 4 on 1.
That is 4 on 1. They will stop the fight.
Round 2, Kenyan USA and Ordo
That is a
Draconus.
very good showing by Blood Eagle Reaver's Pale Horse.
Outstanding.
Yeah, compared to that first round, that was a much better showing. They brought out.
And with that fight, I don't think those fighters had any issue at all giving the marshals a few extra seconds to do their count.
And that will end the bronze medal bout. Kenya's with the Ordo Draconus taking bronze. 4th place going to the mix of the Reavers, Pale Horse, and Blood Eagles. And the fight we've been waiting for. End of the 12v12s. And I believe the end of the day. The end of the weekend.
Unless they compile larger, but I'm not seeing any other teams still in armor. And while we're getting ready to have those on the field, I want to point out in the backfield over there, we have lots of folks. It looks like they're probably members of Tidewater Dogs of War, working to tear down their list field that they so graciously brought to make this event possible. It would have cost Palmetto Knights a whole lot more money to build a second list. And maybe that will happen in the future so that Tidewater doesn't need to supply theirs, but they were so gracious in doing so. And they're over there working to tear it down because they still have to travel back home.
And that list taking all the damage this weekend, and it looks completely fine. An excellently made list. Having myself fought in lists that are a bit shabby, it's not fun. There's been multiple. I remember one event specifically. We were in Austin, and we kind of had a little travel list. It was just for a fitness event, and 2 very big boys just going through, and they immediately smashed through the side of the list, completely splitting it open. And a few quick repairs had to be made, but you know, it happens.
So, there have been generational improvements. Uphill both ways in the snow story.
Yeah.
Warning. First year, it was marine rope held up by sticks in mini buckets with sand or concrete. That was our barrier. It was basically not even a velvet rope. The second year was PVC and netting. We eventually got a cage that was so easy to knock over. It's now our backfield back here. It's great for pro fights, not wonderful for melees.
And the head marshal just calling the fight.
Here
Starting
we
in.
go.
Blue side of the list, Dallas Warlords, SJK, San Antonio Knights, and Dominus versus the red side of the list of the Executioners in white and black. The North Blood fighting out of Canada in the dark red and black, and the Wendigo with the Canadian flag fighting Canada as well with them. And this is a wonderful fight for gold medal. Dominus Warlord fighter going to the back, getting just lit up by hand axe shots. Brennan, come on. Hate to see it, buddy, but he is a tough man. Taking those shots in stride.
All 24 fighters still standing.
And left alone, you see the other Executioners and Northblood fighters zoning them out. This is what you'll see in these 12v12s, hopefully trying to take 1 or 2 fighters to separate from the rest and dwindle down the numbers.
1 fighter down. Can't see who they're from.
But all of these high-level fighters, they are not going to be going down with strikes. They will take the punishment.
Oh! That Executioner had his head built completely sideways when those axe shots were coming in.
Oh, a BJ and Ringo tussle there on the right side. Charles Harris coming in. Oh, a death grip taking both of them down. See the blood, it's a North Blood. Center checking out with the Eastern kit. Seeing where he can be effective.
Down.
Trying to get a head rip.
Hard
Good
hit
use
from
of
behind
Dominus,
by
helping him
Dominus.
out. Taking the fighter who lost a weapon. Taking him down. Dominus and Warlord. Encroaching on to the North Blood fighter in the back.
The advantage seems to be for the Texans.
That's an interesting tactic. You see the in the far back corner, the North Blood fighter isolating and bodying the Dominus fighter into the corner, which sometimes it sometimes can be a little rough. But if you're able to make sure they can't really do much from that back corner, you take a whole fighter out of the field and allows yourself to see the rest of the list, see what's going on, especially when you have something like this where two other warlords, two other Dominus fighters can go in and just light you up. You do not want to have your back to the list. So it's a great little heads-up play and nice tactic, making a good use of a bad situation.
Both teams swapping out for some alternates, bringing in a few fresh people. They don't have enough to make a complete swap. These marshals doing such a great job in such a massive battle here. We've got marshals out there checking helmets and counting. You'll notice a brief bit of a two-line formation that they show up in. That is to help the marshals make sure that they have the count correct, that they know who they have done a safety check for.
And on that first line can only take one step at a time, where if you look at the back line, on each side they can move the entire list in one turn. The ones next to it can make an L-shaped turn. And the pawns in the front can only one at a time, unless on the first step they can take 2 squares forward. That's chess. That's not this. That's not Booherd. That's chess. I was confused. I saw the knight, and I got a little bit mixed up there. My apologies.
He only chests.
I only chess.
All right, so if Dominus and friends can take this round, they'll take the medal. If Canada can take this round, they'll push it to 3. Now, cheering for Texas, loving Canada being here. I gotta say, I'm cheering for Canada this round because I want to see a 3rd round.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one thing we don't want is the stopping of fights. We want to keep seeing the fights. Now you see Canada Executioners holding back a little bit. The middle of both teams standing farther back in the sides, making sure their backfield is covered. And that might be a bad choice, but he's bobbing back. But good head and vision control from the top side, right side of the list, making sure the backfield won't be exploited for an easy check.
While we still have most of our fighters on the field, I think Vincent and I are going to hold for just a few seconds just to let you listen to this fight. That visceral audio. I don't know if it can come through your speakers the way it's coming through here in person. But the crowd is in there. Otherwise,
clamoring, the clanging. I guess there's a little confusion if there's a local stoppage of fight or if there's a full stoppage of fight. They might stand someone up.
I can't tell.
You can see right there with that Warlord tabard. Brennan shouldering just a little bit too much shoulder. Brennan, get a hold of yourself. Come on, my friend.
There's still plenty of fighters on both teams up. It looks like the marshals are checking something. Probably a ruling on a possible violation.
And we'll see which fighters will be sat, which ones won't. And again, you know, we saw the marshals trying to stop fights, and the fights still continue. It is very difficult in those helmets to hear what's going on and to really understand what's going on. And sometimes, you know, you can't really see the rest of the field. So, you know, while it may seem malicious, we know it's not.
It looks like we may have that fighter sat for armor.
Even though that elbow cop is still on, it's still technically attached, it is not providing the coverage that it's supposed to. And with that armor failure, Brennan, number 1 of the Dallas Warlords, will be sat.
That Dominus fighter has his head pushed all the way sideways. I do not like that.
Yeah, that's an excellent move by the Executioner. With that head being pushed out, it does not allow for the Dominus fighter to take any other good head control. You can control a fighter a lot by just having that head push in any way. That disbalance and displacement is what you want. And the Dominus being a very heavy grappling team. Was that a spark flying off from a leg kick?
It was.
Oh my goodness. Joseph Brandt with a powerful leg kick. And
a hard check from behind, taking down a Wendigo.
yeah, Wendigo not able to really execute on that fight. A few tussles.
Hard shots raining in from Dominus.
Exploiting that open shoulder. And this is where you see some good Dominus teamwork. You'll see one push his head out, opening up. You see him trading back and forth.
Dominus fighting hard here.
Not able to make
hard
pressure.
push.
Pushing him over. Good heads-up play. That's a Brent. Way to go, buddy. Good heads-up play over the other Wendigo fighter.
And
stop the fight. And that will be the end.
That
the
is
end
the
of our
round.
12v12s.
That is the gold medal match.
What a rally. Woo.
And the crowd is still in it.
I think I'm more exhausted than these fighters. Wait, actually, wait, we might actually still.
Wait.
Are we still going? Jeez Louise!
Fighters
No, they're standing them up. It is the end. In 2 rounds, we have victory on the blue side. Dominus Warlords and a few fighters from San Jacinto Knights versus the Executioners and the Canadian teams, North Blood and Wendigo, taking silver. I know there's a lot of camaraderie between, I know for a fact, between at least the Dallas team and the Canadian teams. Dallas taking some fighters last year, myself included, up to Canada to fight with them. It was a lot of fun. Great, wonderful hosts, and it's been nice having America host Canadian teams down here as well.
And the fighters getting some recognition from the crowd.
Absolutely. Round of applause for all these fighters. Round of applause for all these fighters, staff, everyone here today. We might not just be completely done, so we're going to hold on with everybody. We're going to hold on with you. Stay with us until we say it's okay. You cannot leave yet. Don't leave yet.
We still have, of course, the award ceremony for the 12v12s.
Yeah.
Coming up.
And we've talked about holding hostage. We actually are holding you hostage right now. You stay with us. We're going to... Marshals convening, deliberating.
And the spectators here, some of them here for the first time, many of them probably for the first time, but I spoke to one gentleman and his wife. They've been coming for 5 years or more. I remember them being here in the early days, coming back, recognizing, saying hello, greeting us, and building a community, even just of spectators that they don't have interest in getting armor, but they do love to see this such a unique sport at such a great environment here locally. I mean, you've got much larger economies around the country than South Carolina, but you can't go outside of the Southeast and see the largest tournaments by spectators or by competitors.
Yeah.
You have to find them here in South Carolina and Georgia. Carolina Carnage 2024 is home at the T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena. Preparations for 2025 will be short. Soon coming.
I believe, from what I was talking to some people this morning about, from my understanding, in a month they're working on, take a little bit of a time off, and then within a month they're starting to work on 2025.
Absolutely. So, if you are from a team in Argentina, a team in Japan, a team anywhere around the country or around the world.
Well, not even a team, just even a fighter.
Even
if
that.
you are a fighter.
Plan to come. Now, maybe you don't get registered. Maybe you're so brand new you haven't even finished getting your armor together yet.
That's okay.
You can take a trip to Vegas and lose some money. You can take a trip to all cultural centers around the country. But you can't go anywhere other than T. Ed Garrison Arena and see this kind of competition. Although I do hope, as proud as I am of Carolina Carnage, I do hope that the sport in the United States keeps growing and that 450, 500 fighters in the future.
Oh yeah.
That's just the largest one of the month. That'd be great. That's a good local tournament.
Actually, as a fighter, that would be really, really, really great.
And that we're tipping the scales at 1,000, 2,000.
Oh man. Oh man, it's even hard to imagine. And I know all these fighters have been in this, in organizers and marshals, have been in this for so long. This number right now would have been hard to imagine a handful of years ago.
There was a time, not too terribly long ago, that there were less than 20 combatants to this sport in the United States. And now there are fighters that were children when this sport began in the U.S.
And hopefully all these fighters, their children, will then keep. This organization, this sport will keep going, and their children will be able to fight.
There were fighters here yesterday with their children. There always are.
Oh yeah.
Families here together at Carolina Carnage.
And so yeah, if you're looking to come next year, you set your clocks. You have 365 days to prepare. And if you want to say, hey, I want to get in this sport right now, believe you me, in 1 year, even less than that, you can be fighting alongside all of these people here, all of these fighters, brave men and women coming in. And what you see right here in this list, this is excellent. You see all these fighters who just, for the last 3 days, beat the ever-living hell out of each other, hugging each other right now, saying like, "Oh, sorry, did I do that? Did I hit you? Was that me, man? I'm really sorry I hit you there." It's all in good sportsmanship, all in good fun, for the love of the fight. And we're going to the medaling for gold, silver, and bronze. Have Ordo Draconus grouped with Kenya's. We have a lot of them fighting for Kenya's USA in the 5v5s. Ordo Draconus also fighting the 5v5s. Them together, putting together a 12v12s team and winning bronze. And I saw those medals close up. They are very, very well made medals. They're in kind of a longer heater shield, long shield shape, and they have the Carolina Carnage logo right there in the middle.
Well, one of the things that I discussed briefly a little bit with Nate yesterday, and a historical moment here.
Please.
As
someone who's so old, who's lived through all this history, yes.
Not just from my history, but from the 14th century history, that prizes at a tournament were particularly enticing for folks. So would be gold-plated weapons, gold-plated armor, and in our sport, it's these awards. Maybe they're trinkets to some folks, but they're of a quality that a few years ago we were 3D printing awards. Now these are cast metal. My silver medal from the Dragons Cup this year in Buckler is a medal. It is a cast medal.
Yeah. No plastic. No, we're not shortchanging any of these fighters. They are awesome medals.
One of my earlier awards in the sport was pewter cast. Another was a small dragon dagger. Another was a poster as the champion. These are things that I treasure from the memories of these competitions and these fighters and these people. And Larry improves the awards every year.
And for silver medal, we have the Executioners joined in with a couple of fighters from Canada, our Northern brothers, the North Blood with Wendigo and Green Man.
Well deserved. Ubi, I believe.
Ubby, yes. Ubby, yes. Ubby, Wyvern, Clemson. There's going to be, I know there's a handful more, but...
Wendigo.
Yeah, absolutely. I know they're excited. All these fighters coming out of this weekend with medals are very, very excited. As he should.
Doing the helicopter. It's just, well, I think I've said about enough about the increase in quality across the board. It's just a marvel. Just a marvel. Safety hands. All right. And here we go for gold.
Your gold medal 12v12 winner.
Give it up for the combined efforts of Dominus, the Warlords, and the Semifinal Knights with a couple
but mostly presented by Dominus, the Dallas Warlords, San Jacinto Knights. Looks like there's a Florida man. And that team in white, is that Rat Pack? Believe that might be Rat Pack.
And we're going to give a big shout out as well to our floor announcer down there in the burgundy. Bearded, bald, and beautiful is Weston Taylor. Thank you so much for keeping the crowd here informed, the fighters informed, and us all entertained throughout this event.
And as you see, most of these fighters with their helmets off. Bearded, bald, and beautiful doesn't really narrow it down.
Bearded, bald, beautiful in burgundy.
Ooh.
He's got the microphone.
I love mean alliteration. Absolutely. He's been doing a wonderful job this weekend. Major applause to these fighters. And actually, for all, even the fighters who were here this weekend who weren't able to medal, and I know looking forward to medaling next year, they deserve a lot of credit as well. Everyone, all the fighters who are represented here, the ones who maybe had to leave early, need to leave after their events, the single fighters, the duelists, the outrance fighters, the 5v5s, the 12v12s, all the fighters here. Everyone who wasn't able to get a medal this year, looking forward to next year, but they major medal to them for spending the money to get out here and fight and help and learn and love with us.
Think about and think about a fighter who this might be their first competition or their first major competition.
Oh yeah.
And how they feel packing up their armor after something like this. I mean, it's a riding high feeling, of course, to win a gold medal for these 5 versus 5 or 12 versus 12 teams that have a stack of trophies at home, that have traveled internationally and competed. And it's a great feeling, of course. But maybe for that fighter who has trained, who's worked really hard, who's finally gotten their kit together, who's finally come out to compete, and that sense of accomplishment that's in them.
Absolutely.
That might as well be a gold medal. It's an experience you only get once.
And that feeling is what's going to bring it back next year. That feeling is what's going to take them to the next event and keep them working. Maybe take a couple of days off. This has been a rough event for a lot of fighters. Maybe take a couple of days off, get an ice bath, some Epsom salt, and then get back on the horse and look forward to next year. And that's that feeling that they're going to hold on to.
Absolutely.
And let them drive them forward all throughout the year.
Well, a little bit of a recap of our melee competition yesterday. The women's 5 versus 5 division. First place went to Dallas Mythics. Second place to Order of the Pegasus. And third to the Banshees. Men's 5 versus 5 tier 2. First place was the US Berserkers. Second to Kenya's Fire. And third, the Iron Lions. Tier 1 5 versus 5. First place was Dominus. Second place was Kenya's USA. And third, the Executioners. In 12 versus 12, third place was Kenya's USA and Ordo Draconus. Second place was Northblood and Wendigo with additional friends. And first place taking gold was Dominus, Warlords, San Jacinto Knights, and other friends. Well, it's been a great weekend. It's been a great start, a great middle, and a great wrap-up to Carolina Carnage 2024. This has just been such a step up. We're glad to see everybody here. We're glad to see everybody leaving safely, and we can't wait to see you back next year. I want to give a big shout out again to our wonderful production team, Joel, Derek, and Greg, making this live stream happen to you. Bringing it to the Palmetto Knights Facebook page, the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Big shout out to Boo Herd International for live streaming this, mirroring it out to everybody as well. A big thanks to Nate the Moose Lord Maxfield, our fellow commentator for the weekend. My new friend, Vincent.
Happy to be here. And a large thanks to Sam the Witch Doctor.
Glad to be here. We've had a great time. We hope you've had a great time. Just because the live stream is over, the videos are still going up. The individual streams from cameras should be up in the next few days as well. You can reference them back. You can share it with your friends. The live stream may be over, but the fun continues. Thank you so much, and goodbye from Carolina Carnage. See you next year.